Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. Your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness has arrived. It is also our final show of the year as far as live stuff. I'm Captain D-Trag. We're coming back to Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. We began this game back in August. But based upon how the schedule was, I didn't have room to place it. And also, it's a case where I was going to be joined by DollyFinn for this one because she was on for part 1. She did want to see this great Scooby-Doo game released in 2002 for PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. Playing the PlayStation 2 version as far as our play. But unfortunately, she's not feeling well, so I did talk to her. I said, how do you want me to handle this? Do you want to reschedule for this? And she said, no, go ahead and do it as specifically. I'll see if I can't come into chat as it is for it. So I said, all right, we'll do that. So we are going to continue off with this game. I know it's been a while, to the point where actually the original video is not on Twitch anymore. It's on our YouTube site, and based on how I'm going to be talking with this one today, as far as, hey, where edits of stuff are, you're not going to be seeing the edit of this show for a couple of weeks, because this is our last live program of 2025. I do have 2 videos going exclusive to our YouTube site next Saturday, and also Wednesday after that, on December 27th and December 31st, respectively. I'll be live again in 2 weeks, so when I edit this, we'll be live again the week after that. But just want to give a little bit of a sense of that, so I said, alright, we're going to do this, we're going to finish Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. It is something from our Halloween block, so when I edit, I will have our playlist for Halloween block down below, where I'm counting this. So yeah, we're having a case where Halloween is ending right before Christmas. And there's also a little bit of an Easter egg that is tied to Christmas with this game. Or a couple other holidays, I'm going to have a little later. And also for our play of Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, because today we are going to be completing the game. Last time, we did make our way through the caves, and we got deep into the caves, where we went to misbehave and cause a cave-in. That's where we're currently at. But off-screens we're pointing out, I went and grinded every one of the Scooby Snacks and collected all of the monster tokens, of which there's one in this room. So, later on in the show, we're going to complete the game today. We're going to see what's going on with the mastermind. What's going on with him, who's the villain behind the mask. Scooby is going to solve the mystery. And we're going to keep going, and I will get the Scooby Snacks that we see, because we do still need them for the purpose of going through the snack gates. But after we complete the game today, we're going to look at the extras, because if you collect all of the Scooby Snacks in the game for every area, you unlock concept art for the development of this game, and the monster tokens open up character profiles in the art gallery, in the monster gallery, I should say, that go to many of Scooby's famous foes, and we're going to take a full look at that. We're also going to take a look at the trailers again. We looked at one of them last time. Look at the other one that's on this disc, and we'll also talk about the fact that there are different ones for the PlayStation, or the GameCube and the Xbox versions. And so on PlayStation 2, we have theirs. It does answer a question that I know our best chat on Twitch had last time. Now, I am in the cave, as was mentioned before. Those fish monsters are saying, here, doggy, 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 which I actually didn't hear on the dialogue when we were playing last time, or really much when I was doing the setup for today's show, that they're saying that they see me up here, but they can't get to me. It's not like Metal Gear Solid, where they do have the question mark and the exclamation point on their head, but saying like, who's there? But they can't come up and get Scooby. So Scooby's fine. So we're going to be set to go with our completion of this 3D platforming game and Metroidvania. So with that, I think Scooby, I think we're ready to go. Okay, so it's going to be pretty much a bit of a resting case as far as just going through this, collecting all the Scooby Snacks in this room. Got to get all the keys to open the gate over there. I'll also say when I edit, I will have a link to a video guide I used from a channel whose name escapes me at the moment right now, but they were instrumental to me being able to find all the Scooby Snacks and to collect them all. And you do need to get a couple of upgrades you do not yet have. Because you do have the double jump, and you have the pound where you jump and you hit, jumping is on X just to go to that, and you use the square button, you do a pound on enemies to hit them. These fish monsters take 2 hits. You have the double jump, that's twice hitting X when you get the power for it. We have a couple other upgrades we're getting. And you do need to get all of those for the purpose of getting all the Scooby Snacks and getting the monster tokens, including the one in this room. But in the meantime, we're going to do, just going to go and collect everything, have a good time for, yeah, a bit of an unorthodox final show of the year. Because I didn't necessarily expect that this was going to be the game we're going to finish on. But it's a case where, yeah, this is a great game. DollyFinn did make a great suggestion as far as this one, saying this is perhaps the best Scooby-Doo game ever played. And though I've only played the 2 Scooby-Doo Mystery games from Sega Genesis, and we played the Super Nintendo one for the show already, actually surprisingly highly watched, because people did want to see it. Yeah, I would agree with that, even though there are many other Scooby-Doo games we get to. And I'm definitely going to be curious to hear what other Scooby-Doo games you like that we haven't played yet and which you want to see. I know DollyFinn mentioned Scooby-Doo and the Spooky Swamp, which is on the Wii, and I think it's on the PS2, where it's a beat-em-up. That's actually pretty good. Okay, so there's a monster token over there. In order to get that, we need an upgrade, basically to trap that gargoyle over there. And when we do that, we'll be able to get a little bit of a boost up. They also have this is a shortcut back to the hedge maze. It is a one-way path out, so don't take that unless you want to go back there. But for now, I'm not going to. Also, it's worth pointing out one thing I probably should mention last time, but something I guess I was looking into more on this time, which is when it comes to this game, those will be telling, wait, we have the plunger. We need that in order to get up this ramp, so we have to come and find it. So the plunger is the only thing that's going to let us go through those doors. In the meantime, we have to go another way. Ouch. Yeah, unfortunately, the gargoyle is in the way. There are Scooby Snacks there, and remember, one Scooby Snack on screen does equal to one. When we get the box, that is fine. In this case, also, I have my own box of Scooby Snacks here, just to give an indication. When I edit, which, by the way, as I said, it's not going to be until the first full week of January when I do that. I'll have a picture of the Scooby-Doo snacks I bought. They are like the fruit snacks from Betty Crocker, going back to that. I was at the store this week. I said, let me get some stuff. And I said, that'd be kind of interesting to do this, but it's also a case that I said, all right, here we go. So would I do this for Scooby Snack? Well, I'd do this for really any case. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, we don't have much we can really do with this. Although one thing I should have mentioned, as I mentioned, let's kill him. Okay, that's sort of another way you can do, because the way the physics of this game work is you can sometimes jump on things and land on things that the game doesn't necessarily intend you to. So you can kind of sequence break this, kind of like a lot of Metroidvanias. I'm trying to see if I can't do that here, but in this case it's saying, hey, you know, you're going to get yourself set that way. So I'm going to have to probably come back, though there is one thing I do have to do before we do this, and I'm going to have to actually go back to an area we went to. And the good news is I did open up a bunch of warp gates, so I'll be able to travel to that quickly. I probably should have done this the first thing, but since we were here, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go back to All Scares Upstairs. Because remember, when you open a warp gate, I don't know if we really went into this too much last time, it opens it, and then you can go and transport your way to certain areas. Usually they'll put it at the end of an area, so it kind of will then go to another one. Now, we want to go to Mystic Manor for this one. I want to go to the one for All Scares Upstairs. It does put it into part 4, because each episode, I guess, and we'll put this with the names, they are split around. And part 4, as far as the number, that's usually the end. That's where they put the warp gate, as far as that. So in this case, we're going to go in here. Because I want to go back to Don't Look Down, Scooby-Doo. We did go here last time, but there is an optional upgrade I did not get. And actually, I didn't realize it was there until I was doing my unlock of everything. Because I do want to go through that. I want to go and show off everything for this game. As always the case. Okay, ouch. Alright, I got hit by the mouse, but that's fine. One thing I should have done is... Yeah, you have the gargoyle here, but here's the thing. He's standing on that pedestal. If you kill him, well, you get rid of him. But if you ride this up, you get to this awning over here. And we'll get a couple more Scooby Snacks. Alright, there we go. Yeah, we get this. We're pointing out before I do this. Remember, if we got an upgrade, and if you hit the R2 button, you're able to have the lampshade and the bunny slippers, basically kind of stealth mode for Scooby. There's a tiptoe, and that does give you a sense of, hey, you collected all the snacks in this area. So in this case, when you have a monster over there, they might not see you if A, they're not in your line of sight, but also if you're standing still, they won't look and see. They also want to hear Scooby-Doo saying, hey, the creeper is here. But as soon as they come out, I was like, huh, what's that? And then he's like, yeah, no, I'm going to attack him. But in that case, kill him. And get health. But this is a bit of a replacement for this. So I'm going to actually tiptoe into this. Here we go. This is the Black Knight's armor costume. It's the same case as the bunny slippers and the lampshade. It actually replaces it. You hold the R2 button for sneaking, so it runs the same, although some of the tougher enemies, they will be fooled by this in ways they weren't with bunny slippers. So in this case, hold R2. He also has that great animation where the visor, the helmet comes down, has that set. But he's kind of doing like the soldier walk a little bit. But I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll be just set and safe for that. So we just want to come get that. And next we have to go and get to the next area. And what I'm going to do is I am going to go back to the area I was at previously, as far as All Scares Upstairs. Then we're going to go back to the warp gate. And since we don't have a way out as far as misbehave and cause a cave, and we do need to get the upgrade for that, we will try and do that. Also, I was showing there, that's what I was mentioning when you can kind of sequence break this game. I mean, it's a Metroidvania, so I guess it makes sense that you have that aspect to itself, but it's good to see a bit of a confirmation the idea that this game has it. Since it's cases where, yeah, the way the jump works, since I'm jumping on the railing there, he can stand on that. And that does make sense, he can stand on it. But sometimes when you're on the awnings here, you can sometimes kind of jump up those and be in cases where... And we kind of saw this last time, where you can kind of get to areas and get there in ways that the game maybe doesn't intend you to get to right away. But it is kind of been a fascination looking into this, because I realized people have been able to really use that for the purpose of speedrunning this game. In fact, I think the shortest speedrun I saw was... I don't think version really plays too much of a factor into this, but it was with the Xbox version, where they were saying they ran the game in about 15 minutes, as far as going through any percent to get to the end and beat it. But since we're going 100% as far as, well, okay, I went over 100% off the show, or off show, I should say. It's a case where we're going to go through the way we did. I did do that for the purpose of being able to be set for this. And also so we can show off everything for it, so we're going 100% that way. Okay, so we did go to the hedge maze, just to give a sense. If you can't make forward progress somewhere, you'll probably have to go somewhere else. So, we have to go there. We do have to go to a tight spot for grave plot, as well as one way to the crypt, a one-way trip to the crypt, and gloom and doom down in the tomb. That being said, I'm going to take another look just to make sure we can't get there as far as it. And if not, I'm going to have to go to another area. Because that's usually the idea of how these tend to work, which is saying, okay, if you can't get to one place, go to another one, get the upgrade you need, and then come back. Again, the Metroidvania concept. And it's interesting to think that this game is a game like that. Which I don't think I really got a sense of until I started playing it for myself. Okay, yeah, as far as this, I think the only way I can go is I guess I take the shortcut out of the hedge maze, because I need the plunger to get up the hill, because when you get that, you will not slip when you go across the hill. So in that case, yeah, take care of the monster over there. Okay, we're set, and it is a little slippery on here because it is icy. Whoa. Okay, I was going to try to see if I could make that jump, because you do have a little bit of a boost that you get when you do the jump, double jump, and then do the pound up, because you do, as you're seeing Scooby there, he's kind of doing that spin in the air, so it does keep him aloft a little more. So it's been interesting kind of being able to get a sense of that, and then, in a way, maybe rethinking how to play this game. And in some ways saying that, okay, I do need to have all these upgrades, but if you know what you're doing, you can kind of bypass some of the challenges. And we did that last month, a little, or 4 months ago as it was, or last part, I should say, we did do that. But not as much as I was able to find that we could do later. As we're pointing out, there are codes that will allow you to unlock all of the upgrades if you so desire. Alright, since we don't have a way to go here, we are going to go to the start of the hedge maze. And I'll show what this is, and then we'll go to another area. Ow. Yeah, this gate opened on the other side, but we did already unlock it. Alright, let's see what's under the flower. Nothing. Okay, so we did go through most of the hedge maze, as was the case, so not really too much for us to go there. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go back. We're probably going to go around the, actually, I think I know where we go. We'll go back towards, where the castle is. That, and I'll also see as far as, since I do have the double jump, I can take advantage of that and say, hey, I can go get some Scooby Snacks. I didn't have a set, and also hit circle button to do the digging with the shovel. Yeah, okay, I can't necessarily get up there. Okay, yeah, you're right, I can't. I was just trying to think about that, because it's been an interesting thing as far as going through this game, getting ready for the show, but also saying, wait, how do I get over there to certain areas, and then finding the clever ways of the game that says to you, okay, you can do this, as far as how they intend. As I mentioned, other ways that they don't intend for you to do as far as getting through, but for that saying, oh, that makes sense then. And as far as backtracking, it's kind of kept to a minimum to a certain extent anyway. So it's not a case that seems like, oh yeah, you're gonna not like it. Or it's gonna be something that's gonna be a pace breaker. Actually, let's go this way. Except, unfortunately, I fell into the hole. So we're pointing out when you fall into a hole, well, Scooby doesn't die. You have unlimited lives. So when you run out of those dog tags, you just go back to either the beginning of an area or where a checkpoint is. In that case, also take the cake for some health. Yeah, you have a max of 5, just going to that again. It has been a while since I played this. Yeah, and now, or it was a werewolf, now he's dead. In fact, they're gonna tell me right here, this is, I think, another area where I have to have the plunger. Yeah, the reason I need that is because, well, it's a tar pit, number one, so I can't jump when I'm on that. I can also do that and say, okay, you know, maybe I don't need that, maybe I can go that way, so alright. I guess I can kind of sequence break this game. A little bit. Saying, oh yeah, you have to do this. Yeah, I just barely made it over there. It's kind of interesting just to look at that, saying that I was like right on the edge of the platform. Oh, right, we're getting something we can't use yet. And actually, okay, then I must definitely went out of order this way because, yeah, that is part of an upgrade we're going to see later. Okay, you're normally not supposed to get this case. Okay. So it's just going backwards, but since there is a Scooby Snack over there, I don't want to leave it if I can make that jump. And I'll mention later what they're really intending me to do here. But because of the way the controls are they're very crisp, and also because they have these little properties themselves when you kind of play around, saying like, wait, I'm doing that jump and then doing that flip thing as far as the pound, but it helps me get a little more distance as far as the horizontal element of the jump, which is actually very useful, but also a little bit of a vertical, because it does kind of keep you in the air long enough to be able to get to where you're going, or needing to go more. And as far as I understand, every version of the game is like that. We'll get to this later, but from what I've gathered, there's not really much of a difference when it comes to the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox version of this, except for really, I would say, the differences of the promotional materials that are in each of the versions, because they're different, and then the fact that the GameCube version is a little more compressed in terms of its audio. It's a bit scratchy. It's not awful, but it's a case where you can definitely tell it. And then the Xbox version, which I need the helmet to open, which I already used that for the dash. That's on Square. Yeah, the Xbox version, playing on the original Xbox as is intended, that's fine, no problem with it. But if you're playing on an Xbox 360 where it is backwards compatible, the final boss is unbeatable. The game will crash at it. So that's a case of Microsoft's backwards compatibility screwing this game up. So in that case, I'd say if you have only an Xbox 360, don't buy the Xbox version, for the love of God, otherwise you won't be able to beat it. And that's more because of the back compat that Microsoft was doing back then. As opposed to the case that it's programmed badly on the original Xbox. Alright, but we're back at the maze. Also, it's worth pointing out, I want to mention something. I'm going to go to the mystery machine. I'd be sure to give a little bit of an indication of this. Actually, no, I didn't do that. Actually, it won't show in the mystery machine. Let's go to the options menu. Oh, wait a minute. No. I have to go to the options menu on the title screen, or from the title screen. Because you're seeing it's snowing out here. This game has a little bit of a nifty Easter egg where it does run on the system clock of any console you play it on. And I did say it to Christmas Day, actually, for today's show. And when you have it running on Christmas Day, you see it snow. And you also get cases where you've set to 4th of July, you'll have fireworks. And I think there is one specific for Halloween, which I probably should have done when we looked at this before. But having said that, just want to give a bit of an indication. That's also why, yeah, this is technically a Christmas game now, even though it's like, yeah, it's a Halloween game that we didn't even play in the Halloween month. But, okay. Because of that, I'm going to go around. We're going to see. I think where I want to go is. We can't go to Gasp by the Mast or Wreck on the Deck because I need an upgrade. That's going to be the concert here. It's like, I need an upgrade. But for Mystic Manor, we can go around. Did I unlock Who's Yellow in the Cellar? No, I haven't done that. So, I did go to the Lighthouse. We did get that set. Dark and Stormy Night, because we did beat the boss there. So, actually, what I need to do is I'm going to go to Clamor in the Manor. There's another path down that way that we can take. And that'll take us towards the side there. As I think it will. Oh, it's the way back. Alright, that's Geronimo, so yeah, let's knock him down. Yeah, for the time being, just enjoying the atmosphere, and it is a great case as far as how it is. I mean, as I mentioned last time, it's developed by Heavy Iron Studios. The people would go on to make SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. And it's a case where, just like that game, this does a great job of capturing its enterprise. So it does feel like you're playing Scooby-Doo, and it's really nice to have that going on. Okay, so there's a fan. We can't do much about that yet. And the ghosts, I have to just avoid the ghosts, because ouch, they're invincible. In this case, just wait and jump there. Okay, also, yeah, here's the other thing, because, okay, I don't have the, I was gonna say, do I have the thing to do this? Sort of not, because the idea is you're supposed to jump off of enemies or something, but alright, it also showing another thing, because it, as I mentioned, the way the collision detection of this game is a little weird. Sometimes if the game thinks it doesn't always agree if you're at the same altitude or something, because you saw I hit that box of Scooby Snacks. I probably should have hit it, but I was like inches off, even though I didn't look it. But I was able to jump on that lamp over there and get a sense of saying, hey, I can get that. So that, yeah, I didn't get the box of Scooby Snacks, but I was able to go up there when the game didn't need me to, or didn't want me to, really. Alright, so yeah, we're back in the manor as far as how this is. Also, it's a case where, okay, that means like, oh, can I take a shortcut? Like, sometimes you can, but other cases there's gonna be an invisible wall. So the game will say, okay, I can't go that way. That's not too bad, and as I mentioned, backtracking on this is not a big case. We sometimes talk about that when it comes to, like, the Metroidvania-style games, which, honestly, we really haven't played a whole lot of them. It's, I think this and Tomba are the ones we played completely, as it is. And I guess it's an interesting case to that, because the Tomba 2 Special Edition just came out about a week or so ago. Apparently they did a better job as far as the porting of it than with Tomba 1. And also a case where it does have the music from the Japanese version available in it. Which it didn't... Actually, when we previewed Tomba 2, it was a question about how did that look. Or that soundtrack, because it had 2 soundtracks. But it's a case where... Yeah, if it gives you option for both, and actually, they're gonna patch the game soon enough, because when it launched, for some reason, from what I was hearing, they only let you play with the Japanese music, not the American music, which, I don't know, is kind of hearing mixed things as far as whether people liked the American music or the Japanese music better. But then a case of saying, like, well, wait, you have the option for listening to the American music in the menus in this new version. But during gameplay, it's the Japanese music, but it also still has part of the American music for dialogue sequences. But they are going to patch that basically to give you the option saying, hey, you can play it either way, and it should go complete with every case. But yeah, it's a case where, as I mentioned, not a whole lot of Metroidvanias we played fully for the show. I mean, we demoed a couple. We demoed the Castlevania games from DS. Ouch. I demonstrated Castlevania Symphony in the Night briefly. We did show off some stuff with Metroid when it came to our look at Switch 2 Chronicles, when I showed off Metroid Prime Mastered and Metroid Dread. But we haven't played a full Metroid game yet. And it's one of those cases of, wait, which one should we take? As you're going all scares upstairs. Okay, I want to also take a look at one thing. I want to look at the map, because I want to see where am I going, and just want to see... Okay. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to go back and go to the Wolf Gate. Okay, so yeah, we can't really go too far here, and we already did that. So at that point, I'm going to try and see about going towards the lighthouse, because I do know that... Okay, I guess, alright, I think it's the shortcut out. The idea is that some of these are like one way through, and you're not going to necessarily know that until you get over there. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to go to... Let's see. We did do Fishy Clues for Scooby-Doo. That will take us to the next area, because we do have to go to where the castle is. So I'll go there, and then unlock more stuff so we can get through to the end as it is. Okay. And there's more Scooby Snacks. We'll have to wait to get those. Okay, right, because in this case, you kind of are going to be going all around and saying, hey, where's the shortcut somewhere, and also where is, yeah, the location you want to go to for finding other stages. Because everything is interconnected. In that case, hitting that switch means that we get the fishnet there, so in that case, we can just hang on to that and get some more Scooby Snacks. I mean, if nothing else, it's also fine that we're kind of going around this way. I did do practice as far as the game, kind of going through getting all the Scooby Snacks, although at that point, I'd done a lot of practice more for the end of the game. Ouch. But I did go to a bunch of areas to get sense of, okay, where are they connected? But at that point, I had all the upgrades, so in that case, it was a bit different. But I do have the galoshes, because, yeah, when you have the galoshes, you can walk on the, yeah, you can walk on everything you need. Okay, so, this is going to the lighthouse. I think I do want to go there. I just want to take a look and make sure. Yes, right, we do want to go there. I was making sure this wasn't one of the one-way doors, although actually the one-way door, I think you have to jump on the trampoline here, and it tells you specifically, oh, it's a one-way door. Right, here we go. Actually, this is, just to give a sense of this, yeah, this is good. I just want to make sure that we're going the right way, but yeah, it does seem like we're going the right way. Alright, there's also other Scooby Snacks. I can get one, saying how we get the other ones. Well, stay tuned, we'll get them, as it is with another upgrade. Basically, any answer is going to be an upgrade, although what those upgrades are, I'll keep in suspense before we get there. And then the cavemen, yeah, yeah, this question is saying, like, hey, they crash out of the ice, so you have to be careful. Or I guess the case if we sometimes talked, like last part we did talk about this, the idea of crossovers that Scooby-Doo had, and other cases of, I guess, Scooby and other Hanna-Barbera franchises. There's another movie, Scoob, from 2020 went into that. They tried to make a Hanna-Barbera cinematic universe because Warner Brothers so badly wants to try and get all their universes to connect, and then it always blows up in their faces, and people say, like, yeah, who cares the way you're doing it. It seems so cynical and not really that great. And that was kind of the case with Scoob, admittingly, but my point is saying the Caveman, like, yeah, Captain Caveman, as far as that idea. That could have been an interesting case. And actually, far as I know, actually, no, I know, this game does not have any cases of other cartoons connected to it. The only other one that does that I know of is... I know there's that one WayForward made on 3DS. I always remember the name of it, and also there's always a case where when I edit, the name is too long to actually fit. So it's... as far as whether I'll have it down below, I'll probably split it into two names, saying, oh, it's this WayForward game called this, but also this. I'll figure something for when I edit this, but as I mentioned, I'm not editing this for a few weeks. I'm taking the holidays off. I am off as far as everything I need to do. All the edits are set for the off-screen shows we got. This will be on the YouTube site after the holidays and after the New Year, but it will be on the Twitch site when we're done today. And, yeah, nothing else I have to do for the show, nothing else I have to do personally as far as it. And, just getting ready for my vacation, which is also the reason why we're not going to be on. Okay, this is one thing, actually, I forgot to do when we did this before. You have to hit onto that, barrel, and you're able to pound onto that switch. And what that does is, we saw these crushing crates here. If you hit that, it basically makes them so they stop moving. But the other thing about that is that when you do that, there's the witch. We're seeing up there, you're seeing the life preserver coming up. So you're able to come up here for more Scooby Snacks. May as well just get every single one. Because the last couple snack gates, they really wanted to have a ton. But it's not a case where you have to get every single one for the purpose of progressing through the game. It's just if you're going to be going for everything in the gallery. But here's one of the monster tokens. I'll get it, just as far as seeing I got it. Yeah, this game does kind of play around with your exploration that way for it, but also a case where it doesn't seem like, oh yeah, it's punishing you if you don't get everything. Because sometimes that'd be a question when it comes to a collectathon platformer, saying, do you have to get everything and the game will punish you for it, like, with all due respect, Metroid Prime does that, and Jet Force Gemini. I love Jet Force Gemini, but that's the one thing about it I can't stand, where they tell you, oh, by the way, in order to actually get to the end of this game and beat it, you have to collect all of the tribals, and it kind of comes out of nowhere saying, like, oh, you have to go through every single level to find them. And it's a massive pace break. I mean, we'll do that when we get to that game. As far as when we get to that and also how we show it, that's a question where I don't know how I want to do that. I mean, I do have it on Nintendo 64 where it runs at a frame rate of about, I don't know, in some cases like a 10 FPS. I have the version Rare Replay, which does run at a better frame rate. It has dual analog control. And here's also Switch. This is how you get to the Scooby Snack to the back. They hit that switch, and then the fishnet comes over, and you're able to grab it and jump on those sinking ships over there, the sinking boats. Or I could use the Switch Online version, which is emulating the Nintendo 64. To point out one thing, I mentioned this to Gemini 96 yesterday, as was, because this past week you got two neat games up on the Nintendo Switch Online, or the Nintendo Classics as they call it now, for Nintendo 64, those being Rayman 2, The Great Escape, and Tonic Trouble. Rayman 2 is amazing, although we're going to play on the Dreamcast, and I also might play the PS2 version for the extra stuff that's in that, maybe. But then we played Tonic Trouble. That was a laugh and a half. That's like, what is this weird game? As far as this, Chad, I don't know if you've ever played it. I never played it until they released it here. It's like Rayman. It came out like a month before Rayman 2 did, and it's basically a case where you're playing as this janitor named Ed, who he spills this tonic on Earth after he drinks it and starts vomiting. I'm not joking. And this Viking guy called Grog the Hellish picks it up and causes all this trouble, and then you have to go around and stop it by collecting things. My coworkers and I, we didn't know what to make of this thing. Like, what the hell kind of game is this? They always look to me for the answers. First off, don't always look to me for the answers about every game, even though it's a case where I guess I'm pretty learned about gaming, just because I eat this stuff up, clearly. I just want to learn about everything. Which is the case thing. I don't know how to explain, like, what some of this stuff is going on. But anyway, just to go into that, I just got another Warp Gate set. I noticed, because I was talking about this Gemini 96 is going to be doing Super Mario 64 for us. At the time this, the edit of this goes up, it'll actually be our next show, as I'll do the save here. And make sure to save on this one. Do not save on the top one, because I got everything set, and I do not want to, actually, no, so much so, I'll put it on the bottom, actually, just to be safe. But anyway, because of that, I said, well, with my previous setup, it was a case where we couldn't really do stuff on Nintendo 64 effectively as far as the Switch Online, because I was getting this audio-visual delay with stuff recorded. And there's stuff we've recorded for the show that has been like that. When we showed off bits of Pokemon Puzzle League, and when I did previews of Perfect Dark and Yoshi's Story, it had problems that way. But since I had to replace my PC for the show recently, or just my PC period, it was a case where I said, you know, maybe it fixed it. Actually, I guess it did, because even though the PC I'm running with now has less of a processor to itself than the old one, or at least, I mean, I don't know, I guess it does, or something, I'm not sure. Whatever the case, it's not doing it, and I'm not getting that audio-visual delay. So, we could use Switch Online as far as Nintendo 64 for stuff that's up there. For certain things, although I'll generally say this, if it's a case where I own it or I have it native on the console, I think generally speaking we'll go that way. That is, unless it's on the request of the chat or request of the guests. And at the time I'm recording this, it might be that way. I did give the option as far as Gemini 96, saying to him, hey, you know, you've got your option for how you want to handle this thing. If you want to do that for Super Mario 64, because at first it, oh, the delay of that's going to be a problem, but apparently not anymore. Okay, yeah, because I'm going this way because I do want to get into the castle, because we did go there last time, but there is something I do want to check over there. As I go along, I gotta be careful on the bridges because they can split in half. This is the tar monster, it's just knocking me down. Oh no! There you go. As long as you keep running and just double jump, kind of halfway towards the bridge like that, and then do that thing, you should be fine. And as you hear on the audio, you can hear it kind of doing a cracking of the bridge, saying like it seems like, hey, the wood's coming with us. Like that. Okay, here we go. So here's Lighthouse, Fright House. I can go in there. Actually, before I go in there, I do want to see one other thing. As I also hit the switch. That's how you go and get the Scooby Snack over there. Although, it's worth pointing out you've seen the fall and died in air quotes. You're not dying. You just started at the beginning of the area. If you do grab a Scooby Snack, you do get it for good. So it's not a case where even if you fall into a pit and you have to start the area over, you don't lose it. So if you're like, hey, I just want to go get it, I don't care, you can do that. Alright, so actually, one thing about going every which way is that is how you go get those Scooby Snacks over there, which I think I got before. Let's take a look at this. Lighthouse, Fright House. Because this is the other way through that. Right, I think I can get through this. I don't know if... I don't think I need the umbrella. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. I was going to say, do I need the umbrella for this? And the answer is yes, you do. Yeah, that is one of the upgrades you're going to have, so we do need to get that as far as that. So the next place we're going to go back to the castle. I just want to confirm that. But nothing else soaking up the atmosphere, because that's one thing I'll say that I love about this game. It definitely feels like this Enterprise, but also just the atmosphere of kind of running around. It is kind of a case where I get the sense that, yeah, I am kind of Scooby, and I'm just going around these areas. It's like, yeah, we're over by, you know, by the coast, over by the harbor or something like that. Or we're going into the mountain areas, or we're in the caves, or we're going into the castle, where it says, by the way, here, I said go away. First off, who said that, and second off, I'm not going away. I'm Scooby-Doo. I can do what I want. Although, I guess Scooby would probably usually say, no, we don't want to do that. But in this case, I think I might have said this when we played Scooby-Doo Mystery, but I'll say it again if I didn't. Or, again if I did, or first time if I didn't. The case that, in some ways, it gives... Oh, wait, that's a dead end. Where it gives the player, I guess, a way to... Actually, no, the game I said this with was Desert Demolition, starring Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote, that we played this year. For that game, it gives the player the opportunity to say, hey, you know, I can maybe rewrite an aspect of a franchise, saying like, oh, Scooby's scared all the time. Although he will eventually do it. He's like, oh, would you do it for Scooby Snacks? It's like, yeah, sure, I'll do it that way. So he's motivated to do what he needs to do, what he's asked of, I guess. But also the case of the player saying, like, okay, I'm not Scooby. I can say, like, oh, I want to make him super brave, which he is in one way, but then he's like, okay, I'm just going to go crazy of saying, not even questioning. I wouldn't even say, like, would you do it for Scooby Snack? We wouldn't even get that far. It's like, oh, where's the challenge? Let's go. Which is a unique case as far as this. Now, okay, here what I want to do is I do want to check a couple of the areas. If we hit those switches and we go through here, you also use that to bust through. And we did get Shaggy. He's here. We did need to get him. We need to get the key so we can get out of here. So we have to go in the main corridor. So in that case, we can help him out. Yeah, because last time we came here, I said, wait a sec, we have to go get Shaggy. But I wasn't completely remembering how to get him. Right, there it is right there. Although, I guess here's the question. Can I... Oh, wait, I can get it. Because what I need to do is... kill him just because he's there, and the enemies will only respawn when we leave the area. As I get a nice burger from the trouble. I can't take him with me, can I? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, because as we showed last time, you have Shaggy being carried by Scooby, and when you do that, you walk under something you want, including Scooby Snacks, hit X, jump up, and grab it for it.
Scooby Snacks.
Except in that case, I drop him on the ground. In this case, as long as I stand under the shadow to throw him up there, there's the key. That's the entrance to the super secret laboratory at the end of this corridor. It's too high to toss up to, so come back when you find a way to get up there. Okay, now it's worth pointing out, this is where the end of the game is. And I have seen cases where... Sorry, Shaggy, you're gonna have to stay there. If you jump right, you can jump onto parts of the wall and then quickly double jump off them and get your way up. But unfortunately, Shaggy's right. Under the normal circumstances of this, I cannot do this. So, we did free him, he's set. But what I'm also going to do is I'm going to walk around, we're going to go in that door. Because there are upgrades we'll get. Ouch! This is Headless Spectre. Okay. But you're seeing also when I'm getting hurt or then killing enemies, they will drop food for me, and also other upgrades that we'll get later as far as ammo that we need for those. So it is very much Metroid-like in the case that as you play, and you're saying, oh, I'm running low on supplies, the game will spot you and help you out as far as saying, hey, how do I get these? You have to be careful going around the axes here, and the way they move fast, it's not easy to always judge that. I mean, the fact you're getting tons of food as far as it hanging around or from defeating enemies makes it a little easier. But it always is a hard one for me to judge. We are also going into this room, which we do need to go to. Ouch. Now, in order to get through that, we do need to get the Scooby Snack. Yeah, don't hit the fire or you'll get yourself hurt. We can at least turn on the warp gate.
It's a warp gate.
Right, this is the plunger. So I did need to come back here. Just wanted to get a sense of perfect. Okay, that's the plunger. As we showed, anytime you have a steep hill you can't get up, Scooby puts the plunger on as far as on his shoes, and you're able to climb with no problem. You have suction cups will up steep slopes without slipping. I'm surprised I said that as well as I did within one case, but as the professor would say, he'd say, yeah, try saying that 5 times fast. And of course, we'll go into, well, we talked about the fact that it's Tim Conway, who's the voice of the professor in this game. I'll probably reiterate aspects of voice acting when we go. Particularly when we get to cutscenes where there are no subtitles, because as I mentioned last time, in case we get to cinematics like that, I'm going to mute the mic. I want you all to hear it, just to get a sense. And also appreciate how great the voice acting in this game is. Not just from people who are familiar as far as this franchise, as far as doing stuff with the series, and even cases they're making their debut, of either famous characters as far as like Scooby and Shaggy, which was Scott Innes who's involved in that for this game, but also for the newcomers, as I mentioned, Tim Conway, and also Tim Curry, of course, as the Master One. Okay, since we did get that, we are going to take our aspect. We're going to go back to the Hedge Maze. We are going to go through here. I'm going to go Scared Stiff at Skull Cliff. Because in that case, now we can go where we need to go. But that's the thing about this game as well. It's like, hey, if I can't get somewhere, it's something that it's not too much of a bad case of thinking like, wait, am I going to really be stuck? And honestly, it's so much fun just to kind of explore in this game, for me at least, that it's not much of a pace breaker, much of a case of me saying like, oh no, I don't want to do this. It seems like it's a problem. I mean, if nothing else, maybe it's me as far as this, for this game, because I don't know if everybody agrees the way that that goes. In fact, fine, probably everybody doesn't agree, but I got bitten, that's probably better. Because when I do get killed, or not killed, he doesn't die, I come back with 3 dog tags on the health bar. So in that case, it probably is a better case. In this case, I can eat cake that does not kill Scooby, he's fine. But also with the, like the Reuben sandwiches. But in that case, I have more stuff going on health. Here we go. But I said, just exploring this game, I don't know, it never feels the case that, even when I was doing practicing, where am I supposed to go? I wasn't necessarily saying to myself, oh, wait a sec, I can't get here, and I feel like I'm wasting my time. It always seems like there's something around the corner you can kind of get a sense of. And as I said, because of the way this game's designed, you can kind of, in a way, go out of the order of the way the game is. And sometimes it's more just me finding that out, not me looking that up and saying, oh, this is how it goes. But also, it's worth pointing out, remember, the name of this place is Misbehaving Cause a Cave-In. You do need to do that, just to indicate, because if I go down here, you have that, those paths over there with the Scooby Snacks, but I can't get there, so what do we do? Well, what you do is you come up here to the ice sculpture, the icicles, do the ram into them with the square button. You do cause a cave-in, so in that case, just run over to these and bash into them. And then get that set. And I'm gonna do that for everything, so in that case we have smooth sailing going downwards. So in this case, this game handles, as I mentioned, the exploration really well, saying, oh, that's fun, but it also doesn't seem like it's something where you're annoyed, saying like, oh, where do I go? And I feel like I want to turn the game off. Which is a delicate balance. I know it's a difficult thing as far as a game like this, but I think this game pulls off really well. Okay, so there's another box of Scooby Snacks. Yeah, I mean, in this case, just follow the Scooby Snacks. Alright, there's the deep sea diver. We'll see more of him in a little bit. Or as DollyFinn said on last part, saying it looks a lot like Diver Dan. Which is a case I was not as familiar with, but she said, oh yeah, I'm familiar with this thing. And it was interesting to kind of see that. Okay. Now, for this area, yeah, we do need to go get the lightning cloud up there. And there's also a case where, yeah, we got water down there, so we're gonna have to start running. But they also give you a little bit of a preview around the room, so not a case where saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna be completely blindsided. But we do need to go and hit that switch. Okay. Yeah, we're doing well on Scooby Snacks. As long as you get everyone you see, even if it's a case where you don't always get everyone, you should be good, generally speaking. But alright, there, the camera changes, and the camera is very well designed in the sense of saying, it's not something you control, because I'm hitting the right analog stick, there's no manual camera control. But it's a case where it always picks a good angle, and also, in a way, it's a 3D platform as mentioned, but it's also kind of a 2D one, in the sense that they put the camera behind you or to the side, I should say. Well, they did put it behind me a little bit as far as some of the stuff, but for this, they said, okay, here we go, we got this. So you're, even though I am controlling fully in 3D, it seems like it's something where I'm almost running this like 2D platform. And as far as platforms, I mentioned this before, but yeah, these are my bread and butter. So in this case, it's getting something like that, saying, oh yeah, I'm all set to go. And also because of the way the controls are, the controls just feel so right. And never a case where I feel like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be in trouble this way. But you do have to kind of gauge this a bit because these boats will sink when you jump on them. But there are other ones that will not. I also don't know if those are actually in this area. Now, in fact, no, there is one. Right here. The black boat. This one does not collapse, because in this case, I can't wait the whole way, because if you touch the water at all, as it comes off, you have to start this reimaging. Okay. I'll also go here to get food if you need it, but I don't need it, and in this case, just wait. Yeah, that boat is not... Oh, actually, it's sort of coming back. It just submerged completely. Alright, let's go, let's go. We're almost at the end now, so it should be fine. Oh no. I jumped too early. That probably was bad. In fact, it... Oh, I almost had it. You saw that. I was like right on the edge of the platform, kind of off on nothing. So actually, in that case, that was actually a really good thing to show off. Because I said, if you could get Scooby to an area that it doesn't look like you can jump on, but he is... the game will sometimes think, oh yeah, you are on a platform. That can help you if you're going to sequence break for this game. Honestly, that might be an interesting one to do. Although, in my case, I'll tell you, aside from... Ow. Yeah, it didn't look like the water didn't kill me yet, but it was coming up. So, in that case, I did get knocked back at the start. But it's not a big deal as far as it... But it's also one of those things that I don't think it's really a challenge. This game does still have a lot of challenge just because you have infinite lives. It's like Rayman Origins and Legends. They found a way to make this game difficult. And give you enough of a punishment for, you know, getting your health bar depleted, as opposed to running lives. So it is something we talked about, saying, how do you handle lives in a game like this? And does every game need to have lives? How does that work? Are you removing challenge if you remove lives? In the case of games like those two Rayman games, and then this one, no, not really, honestly. Because they come with a smart way to design it. But as I was saying, also, because I was saying as far as the idea of secrets breaking this, but honestly, aside from DollyFinn, I don't know if I know anybody else who's played this. Which sometimes goes with the territory. The case that, hey, when it comes to something for the show, we'll be asked for it, and it'll be because somebody else has played it. Maybe I haven't played it as much. Or maybe other people hadn't, but sometimes you get somebody who comes in and they say, oh my god, I love this game. And that's what happened on the last part, honestly. And tends to go, generally speaking, on a lot of the stuff we play. And, oh my god, I get the sense people don't know this, or I'm glad to see this. But sometimes that can be the fun thing. Even for me, when I'm, as I mentioned, going to Switch Online stuff, as I mentioned this week. Like, me on Tonic Trouble, I said, I never played this. I was just curious, like, okay, what is this like? And we found, like, oh, whoa, this is, yeah, interesting. I don't know if it's, as far as whether it's good or not, I don't know. I don't know if it's good, but it's interesting. I mean, there's some stuff in that Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection that just came out that's not good. We looked at Mortal Kombat on Game Boys. Like, that might be the worst thing ever, potentially. It's so hilariously horrible. I don't even know if Mortal Kombat Advance is that bad. So it's one of those cases where when I look at that, it's like, I'm really curious what that is. Even in this case where people are like, oh, I don't know this game. In fact, DeBull420 plays it. He wanted to see Radiant Silvergun, which we're going to be doing next year, by the way. And he's been in the chat in a couple of shows. He was in when we played Guitaru Man. But also the case that, as I mentioned, I met him and his wife a couple months ago, and they're saying one of the games we love, like, we love Trap Gunner on the PlayStation. Like, I've always heard about that name. It's a game from Atlas, and I was saying, what is this thing like? And this looks really, really cool, but hearing that experience is something maybe not a whole lot of people played. It's Scooby Snacks, like, ooh, thank God I survived that, but, like, we'll be okay. It's got this. Right, you get the Sonic enhancement for the Super Smash. You do the Super Sonic Smash by jumping and hitting the square button. Basically what that does is it gives you a shockwave effect. So when you're near an enemy, you can just do that. And it'll basically make them dizzy. So in that case, if you're close by and you don't want to just take the risk, potentially, of bouncing on their heads with that slam, go that way. But now we're going to the graveyard. We're going to a tight spot for a grave plot. Alright. Here we go. We got ghosts here, so yeah. I guess going to the Sonic Adventure 2 thing of, who's there?
What the? Warp gate.
Okay, yeah, that's true. It's a warp gate, but... What the? A ghost? Oh, no, I don't... Oh. Okay, it doesn't matter which one I really put it onto, as long as I don't put on the first one, because I don't want to delete that 100%, because I did go through there to get everything set. Because I said, I figured, alright, I asked DollyFinn I'm going to handle it, and the ghosts are invincible, by the way. So you can't kill them, so just you have to avoid them. But I asked her, I said, how do you want this handled for 100%, as you're supposed to get keys here? They're going to come out of the pits, so basically wait till they come up, and then do a double jump to grab them. But I said, how do you want a 100% run on this thing? And she said, well, take a look as far as what you think on the scope of this. And I said, okay, I could show all the Scooby Snacks being gotten, but I said, you know what? I didn't know how long the show was going to run or how it was going to go, and also with DollyFinn on the show, saying, well, I want to get a sense of, you know, we would not be here for... I mean, we can be here as long as we need, but also saying, okay, I don't know if I necessarily want to just get through that, or go through that completely, but I'll have a backup to show what we did. So it's kind of a question like how that I did this. It's like, okay, that's a good compromise. We're showing every area, so that's not going to be a question. It's not going to be, oh, we're going to miss something. And I am missing one thing. I am missing I'm missing a key. So I do need to go get that. Oh, right, it's right there. Just to wait till it comes back. So that's kind of the idea of how I figured the best way to scope it. Not that we're against necessarily showing stuff that you're like, hey, if we're going to go around... I mean, if I was probably going to do this game on my own, I probably would show every Scooby Snack being collected. But it's also something that, because we run a discussion program, that's also the reason just go. That's why I say I make the discussion program. First off, because it is a case where I love discussing games with all of you. But also just in my case of thinking, well, I said that's how we can pad time. And I realized, okay, it is padding time as far as the way the game is going. It also means that if we're going the same places over and over again, it's not going to be boring, because then in that case we always have something new to talk about. And oftentimes, that's sometimes been the best case. We've had just discussions going on as far as chat saying, okay, we're doing this stuff, we're paying attention to the game, we're going the whole way as far as it. And it's like, oh, you know, we have some downtime, so, you know, hey, this is something that I remember as far as something else. Like, hey, I've been playing this game, or whatever that might be. So in that case, it kind of worked. Now, for this, you do have to be careful of, I guess they're like graves, sort of, as far as in the walls. I guess it's like a morgue. Now, for this room, what you gotta do is you have to knock over the vases. They will fall onto the buttons without being broken. Actually, I'm gonna wait here because I do want to get that set. And you have to do that on all four of them in order to get the door to open. Also, just to get a sense, you're probably wondering, how do I get this monster token? Well, what you do is... try to remember if it's on... Okay, it's on the left. You basically jump in on the left, it's an open wall, as far as how that is. So you can get that and then come up here. At first I said, oh, you have to go to the front with meshing, but no, you have to go over the side. In this case, just time your jumps and you'll be all set. There's the spider. Okay. But I said, in that case, it doesn't matter necessarily they were doing the same thing. So I was like, hey, if I was going to show every Scooby Snack being collected, as far as... I mean, I did it. I have 100% as far as that. So that's indicating that way. I said, all right, that's one way to go. Now, with this one, you do need to use the shockwave here. I believe that's how you do it. Oh, no, you have to be up here, and then you use it. Or... oh, no, you don't. Right, here you use the chandelier, you kick it down. I get it 3 times. Or, there you go. In that case, it opens the door over there. But before we go there, I'm going to take a look at what's over here. But I said, it seemed like that was, as far as just understanding what I want to do with the show and how do we handle cases where we're doing stuff. I said, well, you know what, it doesn't matter that we're doing stuff as far as going through the same thing as far as the game. It's like, we'll give attention to the game. We're not going to ignore the game, saying, oh yeah, we're going to completely just not talk it, but then say, well, we got this stuff going. Let's turn it into something else as far as a discussion, you know? Or also saying, like, wait, because I'm seeing this reminds me of something else. In my case, going to aspects of other Metroidvanias, or other licensed games, or other games of this company, which I guess we can go into, because my only other experience on this company, I think I mentioned it last time. Okay, I played actually, you know what? I played the demos of a couple games of theirs. I played SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. We should show that on the show. As far as what version... there is also a remake. I don't know if we want to show the remake. There are people out, as far as in our circle, who I know are bigger fans of this franchise than I am, number one. But even as someone who's not a huge one on that franchise, I love that game. That game's awesome. And the fact that that's a game that, and that's all I said last time we played this, saying, even if you don't like Scooby-Doo, I think you'd like this game and it's worth giving a shot to. As you open this up, there's a ghost. But there's also a button to hit, which will get the blocks coming out from the wall there. Case where it's so well designed as far as how a platforming game goes, but then again, also if you love the franchise, yeah, you absolutely want to play it. So I played that. I played the game based on The Incredibles. I thought that was okay, but it had aspects of camera and controls that felt not as satisfying as this or SpongeBob. And also a case where, with that game, I don't know, I'll have to look at this. I don't know for some of these licensed games if we get a content question or strike on them. I mean, admittedly, I played the opening, the Scooby-Doo or the Scooby-Doo Where Are You theme from last time. I got a content question on it when I checked for the audio test for last time. And that gargoyle is a pain in the ass because it'll oftentimes hit you, or blindside you and hit you that way. As also we get the box of bubbles. Box of detergents. That'll come into play later, and I was gonna say, he went away, so no he didn't. So in this case we have to go and hit the doors. We'll understand what the soap bubble box is for later. But I didn't for this one when I uploaded the video for after we edited part 1. But I did on the audio test, I did. Like, wait, why was that? And as far as The Incredibles, it is the music of Michael Giacchino from the movie. So that might be a question. Same also with the game based on Wall-E, the game based on Up. I probably get a content question or maybe a strike on Up, honestly, if we were to play that one. And Ratatouille, okay, I don't know on Ratatouille. And Ratatouille's a game that is on, like, almost every system that existed. And at the time, every system that still had games being made for it, even was the case where there's barely anything coming out on it. Because it was on, follow me on this one. Ratatouille had games, they do a couple games on the DS, but the main one, there was DS, there was PSP, it was PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, original Xbox, which I believe was exclusive through GameStop, GameCube, I think it's one of the last games on the GameCube, it was also one of the last games on the original Xbox. The Wii, I think I said 360 already. If I didn't say 360, that one too. There's also Bubblegum. We'll get a sense of what that's all about a little later too. But yeah, it's like on every console. As far as how that game goes, it does have actually a lot of people from the movie as far as voicing. It does have Patton Oswalt voicing Lenny. And he'll also be in, when we get to this one, Minecraft Story Mode. He voices the main character in that game. And I would like to show that. And I do have it. That's a really interesting one. Even if you're like, I don't know how I feel on Minecraft, you might really like that game. Because it is a telltale point-and-click adventure case. And the most family-friendly one, I would think. For the purpose of that.
It's a robbie.
Yeah, it is, but don't worry, Scooby. We got a bunch of cases where the doors are going to open, but there's also going to be a lot of Scooby Snacks and a lot of nice items to find. As you're in the great new Scooby-Doo movies theme, yeah. But I said, yeah, it's sometimes a question like, how's that gonna go? And I guess with Ratatouille, the case, I don't know, it's weird how that game runs. Even as far as like on 360 and PS3, it seems very janky. So I don't know necessarily on that. And I don't have Evil Dead Hail to the King. That was the Dreamcast and PlayStation Evil Dead game. Very much like Resident Evil. Although, if I want to show one Evil Dead game on the show, I probably would show Evil Dead Regeneration. That game's amazing. That's not by this team. It's by Cranky Pants Interactive. That's a fantastic game. That is definitely the best game based on that Enterprise, without a doubt. Also, we're pointing out, when you go in here, looking around, you're looking for... there's one case of a door here where you have to do a run into it. Yeah, right here. You run the helmet in here, you get this monster token for the ghosts. So if nothing else, also get the monster tokens that I see as we go. Yeah, so that might be a question as far as, but I guess it's going back to my aspect of this company and of the games. This one in SpongeBob, I guess, is the one that I like the most. Alright, that's the warp gate here. This is another snack gate. Let's go through here. There's definitely some good stuff, and there also is Disney Infinity. We did talk about that, actually, at one point in the sense of... We sort of went into that... Okay, we didn't go into it last week, but something I actually thought last week when Lectors gave his great idea of saying, hey, if they're going to do a Disney RPGs, not Kingdom Hearts, if they stop Kingdom Hearts after the 4th one, whenever we see that, maybe another idea of mixing universes around. Which, Disney Universe does that as a Toys to Life game. It's on Nocturne I talked about saying, hey, maybe we do a showcase of that at some point for Toys to Life games, which that might be potentially one of them to do.
Scooby-Doo, get rid of these creeps. Do something, pal. Use your head.
Yeah, and also Shaggy's on fire. That's too bad. We're gonna have to help him. Okay, so how we help him is You do want to pound the button. But we also need to ram into these, actually, no, not yet we don't. He said use your head. He's right about that, because you do need to use the helmet. He knows, right. You use that to knock that down. Okay, so I did do it right. Basically aim that way, knock down, hits there, and he hits him into the ground, because the gargoyles shoot the fire out. So you gotta be careful of that spin and pump in there. And then we'll have him set. Ouch. Alright, there you go. How you doing, Shaggy? Let's go see how he is.
Rummy.
Oh, I can get him over here by hitting that button. I think. Or can I do it now? Or say, screw it, just come over here. Hi, Shaggy, how you doing? No problem.
Now let's get that key so we can get out of here.
Well, I gotta get him over there. The problem is I don't have a way to bring him with me easily, although... Here's the thing, I'm controlling Shaggy now. So you do have to walk across this, so yeah, good luck. The controls are fine, though, for this, just in case it... Yeah, just want to be careful. Take it nice and easy, you'll be good. The same deal, basically, he has him throw you straight up in the air and we're good.
Like, what was that? Zoinks! Run, Scoob! Yeah!
It's also weird that they don't subtitle that part as far as it, but alright, yeah, the witch is there, but he's running off, we got the key, we're all good. Okay.
Ruby Snacks.
Yeah, we're definitely getting tons of those and doing well so far. Yeah, actually, I'm thinking going back to Battle for Bikini Bottom just for a second, and also saying, yes, snack boxes are in the coffin, you have to hit the stone switches to open them up, and they'll pop out. Also, when you go into some of these, including this one, bash the zombie, and then bash the wall there. There's another monster token, the Scarecrow. Yeah, the Scarecrow. They just hit that, and some will drop out. As we're pointing out, I think if it drops out, yeah, the ghost comes out, but I don't think the box of Scooby Snacks goes away. In fact, it doesn't. Yeah, you have to get them, or you can get them. As far as it, although if you run out of a case of saying, oh, I didn't get them, you just leave them and come back. It's not stuff which disappears, really.
It's a warp gate.
Yeah, there you go. Just get all the warp gates as you see them. It's no problem.
Ruby Snacks. Right?
Yeah, there you go. So there are the box of Scooby Snacks. And we are coming up to a boss, so we will have to get to that in just a second. Yeah, I'll also go all the way around, as is. Basically, going back to this SpongeBob thing, I would think maybe Nikki or Crusader64 might want Battle for Bikini Bottom with anybody. And I think we'd probably do the original. If we're up to me, we'd do the original one on the original Xbox, just because it looks the best. Not that it looks bad on the other systems, but on the Xbox, it shines. Or fine, actually the game itself, to quote the game itself, it shines. It does shine on the Xbox, looks beautiful in particular, and since I have the component cables for that, and I can't make that jump, so actually I have to go the other way. Yeah, we'll come back to that in a second. In fact, that's where the boss is, but I do need an upgrade in order to get over there.
Right?
Yeah, but that would be my plan as far as, but also it goes to the case of if other people call dibs to that, and they say, hey, we want to do it, and they want to do the new one, we can do the new one. I mean, I think they made it better because I know the new one, which is SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. It had a lot of problems with itself when it first came out. They rushed it to market, I know that. But it's something where they did fix a lot. It was Purple Lamp Studios who made that one. Who also did Epic Mickey Rebrushed. Okay, here we go. Yeah, there's ghosts there. So in this case, I'll also get more keys, as is. But as I said, it might be a case of other guests who want to do that one. We'll figure that. That probably be our first stop as far as SpongeBob, as far as franchise. And that's something I think I'm noticing a lot recently, covering games based on franchise. Including a case where I've always mentioned, oh, by the way, this franchise has a game, and what's that like? And also, how does it look like? Is the internet right when they say there's a game based on it, or what is it really? And then, or was it something that maybe in development or something and was canceled? As I said, basically anything can have a game. Scooby-Doo makes sense, because I guess it's based on a cartoon, so you think, alright, get that for the kids to play. Or fans of the show, because it was a popular show. But other ones think, wait, they made a game based on some other stuff. I mentioned Jake Long, American Dragon Jake Long. That does have games based on it. I didn't think it wasn't popular enough to get him, but it's also something I was kind of surprised. I'm like, wait, there were games on this. All right, we're going into a boss. Pull the mic. I'll be back in a sec.
Daphne!
Scooby, help! Keep it up, Scooby. I'm almost there. Got it. Jeepers, my skin was beginning to chafe.
You won't get away that easily.
You think that was easy?
This will teach you to cross paths with me. Here, I think this old friend of yours is dying to see you.
Right?
Scooby, I can't believe it. It's the Green Ghost.
That's right. And pretty soon you won't stand a ghost of a chance.
All right, so there's the Green Ghost. Yeah, ghost from our past. Because as the mastermind, voiced of course by Tim Curry, indicated last time, we're going to be facing ghosts from our past and saying, wait a sec, why are they back? Now for this battle, as you're getting this great case of the original vocalized songs, like the TV show, you basically have to wait for Daphne to be around when the, basically she's gonna walk around, she'll open up the tomb, and when you do that, you have to avoid the Green Ghost shot there, but also you get it close enough. It's almost like the trap in Ghostbusters, and you have to suck them in. But you also have to time it so that, yeah, she will move faster than the Green Ghost does, but it's also something that, if he's not in the area, you'll have to get a sense of that in order to basically time it so that he's over the grave when she's there and she opens it. Like that. Except I missed. But also, yeah, you either are right underneath it by, you know, that divot. Ouch! Don't hit the evil plants. Or you just jump over it. Oh, come on. So, yeah, he stopped there, so that was a question on that. His melee is not easy to get the timing down. There you go. Okay, so I got one hit. You hit him 3 times and you win. And those are cases where he'll kind of move a little faster and maybe be online with Daphne a bit. So in that case, I was too early. I do love the fact they went to this trouble, again, saying that we have a theme song for all the bosses the same way that we would as far as the TV show. With a nice 60s, you know, sort of, I don't know, psychedelic rock, bubblegum, pop rock sound. Sounds good. And they're original things they did for this game. I'm also in trouble. If I get hit again, I'm going to have to start this boss over. Oh no. Also, shoot the blast out, so be careful of that. Oh shit. At first I was like, oh crap. I think I might have just gotten him, but unfortunately, because I died, I have to start the boss again. Yeah, the end of the game, I'm gonna be in a case of that.
Rummy.
Also, you do have health as far as this area, but you do have to time it. Or you're fine. You have to be specific on when you pick it up. I mean, you can get it right away and say, I have full health points, but then also saying, well, I might want to wait until later. And then say, oh, by the way, now, be set, like when I run out of cases of that. So there's, ouch, a bit of strategy you might want to use here. Oh no, she was too late. In this case, I do want to get the sandwich. Come on. Come on, Daphne, open it up. I'll also talk to voice actress again. There we go. Alright, so off he is. We have a cutscene.
Good job, Scooby. But what's the Green Ghost doing here?
There's so many roads around here.
Scooby-Doo, the Green Ghost isn't really a ghost.
Well, what about the Reaper and the Black Knight?
Have you seen them as well?
Uh-huh.
Jeepers! those are all villains from our past. Scooby-Doo, something strange is definitely going on here.
Daphne! Oh, that is a ghost!
I saw it, Scooby.
Frights!
Easy, guys. It's just me, Holly.
Oh, it's Holly.
Holly, boy, am I glad to see you. Scooby and I have been seeing some pretty strange things. Hey, what's that? Oh, I found a box of my Uncle Alexander's inventions. I'm not sure why it's in here, though. He usually keeps them in his super secret lab. A secret lab? Yeah, that's where he thinks up all his crazy inventions. Maybe there's something in here we can use. Or a clue.
Or a ruby snack.
Solar-powered nightlight.
Underwater winner's racket.
Microwave-safe ice cube tray.
Ray, what's with this umbrella?
That's actually one of my uncle's more useful inventions.
Daphne? Raleigh? Anybody? Here we go again. Right?
Yeah, we do go again here. Okay, so there we go. We did get the umbrella. This is one of the best power-ups in the game. When you do a double jump or a single jump, you hold the X button as you're coming down, you're able to use that to float. And when you go over air drafts, you're able to use that to get higher distance. And yeah, so we do have Holly and Daphne as it is. I'll go on that again, since we did mention this last time, but it's been so long, I may as well reiterate the voice performances on some of this. Yeah, for the voice of Holly Graham, who, of course, she is the niece of the professor here, Professor Graham. She and Daphne are voiced by Grey DeLisle. They voiced, she's voiced Daphne for quite a bit of time as far as this franchise, but she also is the voice of Jean in Bayonetta. She was Nubian Bot in the Mine in Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine from Nintendo 64. She's Queen Amidala in Star Wars Super Bombad Racing, which is based on Star Wars Episode 1 for the PlayStation 2. She was Carney Neth in Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rebel Strike on GameCube. Pagutok in Final Fantasy 12 or Final Fantasy X-2. And also Laura McQuarrie and Carlotta and Lois on The Weekenders. As Mystique in X-Men 2 Rise of Apocalypse. And Selena Kyle in Batman Arkham City. And also Carmelita Fox in the Sly Cooper games. Okay. And of course we did have Tim Curry as the Mastermind. Pennywise, of course, from the It series on television back in 1990. Nigel on the Wild Thornberries. Dr. Frankenfurter in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. As well as Wadsworth in the movie adaptation of Clue, a movie I reference all the time on this show, and in my own personal life as is, as well as the voice of Kong on the TV series The Pirates of Dark Water, which also has a game based on it. He was King Acorn, the father of Princess Sally, on the Sonic the Hedgehog Saturday morning show from ABC, as well as Long John Silver in Muppet Treasure Island, and Zimbo on Real Monsters, and Thurman Rice in the movie Kinsey, just to go into that as is. Okay, yeah, you can use that to double jump to the float. My god, this is just... Yeah, you're also getting the sense of the great voice performances going on here, and also just the fact that this game has really great stuff as far as capturing the Enterprise. Because saying, like, yeah, the professor makes these weird inventions of saying an underwater tennis racket and microwave-safe ice cubes. I guess if you accidentally say, oh, I'm gonna put, you know, ice cubes in the microwave or an ice cube maker in there. It's like, well, don't worry, it'll be fine. It's protected. The ice is protected from the heat. That is a pretty amazing invention in a weird way. But it goes well to the series. Okay, so we're back here. So now that we have this and now that the snow is getting a little heavier, yeah, this is going to open up a lot of areas for us. Now, for that, we are going to go back to the Smuggler's Cove. I'm going to go to... going down which way? Because from here, we are going to be able to use this to go to a couple places, which we need to go for the purpose of plot and also for the purpose of getting upgrades. That's one place we have to go. I'll go there later, because that also is going to plot. I'll come to that probably next. But there is one other place where this is going and you're set. But also with this, it means that, yeah, making those jumps is going to be no problem. And also when you see those air drafts, it's going to make it way easier to get yourself going when it comes to that. And also, it's like, hey, I can't get a Scooby Snack that's out of my distance or something like that. It's going to help for that. Particularly going across a pit or something. Also, it's better as far as enhancing your controls, and also one of those cases where the game is enhancing your control as you go along, but as we sometimes talk about, it's not a case where you get the sense that power-up is mitigating flaws with the control when you don't have it. Like something like the Tower Duraga or Sonic in the Secret Rings, for example. It just feels like a great reward saying, okay, I can jump normally, as far as when we first started the game. That felt good. They're like, oh man, I wish I could have some better distance. So then I get the double jump, that's great. Saying, wait, I want to see if I can get a further distance going across, making double jump, and then also going over there with the case of using the updraft like that. Saying, oh, I have to go all the way around this. Isn't that annoying? Now I can use the umbrella and get up here. So it's a great case of the build of Scooby as a character and saying, oh, you got all these great things, but also about your abilities as a player. Also being able to use that over there where that fan is to get your way through for the secret warp that they indicate, which I'll go by the magnifying glass to give a sense of what that is. Yeah, use this to go back to the courtyard outside Mystic Manor. We'll do that later. Or maybe we won't, just because saying it's just a shortcut. But we're going to go down every which way, or going down which way. Because we are going out to the sea, or going to one area of the sea, out to the west. As far as how this is, at least I think that's the topography. Yeah, we are going out west. Okay. I just wanted to see how is it looking as far as the map. Because this is a different map as far as how the layout is. Not confusing or bad, but just a bit different. Saying, okay, it's not like the Metroid or the Castlevania style map. So you kind of get how to read it. Okay. So in that case, we do need this because in this case, we can use this updraft to go over here out to the coast. And also you're seeing, as far as those jumps, usually I'd have to be specific as far as making my jumps going across, saying, oh, if I do the double jump and I miss, I'm going to have to come back or make a jump going backwards like I had done actually in the water caves. But in this case, saying like, no, I can just hold that X button down and glide down very softly. It's really nice. But it also fits with Scooby, saying, okay, this is probably how we do is like just get a nice umbrella, get that set. Well, in this case, we're not using it for the rainy night, which I guess is interesting. I guess that's probably part of the joke, and I guess what the professor's probably intended. Because we saw from the footage of him in the first part, that's kind of the idea. He's saying, well, he is this brilliant madman scientist guy, but also the case that what he's saying as far as this weird stuff he's doing, it does kind of make some sense. In a weird roundabout way. And also because of the way Tim Conway plays it. Of course, from the Carol Burnett show. It's always a winning case. And then me finding out, oh wait, he was also in those Gorf videos on that you could buy. And I was like, oh yeah, that's amazing. Okay, here we go. One-way shortcut to the road that winds around the lighthouse. We do need to go here to wind around the lighthouse. Oh, it takes us out the pipe. Okay, so actually in that case, I think that might be all we really need to do, I think. You know what, I do want to check that just to make sure. Okay, we gotta be careful. Also, you're seeing there, I don't know if I indicated this when we played last time, but as I've realized, when you're running along and you're going off as far as off of the platform or something like that, you kind of can jump in midair, I realize. So in that case, it's basically a case where it doesn't completely register the idea that you fell right away. Let's see, do I have... Going down which way? That's it. Okay, that was this. Wreck on the deck. I do want to go there. Yeah, because you have to do a gas by the mast. Actually, then maybe we do have to go this way. Actually, that being said, I am going to go to Lighthouse Fright House because I do want to check that one more time. And there is nothing over there. We'll just go over to the docks. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything here. Although, honestly, when it comes to the upgrades, we have most of them. There's only 2 left. So I just want to make sure that one of them's not out there. Or to see if I made a mistake and saying, oh, let me go backwards. They said it's a short distance, and since you have the warp gates, as soon as you get them, you can kind of just jump across as far as how they are. And they're spaced well enough that you're not going to have to cover too much of a distance again. So, that's a good case. I just want to make sure that, hey, I didn't go another way that I should have, which, I mean, that's what it looks like. I think I did. I think I took the shortcut when I should have went out onto the boat again. I think. I do remember this when I was doing the practice, because in this case I ran the entire game after that. So, at that case, I kind of, in a way... I'll tell you what it is. I'll say this interest economy is we're kind of, you know, reflecting, or I'm definitely reflecting this way as far as the end of 2025 for our live shows. And that is the case that as we've been playing games, or as I've been playing stuff for the show, all the great stuff we've played, all the stuff you want to see, and I appreciate all your requests and everything that it's brought to me, and I hope that I've done the games you want to see justice, because I want to do that. When you ask for something, as far as on the show, we're going to do that. And I do love that. But it's also giving me that experience, saying, okay, I'm living with the game. It's almost like when I was growing up back in the day, but, okay, I don't know if I can get over there from here. So actually, I think what I need to do is I need to go over to that one ship that's not going to sink, the black one that's on the water. And then I can go out there. But it was interesting kind of getting a sense of when it's come to prepping for a bunch of the games where I'm not as familiar with. I mean, there's stuff I know for sure that I play a lot. Stuff like Castle of Illusion and there's Islands, amongst many other games. But then when it's come to stuff that is kind of a new one to me that I didn't play before, all of you requested it, I was looking at them saying, okay, now I'm moving this game, saying, okay, now I kind of get the sense of now understanding, I guess, becoming more knowledgeable about it and learning, I think, what a lot of people have known for, as it's been 23 years of this game. Yeah, and I always was curious about playing this. And not a case where I skipped because, like, oh, I thought it was too good for it. So much as I just missed it. I just didn't pick it up. Sometimes that case, sometimes games will pass you by. There we go. So that's that crab. I do want to go over here. Yeah, because there are more Scooby Snacks. Actually, that might be all that's out there. But, okay, there you go. So I did get all the Scooby Snacks here. So it was worth doing it for that. So also a little bit of a perspective, like, what did I do for the purpose of saying going 100% on this, and then also there, boom, boom, and then the box art. Oh, you saw that, all right? Because if you're in a hit state, the game doesn't necessarily register you falling off or falling into the water and restarting again. Like Scooby went down underwater before I was warped back to the beginning, and you can use that as a method, saying, "Oh yeah, I'm done here." Just hit that and go in the water, and then you just come back again. Okay, we are going to go the other way, though. As I said, it's one of those games, as I mentioned, that passed me by, but that's also, I think, been a great gift, as I've realized, saying that, okay, you know, it's never too late to come to something like this, whether it's stuff that I say, oh, you should play this, because I love it. And people I know have said, hey, I might have never played some games that I love. But then seeing some of this as far as myself that I miss, and saying, yeah, this is really good. And as someone who watched Scooby-Doo a lot growing up, because it was on Cartoon Network a lot in the 90s, it was something that I probably would have really liked this, honestly. Oh, actually, at the time when this came out, I actually couldn't play this initially because I didn't have a GameCube or a PlayStation 2 yet. And it wasn't until 2003 when the Xbox version came around. I guess at that point when it came to Xbox, there are other games that were capturing my attention that I wanted to play. And also, it wasn't a case where I don't know if I mentioned this. I mean, I maybe gave a little bit of minute for instance to this when we played Sonic Heroes. I have a bunch of official Xbox Magazine demo discs because I subscribed to the magazine growing up. And so, with that, there are a lot of games that I got demos for, so I got to be able to play them. And actually, SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom was one of those. But not this one. Actually, the one I played was the next one, Scooby-Doo Mystery Man. That's the next game. That is not by Heavy Iron, though. That is by Artificial Mind and Movements. Those are the people who made Wet for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, and they made Get on the Mic on the PlayStation 2, which is a karaoke rapping game. But I played the demo. That okay, it was okay when I played it, and it seemed great. And then when I heard people saying, oh, this is way better, including the fact that this even looks better. Oh, crap. Yeah, I didn't jump on that right, or I didn't, I think I had to go around as far as how that was, so. Alright, I have to switch. That's what it is. So in that case, I didn't end up playing this one. I guess by the time I either came out on the Xbox, I was playing other things, or when I got PS2 and GameCube later, it's the case where I said, well, I'll play other things on those systems. Oh, there we go. Right, because I had to go this way. Right, because I had to go the other way. That was kind of a bit of a trick. I had to go from the right side of the ship as opposed to the left side. Okay, now this part. This is a tough case of jumping, and honestly, as much as I think the controls in this game are pretty good, getting a sense of how you have to get yourself going on this is not easy. Yeah, depth perception on this is weird. Also because when you bounce on these masts here, your bounce is higher if you're on the side of it, but you also sometimes have to be directly on the side. If you're off, you're not going to be able to get yourself going, and sometimes it is immediately difficult to get a sense of, wait, where's that Scooby Snack? Where am I aiming myself? So sometimes you're going to have to pretty much let yourself bounce, and then at the top of that bounce, do the second jump, and then hold the parachute out, or the umbrella, I should say, to make sure you get all of the Scooby Snacks. Honestly, this is one of the hardest areas in the game to do that, because I'm saying, where's that Scooby Snack at? It's not horrible to get a sense of it, but also something that you're going to have to kind of wiggle Scooby around to get a sense of where everything is. And for this section, this is where the ability of, you know, getting sent back to the start when you fall in the water can be the biggest penalty, because you have to go through this, you have to hit these switches to get the mask going up, and then you have to go backwards. And you have to make another jump that's pretty tight. There's actually some of the tightest platforms in this game. And then you have to make sure you go through that and do all this stuff. And if you don't, you have to go back to the start of this and do this over again. So all of the switches will be set. And also, sometimes you have to go to the next one in order to be at a higher altitude in order to get the other Scooby Snacks. So actually, this can be pretty difficult. And I don't know how people necessarily see this game when it comes to aspects of where is it hard or easy to get the Scooby Snacks or go through. This is one of the harder ones for me. It's like, yeah, where is that? It's there. I know the sort of general direction. That was the case that, okay, I don't want to make a mistake. Otherwise, I am starting over from the beginning over here. And after a while, it's a question of, oh yeah, you need to make sure you can do that. So that's where it gets difficult. But still having a good time, and as I said, even though it's a case of, God, this is kind of annoying, it's something that, yeah, I eventually kind of figured it out, and was able to get through it, and it felt good to do that. And also, in this case, you're also loving the fact that when you have to go back to the beginning from falling in the water, all the Scooby Snacks you got are collected instantly, so you don't have to go back and get them again. Unless you missed them, in which case, they're like, oh yeah, gotta go back and get that one again.
Where I roam! Woohoo!
Actually, it might be one of those cases, I think I gotta hit the switch on this one first, otherwise I'm not gonna be high enough in order to get the Scooby Snacks up there. I do that and get that, and then hit that, there you go.
Whippy! Oh.
Can I get that other one? I'm not going for all of them for the show. I mean, as I said, I did that off screen. But still, if nothing else, giving you a sense of, like, what did I do? Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, sorry, Scooby. Okay, yeah, let's try this again. I guess as I'm doing this, and the other stuff. Actually, one thing I didn't mention last time, and I'll look when I edit this in a couple weeks to get a sense of what this looks like. One thing I didn't actually notice when I was doing my notes for this a couple months ago, that I did notice when I was looking into stuff for today's show, because a couple extra odds and ends I did edits for last time. I said, I want to look into those, but I was also... I found some other stuff that I was not aware of, including actually the background of this game in terms of how its development was, because actually this was intended initially to be a PlayStation 1 game. And it was initially going to be coming out in 2000, around the same time that Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers came out on Nintendo 64, and then also there was a Game Boy Color version. I haven't played them, but from what I understand, the Nintendo 64 game is basically like Resident Evil, including the fact that it has a lot of fixed camera angles, to the point where even Nintendo Power, they sometimes would be maybe nicer to certain games than they might have deserved, as far as certain things. But even with the case of that game, they flat out said, we hate the way this game controls, and that's the biggest problem with it. And even compared to something like Resident Evil, from what I understand, it's not like Resident Evil in the sense that, at least with Resident Evil, as we showed when we previewed the first one, you have a case where, what was it? You get, every time you are going somewhere, you're always moving forward, you hit up on the D-pad. In the case of this game, apparently you don't. It's a case where the movement changes from a camera angle, from what I understand. You're like, wait, what are you doing? That sounds crazy. Actually, right, I do. I'll go this way, and then we'll go over to the ship, as it is. But then the Game Boy Color version of that, apparently it's like a LucasArts point-and-click scum engine game, from what I understand. But yeah, they were planning Night of 100 Frights on PlayStation 1, because for years I was saying, wait a second, why didn't... Okay, I initially thought Classic Creep Capers was on the PlayStation. I really... No, it isn't. I know there was a game based on Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase the PlayStation got. I never played that. But then it was something that kind of made sense. And from what I read, apparently on the DVD, or not on the DVD, on the VHS, remember that, kiddies? I do. The VHS of Scooby-Doo and the Alien... No, Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders. Which I believe there's, I think the trailer on this, which I'm going to show the trailer. The first one I showed last time, I'll show that again today, and the other one we didn't look at. We'll do that at the end of the show. Apparently on the VHS of that, there was footage of this game as was planned on the PlayStation 1. And then they said, okay, we're going to change some stuff with it, and then moved over to PlayStation 2, and then also later to GameCube and Xbox. There's also, we do need to get up there. There's an upgrade we need in order to get the token, but we can't get it yet, so I'll just get it with Scooby Snacks I can. And also go this way, because I do need to hit that switch over there, and then come back up. Because we're kind of going around here, and then we're kind of going around this area, and then we have to go kind of around the outside. As I said, that was the case where I didn't actually indicate that when we looked at this last time. Or something I looked at. I honestly, at the time I'm playing this, I have not looked to see what does this look like on the PlayStation, what did it look like on the PlayStation 1, I should emphasize. And what were some of the ideas, because I think they did change some concepts. I think the story was going to be a bit different from what I remember hearing. So, I'll be curious about that. I'll see if I can find something for this when I edit in a couple of weeks, just to give a sense of what it looks like. And I don't have that DVD, or that VHS, it's not DVD. I mean, Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders is on DVD, and as I said, one of the videos didn't show that. And I didn't get a copyright question or stricken on that when I showed it off of this. I said, okay, I guess we could show it. I said, oh, I'm getting stricken on that. Like, no, we're not. Or even questions. In this case, what you gotta do is you have to get these tilting enough to get it up high so you can make the double jump, and then have the umbrella get across. Yeah, that unfortunately I'm not going to be able to get now, Scooby, because of the fact that I don't have the upgrade I need. Or, actually, I think you have a choice of... No, you don't have a choice. I was going to say, there's one upgrade you need that's specific. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait here. You do have to sit around and wait. Wait till the ship comes by. It'll keep moving. Right, I definitely want to go get that warp gate. No question, I want to go get that. There we go. Actually, I think it's going this way as far as the ship anyway.
It's a warp gate.
Alright, fantastic. As we're going to a Gassed by the Mast. This has some pretty difficult platform challenges, actually. So you have to be on your game when it comes to this. Definitely was the case when I was doing the practice on this one. Okay. Here's the deal. We have the plunger as far as that, but that's not factoring here. It doesn't actually use it even though it's on a slope. As you walk, it's almost like... Okay, you have to hold the run button, that being on R1, in order to get up there, but also you have to kind of jump as you go. So it's not a case where you can actually use the Professor's plunger upgrade to get up here easier. Basically, you have to pretty much just keep holding that R1 button and then just keep jumping. You gotta do that for the purpose of getting everything for the Scooby Snacks. And also avoid the witches over there as well. There we go. Just keep going. There we go.
Rummy.
And then just repeat it as we go. Yeah, some of the other challenges as well. It's basically the case of you gotta be careful not to fall in the water. In some of the other areas, it's very, very specific on how you do that. Actually, wait. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter now as far as those things, but I have to get the upgrade in order to use the detergent. Alright. Everyone's saying, like, wait, detergent in the Scooby-Doo game? Like, that seems random. Well, okay, well, you'll see. We'll understand what that's all about a little later. Or if you played this game, you know what it means. We'll talk about that when we get there. And also, as far as the crabs and the witches on the way here, use the pound. That's basically the way I'll say it. Whoa, but also when you're going down the side of the ship this way, you do go far, so sometimes you have to be careful and say, okay, I don't want to go too far so I fall in the water. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, you're there again. Alright, there we go. There is a boat. We can use that to get over here. I also think it's kind of interesting the case of saying, hey, I'm just on this little ship, I'm going in here, and then you're realizing, wait, there's something bigger on the other side.
Right? Crabs?
Yeah, Scooby is still scared of the crabs, and keeps saying, right? Yeah, you do get a sense of saying that a lot, although, weirdly enough, despite the fact that every time you run into an enemy says that, I don't necessarily mind it that much, or get a sense of saying, oh god, it's annoying. Even though you do hear it a lot. Maybe in another game, I probably would say, no, that's maybe too much. But for this one, not really. But yeah, get rid of the witch. Also because he has different statements when it comes to some of the enemies as well, so I think that helps. Alright, there's Blackbeard. We'll get to him in a bit. This is also the case that if you want to get this thing, you do need to either... Okay, no, I think you do need the upgrade. I do like how this looks as far as giving you the claustrophobic aspect of us being inside of the ship. Okay, here we go. This is it. Because, yeah, going in the water, as I mentioned, that kicks you back to the beginning. So you're going to start outside the ship. But you have these platforms that are going to be rising and lowering. And also, it's a case where, if you're trying to go for all the Scooby Snacks, you have to make sure you time that right to get the ones that are on the water. Or you have to make sure you time it so you take a hit, so you can basically sort of walk on the water for a brief period of time and then get off and get yourself to safety. That's the method I kind of use. Also, because of the way the depth perception is, it's not like it's bad, but it's a case of saying, oh crap, I hit the water. Because that one is spinning. It's something where, in order to get that set, you have to make sure that you're positioned in the right place as it's spinning in order to get all the Scooby Snacks on the way down. And also on the way up, make sure you don't hit the water. Otherwise, you're going to have to do this again. And it does mean, yeah, you have to go through the puzzle here saying, hit that switch, and then again. Yeah, because we have to turn that on in order to spin the stuff inside. Yeah, the caveman don't care about you right now. Whoa, shit! Right that. You're seeing right there, since there was the fish there. Because I got hit by him, that meant that I was able to then walk on the water without dying right away. But basically what you do is you do what you tend to do in a lot of platforming games that are like this. You use those invincibility frames, and if you have to abuse them for the purpose that you go and do that. Except in that case, I also mistimed that of saying when was the platform going to come out of the water.
Right? Crabs?
And You do still have the case of what we mentioned last time, which is that, yeah, when certain things happen as far as in the game, or if you use certain power-ups like the disguise. Yeah, you have a laugh track on the soundtrack. I love that. Going back to what we mentioned on Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon on last week's show, and also us playing that game for the show already. The case that I think it's really that in this. It's really the only two games I can think of where they have a laugh track on the dialogue that I'm aware of. And I don't remember if Goemon's Great Adventure has that. I have it, but I don't remember if it has the laugh track concept either. Or for that matter, what other Scooby-Doo games have it. I don't remember Mystery Mayhem had it as far as what I played on the demo. Which I thought was okay, but I like this better. This is definitely a better game. Ouch! No! Okay, well, that made it easy to get that. So I'll definitely take that. Whoa. But also, because you have the umbrella, it also means that if you're just going through here just to make sure you don't get yourself falling in water, it's not too bad. You're just able to use that and then pay attention to your shadow. Oh. Whoa. And when he says, go, that's also your indication saying, uh-oh, it's kind of dangerous over here. Yeah, this is one of the hardest areas to get all the Scooby Snacks from, specifically because of what you're seeing there. Whoa. Oh! Okay, I should have done that. Yeah, okay, I definitely should have done that now. At first I was gonna say, oh, I can make it over there. Yeah, so sometimes you do have to wait around. This admittedly took me a lot of time while I was practicing as well, so I guess it makes sense that that's also the case on the players. But not too bad. But yeah, we're getting somewhere on this, so yeah, we're in good shape. Actually, yeah, can I shock the ground? No, I'll just hit him. It doesn't matter. It's either way, but it also is something that can be useful if you're surrounded by enemies, particularly for one part later in the game. Although, actually, I don't know if it actually works that way, if like doing a stunning on those enemies. I'll mention that when we get there. Let's just keep going. I'm gonna sit here and wait. Yeah, so it's not a picnic. Actually, I think DollyFinn, she saw me practicing this part of the game. As it was. No, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. At first, I'm thinking it's one of those other platforms as far as saying, oh, it's gonna spin in place where it is and not move over back and forth. But she was saying, like, yeah, you have to kind of be dead on as far as some of these platforming cases of itself. And you're seeing that, yeah, even myself has been playing platforming games like this for most of my life, being born and raised on games like this. Something where I said, okay, I still have to be set on this. She's like, yeah, I was gripping the DualShock 2 on this one. So it's like, can I make that jump? And then they're like, yeah, when it makes it, oh, thank God you made it. And I feel good also when I get to a case of going into a room. So like, yeah, there you go. We have a bit of a save case on ourselves. So I don't have to go through that again. But there you go. There is the ship. We do have to go that way. Also, in this case, we can use the tire or the life preserver. It might be easier as far as just getting all the Scooby Snacks. Although, in that case, I'm saying, alright, I'm going to combine both ways. And nothing else will be fine as far as the snack games. As I mentioned, there's the ones that you have to have a lot of Scooby Snacks for, but as long as you just pretty much get everyone you see, and even in cases where you don't necessarily have to go crazy as far as saying, like, get every single one of them. But you do want to pretty much grab as many as you can find. It's not too bad for that. So it's, ouch, not a case where you then get blindsided later saying, oh, by the way, you have to collect these, and then you have to go back because you don't have enough. I mean, that can happen to you. But it's not maybe as much of a case of that as, well, a game will deal with that when we get to Sonic Unleashed. Particularly the then next-gen versions. That would be the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 version, which, for that, we're in the Xbox 360 version on Xbox Series X, because there's a 60 frames per second mode. But for that game, it's a case where you have to pick up the sun and moon medals. The game doesn't really tell you, by the way, you need to collect these for the purpose of getting through. And it's something where I went through most of the game when I first played it. getting a decent amount, so I never ran into a case of saying, oh, I really need these, and then later I found, like, it was right near the end of the game, it's like, oh, by the way, you have to get all these medals. Like, wait, I do? It's like, was I not getting them before? It's like, yeah, you were getting them before, but at that point, it wasn't really made clear to me, or really a case where I had to basically, pretty much at that point, go and get every one. Whereas at least with this game, it does openly say, by the way, there's snack gate right in front of the manor when we first begin. So with that case, like, oh yeah, the expectation is get the Scooby Snacks.
Where I roam!
So it does establish that a lot better than that game does, as one example.
Ruby Snacks! Whoopee!
And there, you just keep going, and then we're gonna get more going on, and that's a shortcut as far as the ship going on the side. We might use down the way out. Wait, there's a snack gate. I'm gonna survive that. Okay, I can, but I have to go backwards. Actually, before I go backwards, because we do need the snack gate to go on the ship. We do need to do that. That's a shortcut to the other side. We're not gonna go there. Let's get all the Scooby Snacks in this way. Also, that's another path we can take, but yeah, they are right as far as seeing that snack gate. I do need to go there. And the way to get there is you either... Actually, wait, there's not a way back. I mean, I could fall in the water and restart this, but I think I can just take the boat back there and make those jumps. Yeah, right here. And the game does pull the camera out enough, so it's a case where you won't necessarily think to yourself, oh wait, I'm gonna be jumping blind. In that case, the design of this game is actually really, really smooth and really well thought out. As we sometimes said, something that comes of question saying when it comes to a game based on license, is that something they're gonna do? But for this game, they definitely did. Even as I said, the Heavy Iron games I played that I'm kind of met on, like Incredibles and Ratatouille, as far as a Wall-E, I think Wall-E's better as far as how it is, and Up, I mean, I liked what I played of Up. I don't know what I'd say necessarily on that, and I'd love to show that, but I don't know if that music, I would think I would get a copyright strike on that music. I mean, it is a music score that won an Oscar, and it is the same Michael Giacchino music from the film, so that might be a question. But even as far as those, I never got the sense they said, hey, you know, they didn't think about the design, even if it was like questions on it. They didn't consider if it's snacks. We got enough, we're going in. Okay. Shiver your timber, Scooby. Yeah, we will, indeed. This is not a long area, but this is an important area as far as how the game's going. Yeah, we're actually pretty close, honestly. Yeah, I'm actually... Okay, good. At first I was like, wait, did the game crash? No, it didn't. Okay, good. That's also why I'm saving every time I get to a mystery machine for that. Okay, now, for the ship. I'll get the Scooby Snacks, but for this one what's going on is they're kind of tilting, or spinning around, and then you have to make a jump. And then sometimes they'll rise, and there's other things. You have to basically do that for the purpose of getting every Scooby Snack you can. Which we'll do, because actually I think... Oh, right, I forgot. It's been more. I think I might be ahead of schedule. Yeah, because I'm not completely sure on how long this is going to go. I don't think it's going to go long. Like 6 or so hours, I don't think. But I think it might be ahead of schedule. Because I think I'm... Right, I have to go through 2 of those, and then it raises me up. Right, because you have to get the keys. That's what you have to do. You have to go over the Scooby Snacks, yes, but you also have to get all the keys to open the gate we need to go through. And also, Scooby does not have fall damage. You don't have to worry about that. Okay, now for this, what you have to do is you jump on the ships that have the tarps on them, and then you use that to bounce your way. Not always easy to get the Scooby Snacks off of this, but as long as you kind of let yourself go, it shouldn't be too bad. And also remember, there's invisible walls on the side of the ship, so it's not like, oh, you're going to fall off the ship, so you don't have to worry about it.
Scooby! Whippy!
But Scooby does sound like he's having the time of his life. So nothing else, that's a benefit of this adventure. He's saying, yeah, I get to just bounce around and just have a ball.
Scooby! Yahoo!
There's also a point out you don't always stop when you do the jump off the ship, so it's not. It's a case where you do have to time it to get yourself in the center where you need to go. In that case, I can then jump on this, pass my way up the top, get that one, and then I have only one more key, which is over there. And that one we have to get a little fancy with, not too bad. Actually, wait a minute, maybe I can fall off the ship, never mind. Actually, can I? Hang on. I'm gonna sort of put the test. Okay, no, maybe not from here I can. Maybe if I get up high enough, maybe I can. Okay, now for this one, it's like when we're in the fish factory. You have to go and turn on the conveyor belts. And there are a lot of Scooby Snacks over here by the wheel of the ship, so in that case, you want to go grab them. I'm also trying to get a sense of, yeah, can I jump on the wheel? I think I can. Yeah, this game's pretty forgiving on the stuff you can jump on. If you think you can jump on something, it doesn't hurt to try. Say, oh, I can jump on that, even though it looks like I should be able to, and then get all the Scooby Snack boxes there. Okay. We need 4 keys to open the door. The last one is up here. So the way we do that is we have to bounce around, but, you know, we don't bounce around. We have to go climb up each way. Basically, time it as it goes, and then jump on the one up there. Whoop. You jump on that, and you have to swing your way across to get up to that button, right? Because you hit that button, and then that's how you get the conveyor belts running. Yeah, because it raises them up, and then they start running, and then you just have to jump. Oh, right, because it puts them down on the bottom, because in that case, then you can, if you fall, you can go up here again, like so. So in that case, I'm glad I got to show it, and also because there's the Scooby Snacks. I'm not going to say no to the Scooby Snacks on this one, so you get in the same mentality, I guess, the Scooby saying, I want every one of these things. And there is the last key there. Let's grab it. Got it. Okay. Okay, here we go. And we are going to have a voiced cutscene, so I'm going to pull on the mic for now. I'll be back in a sec.
Ready!
See if you can get me down, Scoob. Thanks, Scooby. I think the mastermind's behind this mystery. Have you seen the others?
Well, but I lost them.
Maybe if we look around, we can find some clues that will lead us right to them. And to the professor.
I've had a bellyful of your meddling. It's high past time I did away with you once and for all. I think you'll remember this old adversary of yours. He certainly remembers you.
Scooby, what's happening? It's the roast of Redbeard. Shiver me timbers.
I think your old foe has a score to settle with you.
Okay, so this is the Ghost of Redbeard. We're getting him a sec as far as voice acting, and also for Freddy, I'll indicate that. Now, how he works as far as a boss, you have to bounce on the ghost to come out, and you have to pretty much get him to throw his sword over into the ropes here. You have to have him cut all 4 of them, and then you win. You have to be careful of these white ghosts, because we indicated before they're invincible. And if the one that's in the trench coat comes by, that one can be killed, so in that case, just pound him and he goes right into the wall. Basically, pretty much goad him over to throw that. He won't move. And I think what happens, if I remember correctly, because it's been a little bit of time since I fought this boss, but what happens is, yeah, right, he puts one more of the, I guess, like the trench coat ghosts as far as what they are. But yeah, the idea about that is you do want to maybe keep a distance for certain cases as well. In that case, it looks like he threw before or he started the throw sound. And also, he's surrounded by fire, so you can't go touch him, by the way. In this case, also because you don't see where he is as far as seeing where he's throwing, you have to kind of, in a way, just be over there and sort of be working blind. But the way to handle the ghosts as far as that, basically just get them on screen, bounce the one, go back and forth. They will drop health, so if you do need it, that's going to be able to be managed. Yeah, there's also be a preview to the final boss, which is also when you have to kind of manage crowd control the same way. But alright, unfortunately the idea is that as soon as you kill the one, you do have to have him specifically where it is. So you do have to actually get the ghosts to basically be around here, then kill them, and then at that point, you'll be close enough so you don't have to run over to where Redbeard is. But also, with more phases of the fights, the ghosts will come not just from the front where Freddy is, but also on the sides and diagonal. So in this case, just go back. Oh, crap. In that case, yeah, get the hamburger. He's there. Right, I think you also have to sort of be quick with it. There you go. One more. I do love this music. It's terrific stuff. Whoa. Yeah, but unfortunately I have one more case of this. And this is where it's getting harder because you're seeing they're adding more of those ghosts each time as far as the end. Yeah, because you have 4 of them here. There you go. And I have a cutscene as far as this. Will be back in a sec.
Thanks, Scoob. The mastermind really had us over a barrel that time.
Yeah, ran under one.
We caught the ghost of Redbeard on that freighter years ago. I wonder what he's doing here.
Jinkies! Watch out, guys! The creeper's chasing me!
Velma, wait a second. There's something on your glasses. The creeper times 2. Now this is a clue. And clues like this just don't fall into your lap by accident.
Raggy! Scoob! Food!
We should go find Daphne and Holly and put all our clues together.
And find that mastermind.
Try the secret lab.
A secret lab? Who told you about a secret lab, Scooby?
Ronnie did, before she disappeared with Daphne.
Come on, you two. You're coming with us.
Get there, Scoob. Fred wants us to stop our smorgasbording. Oh.
Okay, guys. If you want to stay in this creepy cove all alone.
Reddy and I got rid of the roasts. So, lots of goodies and no ghosts? Sounds better than a secret lab, huh, Scoob? Yep, a roast-free room.
All right, then. We'll catch up with you later.
You big chickens.
Big chickens. What's this? Professor Graham's Tricky Sticky Gum Doohickey. What do you say, Scoob? Want to give it a try? Okay, rhyme game. It says here, this stuff will stick creeps in place so you can bounce off their heads. The roast driver! Yeah, like the ghost diver. Roast driver! So, let's get out of here, Scoob!
Okay, so yeah, we got a good case of the gang here. All right, let's get the ghost diver. Yeah, because as he indicated, the gum, as far as this, we're getting that power up now. It should be here somewhere. Unless I have it already. Okay, I do have it already. Okay. How this works is we're pointing out, this is the gum, as you mentioned. You hit the L1 button, you shoot the gum out. When you hit the ghost or any enemy with that, it sticks into place. And you bounce off of them. And you pick up the packs of gum in order to get more, as far as how it is. Before we go on, we did have a lot of stuff going on when it came to the voice acting there, so I'm going to go into it as it is while we're staying. Okay, I'll reiterate also who we saw, because since we did see Shaggy and also Scooby, he was voiced by Scott Innes, they both are in this game. He first voiced Scooby-Doo in Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, and Shaggy in Scooby-Doo Mystery at the Fun Park Phantom for the PC. He was also the voice of Professor Pat Pending in the Dreamcast game based on Wacky Races. He was the ring announcer in the movie The Iron Claw. He was the voice of Scooby and Shaggy until Scooby-Doo First Frights in 2009. And he also was Scooter Walker in Christmas Coffee, a movie from 2020. As far as Fred, I should say, he's voiced by the one and only Frank Welker. We've mentioned him before. We played DuckTales Remastered earlier this year. We did hear him playing that. But as far as his other credits, he's the voice of the Blob in Clay Fighter 63 and a third and Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, which we will indicate at some point, because I have Sculptor's Cut as much money as that game costs. And we'll show it, no question. He's also the voice. He also played Henry Fothington in the Computer Wore Tennis Shoes back in 1969. He's the voice of Jabberjaw on the TV show of that same name, as well as Dingbat on Heathcliff, Hefty Smurf on the Smurfs. He was Darkseid on Super Friends. He was Brain in Dr. Claw on Inspector Gadget. He's Megatron on Transformers, as well as Bozkov on Evil Con Carne, the series that Electros wants to mention. We did Title Legends 1. As well as Gar and Jorak Uln and Sunri? No, I'm trying to get a sense who it was. They're all from Star Wars Knights of the Republic. I mentioned that game and how much I love that game, and how its sequel, Star Wars Fate of the Republic, is coming out soon enough. He's also the voice of Goddard on Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, and he's also the voice of Moogle in Fliggin' Brothers for the Dreamcast. As far as Velma, we did mention, but also since it's been so long, I may as well just reiterate the voice cast again. It's Beijing Ward as Velma. She is the stepmother of Helen Hunt, by the way, we're pointing out. Before she was Velma and doing voice work, she was actually a Playboy Bunny, interesting enough. She was also Witch and Wendy on the cartoon based on the Little Rascals. She was Ashley on the Littles. She was Scarlet on G.I. Joe. Casey Kelp on the Snorks. Giselle Davenport in The Opposite Sex and How to Live with Them. And she was also Rowan in Grandia 2 for the Dreamcast and PlayStation 2. And the Queen of Hearts in the movie The Page Master. As well as Casca and Erza in Sword of the Berserk Guts Rage for the Dreamcast based on the anime Berserk. And she was also the voice of Tulip on Courage the Cowardly Dog. And Barga in Dark Cloud 2 for the PlayStation 2. And she's been Velma since Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island from 1998. And then one more voice performance, who I think is the only new one we haven't discussed yet, if I remember correctly, because I know we haven't talked to him yet. The person who is Redbeard's ghost. This is also a case I'm going to have to get into something kind of uncomfortable. Not as uncomfortable I'm going to talk about when it comes to Beethoven the Ultimate Canine Caper in a couple of weeks, or that I will have talked about by the time the edit of this goes up. But Redbeard's ghost is voiced by the late Greg Burson. He was the voice of Mr. DNA in Jurassic Park. So you remember the video that they showed as far as how they reanimate the dinosaurs in that movie, where he's talking about getting stuff from Amber and says, Banga, Dino, DNA. That was him. He was also the voice of Yogi Bear, starting with the new Yogi Bear show. He was Elmer Fudd in Looney Tunes Sheep Raider for the PlayStation and also in Space Jam. He was the voice of Bugs and Daffy in Acme Animation Factory for the Super Nintendo, which is a Mario Paint-like, I should say. Mario Paint-like. They did use the Super Nintendo mouse, like Mario Paint did. He also voiced Bugs and Daffy in Carrot Blanca, that being the short subject from the 1990s. They played in front of the movie The Great Panda Adventure from Warner Brothers. And also Bugs and Daffy on Animaniacs, and that was like right after the passing of Mel Blanc. And then afterwards, it was Joe Lasky who took them over, as was the case. He's also the voice of Boss Nack and Peck in Star Wars Episode 1 Jedi Power Battles for the PlayStation, Dreamcast, and now it's on modern consoles, as well as Sergeant Blast and Rufus Rioff Cut in the Dreamcast game based on Wacky Races, and also is the voice of Porky Pig and Pepe Le Pew on Tiny Toon Adventures. That being said, it must be said that he died in 2008. He was a heavy alcoholic. It was a case also where he was in a case of being cases where that kind of was his downfall, and his career was pretty much ended in 2004 when he was the subject of a kidnapping, or he kidnapped a bunch of women in 2004. There was a massive SWAT team operation. I believe the women did get out safely, as far as how it was, but he snapped, he kidnapped them, his career was over, and at that case, that was the end. I mean, maybe not the worst case we have to talk about as far as a voice performer and having to tell the, horrible things they did that maybe negate their voice performances. I hate to say it. I mean, we talk that whenever we talk about Mega Man Legends with Rob Smith. That definitely is a case of it. Because look, there's some things more important than video games and voice performances. I'm sorry. And we get to Beethoven the Ultimate Canine Caper, have gotten into it. We'll be talking about the fact of the movie that's an adaptation of the fact of the unsavory scene in that movie, and someone very even more unsavory who it was the acting debut of, but was not involved in that scene that we're going to talk about, or we'll have talked about when we've played that when I edit this. But it goes to it because, hey, it's an adaptation of that movie, so we got to talk about it. In this case, talk about it. It's a case of saying great performance, but maybe not a good guy, and also someone who, yeah, there you go. But as I said, that's why I go into the guts of gaming on the show, and also why we're not a monetized show, because of that case, mentioning any of this stuff, it's a case where, yeah, you lose your livelihood pretty much right away, because YouTube either is okay with that kind of thing, or they think, oh yeah, it's not even okay to mention it. I mean, it's interesting, because I mentioned on last week's show, the case of how Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic, he does his Disney-cember thing. And by the way, when you get this is going to take you back to Mystic Manor, which I think we can go back to now. But I do want to look at my map briefly. But he was talking about Andor, the Star Wars series, yesterday at the time of this recording. He was talking about the fact that that's a more adult-oriented take on Star Wars. And we was talking about the fact that sexual assault is an aspect in that franchise that they go into, and they actually say the word rape. He actually can't say it. He says, like, if I say this specifically, I have to kind of dance around this, because otherwise they're going to instantly age restrict my video, I guess. I guess that's if you're going to be monetized, I guess. Or a case of saying, well, no, if you even indicate that, it's going to be a problem. I said, that's why I don't do this for pay. I just do this as a fun case, but also said, look, we're adults here. This is an adult show in the sense of what that is. When it's pertinent to the game, we'll talk about stuff like that, even if it's a case we're saying, well, might be uncomfortable. It's cases where, I'll tell you why. I was flat-footed when it came to Mega Man Legends. That was my own fault, because I did not know the sordid aspects of Rob Smith. If you don't know what that is, go back and look at our Mega Man Legends 1 and 2 play, and we'll get to the misadventures of Tron Bon. We'll go over that one more time. But case where we love the performance he gave as far as Teasel Bon in that game. There's a case where Electrus in our chat said, with more tact than I usually would, wait, there's something else to this that we didn't know. I was like, uh-oh. And then I looked when I did the edit. It was perfectly timed, by the way, for the edit when we did Mega Man Legends 1, as far as what that was. He couldn't have planned that any better, so I gotta give Electrus credit for that, saying it created great content. You look as far as how the edit of that went, it was kind of brilliant. I was editing like a madman, saying, like, wait a minute. Taking back certain things I said when it came to that, or even the Nocturne was saying when we did that game. But cases of saying, well, it kind of created that great content, and you couldn't plan that any better. Even if it's a case where he just didn't specifically say exactly what it is. But for us, we didn't. I said, well, I should have done that research maybe beforehand. That was my fault. That was also, God, think about that. That was almost 5 years ago. We've been going the show for that long, and we're continuing strong for our 6th year for next year. But okay, with that, I just want to look on the map to see as far as where we went, because we've went most everywhere we need to go. In fact, I think... Now, let's take the cannon back. Why not? Actually, can I take the cannon back? I had to jump in the cannon, and then I hit circle. So, rahoo! Alright. So, there you go. So, let's go back to the Mystery Machine. Now, I'm going to go back to the lab, because we are almost done with the game. And with the gum, that's going to help us, but there is also one other upgrade, which I believe is in the mansion as well. Or, in the lab. We're done with the mansion, I think. But what I will do is I will take a look, since we're going to use the warp gate. I'm going to take a look at that. I'm going to see what the map is like, just to make sure there's nowhere we missed as far as stuff that we need to go to the store. We did go shocking the dock. We did everything on the deck and shivered her timbers and all that stuff. Went to the lighthouse and the fishing village last time. Let's see. Missing playground was only in one area. The hedge maze, we did clean that out, going through doom and gloom down in the tomb, and one-way trip for the crypt, and all that stuff. And go in the mean greenhouse and wait, hit that. So in that case, we want to go to the Mystic Manor and go to. Let's see. It is. I just gotta see which one we're going to. No, not that one. We're going to Lighthouse Frights, because that's right outside the door of the castle. This is going to be where we're spending most of the rest of the game, and then we look for the stuff when it comes to the monster tokens and the gallery and all that stuff. Yeah, so I don't think we're gonna have too much longer. I would think probably total about 4 hours just to go into that. Okay, I also get to show how the gum works, because yeah, if you hit the L1 button when you have gum set, you stick it. I missed. I also missed. Actually, can I not hit the ghost with it? Actually, the ghost might be oh, the ghost's invisible to it. Okay, I didn't know that. Actually, maybe the sea creature isn't. Oh yeah, the sea creature isn't. You see in there, yeah, he's stuck. So in that case, they'll be free for the picking. And also, they'll drop gum. So very much like Metroid, is a case where when you need gum and you don't have a whole lot of it, you just kill enemies and you get it. So it's not a case where you're gonna have to really be in too much trouble, because you have a max of like 6. Oh no, it's like, I think it's like 6 packs. But you get a couple shots off of the pack. But they'll also be lying around as far as the later areas. As far as the detergent that also is going to go to that. The other thing about that is that if you do that, it drops them down. Because the idea is that you see them in the air, it gets rid of them that way. So you don't have to worry about, you know, them being in your line of sight. That also means that, yeah, you can get them stuck that way and also get them that way too. And we can't quite use this for getting to the lab. But there's something else we can use. But with this, we'll be able to get our way through. So we do want to go to a little deeper in the area. In fact, I probably should have taken the warp gate, but may as well go the whole way. Because, honestly, with the castle, it's something where it's easy to miss stuff. So it may behoove you just to go through every room, even if it's a case of thinking, well, I've been here before. Especially if you're going after Scooby Snacks, I've learned that's definitely the best way to go. And it's a case where you can't kill the ghosts with this, but at least you can stop them. So in that case, you stick them down, and yeah, I love the fact that the cloth is sticking to the gum and sticking to the ground. But they will bust out of that eventually, so it's not a case where you're going to last forever. Or they'll last down on the ground forever. Right, here's the deal. Because with this, now that we have the gum, these robots come around. Or, yeah, these, like, robot creatures. Hit them there, and you stick them. In that case, you basically use that to go bouncing up there. In order to get in there, we have to extinguish the flames. The way to do that is you have to get the key. So hit the switch. It opens the gates, or the cages, I should say. They come down. They do go in the lava, so we do have to make our jump over there and use the tilting platforms to do that. And jump here, because that'll bring them back, or yeah, it starts to bring them back. And this is also how we can get that, right, because you have to pull onto the gates in order to pull them out of the lava. But also there's Scooby Snacks here, so in that case you can use that and get yourself set. But yeah, if you do fall, go back and just jump on the chandeliers again. But also you can jump on these, so in that case it makes it not too hard to get your way back. Yeah, unfortunately I was not judging that one right. But the good news also is that when you pull the cages up, they stay pulled up. They will not go back down in the lava. So even when it comes to doing platform challenges again in this game, I'll say this, it's not something where you're going to really be in a case of saying, oh, I have to redo tons of stuff. I know Edwack and AJ42 mentioned before in the show they hate redoing work when it comes to anything in their lives, and It looked like I didn't get hurt by that somehow. But anyway, they don't like that concept. I think they would like this game. I don't think either one of us played it. I do know AJ42 after we did Magical Tetris Challenge last week. He said, oh my god, I never knew what this game was, but on the back of this, I kind of want to play this game. Like, okay, great. Sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes the idea of sometimes showing a show, it's not a case where I'll say, hey, you know, I want to play this game. I mentioned earlier that the Bullet 420 Blaze and his wife love Trap Gunner, and I said that in of itself made me want to take a look at that. And we'll see about doing that for the show. But also a case where sometimes I'll show something, I was like, oh, this actually looks like something I never knew I actually wanted, you know? Same as other Scooby-Doo 911 Frights, here's Shaggy again. Yeah, it was short enough as far as that I didn't mute the mic, but there's cases where I'll be doing that a little later. Okay, so for this we gotta do, it's a little bit of a case where I have to help Shaggy get to where he needs to go. You have this switch, but the thing is it doesn't stay open. I should just walk on it and it doesn't stay open. So, for the ghost, you can use the gum to get him on the ground. I can also leave Shaggy here, but actually, I'm gonna leave him here for the time being, just because I want to go to the next area over here, who's Yella in the cellar. Actually, yeah, I can't. Okay, that taught me not to do that, because it's just a closed gate. Alright, so for Gusty Bound Underground, Shaggy's here, he's in the barrel, so what I have to do is I have to guide him over to where that button is. Ouch! So in that case, we get the ghost. Also, by the way, if he's, stuck like that, you walk into him, he doesn't hurt you. So, here you go. Hit circle button to talk to him. Yeah, give me a push, and then press circle button, I'll follow you. Alright, so I have to hit him. Basically flip him over, and then I basically hit circle to Shaggy. And in that case, he comes out of the barrel automatically, and yeah, I don't know how he did that, but anyway, he'll stay up there, he'll hold that gate open, and we can go. And when we come back here, by the way, he won't be here, but the gate will remain open. Yeah, this room is actually kind of hard to deal with because of the fact that you have to get around the axis. And also there are pits down there, so you have to time that right, make sure you don't fall down. Now, so they move faster, so yeah, I don't know if we can get through this. And also, this will not protect me, unfortunately. I wish it did. You just wait until the opening is there and then run. Wait, there we go. At first I was thinking, oh, I'm gonna die. Yeah, the creeper's here, but also there's another door over here on the side, so... Actually, I have to open that, right? Right, there's Ghost. We also have to hit that switch. Yeah, I'll open the door across the way. And then we'll go there, and then we'll go across where the box of Scooby Snacks is. Go in... Actually, wait a second. Fine, let's get the ghost going up. By the way, as we're pointing out, the bubble will lock onto the ghosts. Oh, you're right, it's here. But it is, believe it or not, a sloped area. Yeah, go in there to get the key to open the door. I do have that look of saying, hey, as the suction cup's on his feet. I mean, we know where he is, Scooby, so yeah, we'll be fine. We'll leave him there, and we'll see him later. Okay, here we go. We got the robots again, and we also have another warp gate. Let's grab that.
It's a warp gate.
Now, for this, you do need to hit this area, and there's a switch underneath this. That'll turn on the fan there. At that case, you can go up there to get the 4 keys we need.
Right, Robbie.
I guess get the robots out of the way. Although, actually, they have a delayed death, so it's a question of, as far as the animation, but they keep coming back. But it's always a question like, yeah, or how dead are they? In this case, I can probably just rotate me over around as far as on the chandelier, I think. Well, sort of.
Whippy! Right?
But if I miss, I could just go back up here and be set. I'll let the creeper just do his walking, that's fine.
Rahoo!
Alright, and then the other one, I can just probably swing over there.
Oh,
There we go.
oh no! It's a robber!
Yeah, you do need that to open the door above the wall. Or you can go through that door, we'll do that a little later, but I will grab the Scooby Snacks over here. Ouch! Grab the box, and then, yeah, we'll see you later. Oh, there you go. I don't know where he's hiding that thing, but yeah, the ice cream's still good, so don't worry. Right, here we go. Yeah, you're also seeing there, it's like, yeah, it looks like I'm running on nothing. That's what I'm saying as far as being able to find stuff in the wall like that, then you can kind of use that to jump over. Okay. Let's go in here as far as part one of who's yellow in the cellar. You're actually kind of going back and forth as far as parts of the areas here, honestly. Or sometimes it seems like you're at part 4, but then you're at part 2, and then you're at part 3, and then part 1. But okay, yeah, we're almost at the end. And I do know what I'm doing as far as this part of it, because it's one of those things I was doing practice when I first started playing this. Saying, where are we going in the castle as far as this? Ouch, I've seen the robots, and I do need to use... I think I need to use the gum here. Oh, no, wait, I do need to use the gum here to bounce off of them. Or say, no, I don't need to use the gum here for that. Just grab that, that'll open the way. Also grab the Scooby Snacks as we go. Just because they're there. Yeah, I don't want to, you know, I guess a question of is Scooby hoarding these things, but we do need them. Thank God that's a case of that. Alright, boom. Also, over there's the door we can use the helmet to go. Oh, okay, not yet. I'm thinking ahead. Yeah, okay, you do need to use the, right, you need to use the gum to get up there. Basically use that, bounce over his head, and then you're able to do a double jump off of that. There we go. Yeah, basically our next goal is going to be getting everything we need, or the last upgrade we need in order to get to the super secret lair of Professor Graham. And in this case, this short room is a case where we have to find all the keys, which hit in certain areas, and you just have to hit buttons. Yeah, you have to open the gate as far as getting that set, and then when you do that, the vase will break, and then it'll reset. Okay, yeah, you do have to stick them. At that point, boom, pound it, whoop, before the gate closes. Then grab that. There we go. Oh, right. This is a case where I only have the one in the middle, so actually, in that case, what I need to do is... Ouch, I need to get... That's it. Let's stun him. Hit him with bubble gum. Grab that and go. Yeah, I did stun him, but... Oh, no! Fortunately, yeah, I wasn't fast enough. Ooh. No! Uh-oh, that might have screwed me up. Yeah. And I believe if you die in this room, I'm trying to remember if you have to get... Yeah, you do have to go all the keys again. But it's not a big deal. It's kind of a short room, just in case we... Yeah, I gotta make sure that I can get that... Alright, there we go. Alright, that being said, I think I want to lure him off. Can I get him off the button, please? Ouch. Yeah, stick him and then go get the other one. There we go. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, you see there, yeah, we're part 3 all of a sudden. Like, we went to 1, then it seems like we... Actually, maybe we didn't skip 2. Okay, here we go. We are in a wine cellar. So in this case, yeah, Scooby doesn't drink, but there are a bunch of bottles over there. Perfect cases if you're going to be celebrating the holidays with friends and family. Yeah, it does also look like, hey, I can't get that, but the good news, yeah, your trusted bubblegum, when the ghost comes back, which bounce up high enough in order to knock it down, or knock it out of your list, or get it. You're doing a sniff sound like, yeah, Ryro, Ruby Rex. Yeah, we will get the Scooby Snacks. Do not worry, Scooby. Just gotta wait for the ghost to come by. Because you basically circle this area. Perfect. Now use that to go in that room, but that being said, I do wanna check a couple of things first. I do wanna... I need this. Well, I mean, I could use it. If I can hit the game. Okay, I guess not. I mean, you can get it. I guess it's just I just missed where the jump is. Okay, I do want to go down here because there are other upgrades, and we do need a lot of Scooby Snacks for one of the last snack gates. Basically, we want to get everyone we can. Well, actually, wait. Actually, I might be able to go through here. Right, actually, I do need an upgrade as far as that, so I'll come back after we get that. And I believe that upgrade is through... No, yeah, it is through the door on the left that I didn't go. Ouch. So I'll go over there, and then we'll get the last upgrade, because that we do need. That's going to be our key to beating this game.
Right.
Yeah, get out of the way of the ghost, Scoob. Okay, here we go. In this case, get the key, although actually, you know, I could just use the gum. But, you know, I probably should just do that. What am I doing? Now, this game has a pretty good frame rate, generally speaking. This is the part of the game where it's going to start bogging down a little bit. Not bad, but in case we're going to notice. The only place that's really bad is actually the room before the final boss. For reasons that merely make sense, but still a case of, oh, okay. Yeah, right here. We do need to go here for helping Shaggy out, number one, with the creeper over there. And the last upgrade is beyond that gate. Now, this room's a bit of a puzzle. It's kind of an ice case, and you're seeing that I'm running along here and slipping my way across. So what you want to do is bust the ice. They're generally in the corners of the room. To bust them and hit the switches. That's what your plan here is. And then what you gotta do is you have to use this ice block. You have to use it or touch it. And then all that happens is you go across, and then that will be your method for getting up there where the gate is. The other ice blocks might have some goodies like food. Okay, here's the deal. You don't necessarily have to use the ice block. You can use the gum method on the robot and bounce off that way, but if you don't want to do that, or you know, fine, maybe you don't even need to do that. You can just jump up there. Double jump, fair enough, but I'll show all the ways to do it. Okay. Just pick up the Scooby Snacks as we say. Alright, use that for the purpose of getting that Scooby Snack, or in this case, let's gum the robot. I need health, so I gotta be careful. Alright, so I do need to hit the... Right, you need to hit the switches to get the gate open, that's what it is. So, basically go in the corners, hit all the gates, or hold the switches for the gate, and then go. So yeah, not necessarily a matter of saying, hey, I need to be jumping up there a specific way. Say, is that one Scooby Snack worth it? Yes, it is. And I don't think the gate's gonna close that quickly. Okay, here we go. Now for this, I definitely want to gum the robots, or the ghosts, I should say. Gum the ghosts, there we go. Go up here, grab the warp gate, do not wait on that. Now, we're in the laundry room, so pound the washing machines and get some goodies out of there. Plenty of food, which I definitely needed that. Here we go. We got the soap bubble invention. You're able to use the detergent, and you have the L2 button. Press that, you trap a monster soap bubble, you jump on top of it. That is how you get the monster token we showed in Misbehave and Cause a Cave-In when we started tonight. And it's also how you're able to use that to stun the ghost the same way the gum is, but unlike the gum where you bounce off the ghost by doing an attack, this one you stand on top of them. And you can chain that, and we're going to need to do that in order to get to the secret lab. Let's grab the Scooby Snacks that are in here. And these run on the soap, as was indicated, so use that. Ow. Okay, that, I guess I can't kill, but alright, if you hit the L2 button, that is how you use that. And the same lockup property as the gum does, but in that case it puts him in the bubble. At that case, you're able to jump on top of the bubble unless he's high on the screen. Alright, so Clamor in the Manor. Well, looks like we're going backwards as far as this one. Right, we are going backwards, I forgot, because this is how we get to... Right, this is the way we went from the manor. So, okay, you can come through the manor to get here. So, nothing else. That's how we get to the, that's how you can get here from the kitchen. Right. But in this case, you can also go back, which is also the reason I did this. So, in that case, yeah, open up, please. There we go. Okay, now we can go back to where the ghosts were as far as that small room, because we did need the bubble, because there's switches that are going to be on the walls, and it's a case where you have to use the dash thing in order to hit them. But, ow. There you go. You can also fire and forget kind of with both the bubbles and with the gum, so it's not going to be too bad. But in that case, you have to make sure you're on the right plane in order to be able to hit the button when you're doing that dash across. Which I guess reminds me a little bit of the Chimpy charge from Donkey Kong 64, which we have not yet played. Gemini 96 called dibs on that one at some point, although he's got Super Mario 64 first. Which when this edit goes up, he'll be doing that next week. But as far as right now, that's the one passage as far as you can't come back here unless you fall in the pit and die. Though for the purposes you might want it. That you know what, I'm gonna do that. So in that case, get that set, get that. It also opens the gate, so it does create the shortcut. But in that case, I say, I don't want to do that. I want to go swimming. So in that case, I'm back here. I still have everything I have as far as the pickups. And it is very useful as far as that. Yeah, you can take advantage of the fact there's infinite lives as far as that saying, okay, I don't have to just collect all of the Scooby Snacks and then keep myself alive. Okay, good. Alright, so, alright, what I want to do is I want to turn around. I want to go back down to, the cellar over there. And since I already did the key puzzle, any room that has a key puzzle, if you've done it already, you come back and you don't have to do it again. As long as you get the keys and you remove the lock, you're all good when you return. Okay, so now what I want to do is I do want to go back down here, and I want to go through that door. Because that's where we saw ghosts that are needing to be bubbled. And with this, I think we're getting closer. And the only thing we need to do is we need to go to the secret lair. The secret lab, I should say. What is the secret lair of the Mastermind? Let's see what's going on with the Mastermind. Okay, now for here, you have to time that specifically over that and then do a dash in. But here's the deal, if you miss it, they'll go all around the room so you can just wait. There you go. And that gets me through there, and that's where Monster Token is. So I'm gonna get a bunch of them anyway, even as a case where I got them all off screen already. And on the map, just to give an indication, you do see the number of Scooby Snacks you got for each area. And if it has a Monster Token, I'll have a number over there. So Clamor in the Manor, there's one I didn't get. But that's kind of an easy way to keep track of where they all are. Or how many do you need to get that you have not gotten already. Alright, but this case, I either need to use the gun, but now they have the bubble. You can hit them with the bubble as well. See the case like, yeah, what's going on here while I'm on the bubble? There we go. Okay, so with this, we should be pretty good as far as getting off to where we need to go for the end. Actually, wait, no, I don't have to go this way now. Let's go back to where the super secret lab is. I think we can just go there and beat the game, honestly. Actually, this might be way shorter, honestly. And I'll say this, if it actually is short enough, I might actually, if it is a case of that, I'll see if I can't edit this thing and fast track it. But I'll see. If not, it'll be up as far as how it is in a couple of weeks. Because I said I'm done with the edits, but I'm saying, well, this is like not. This one might not take any time if I'm gonna go. If I'm almost done with this. Right, because that's another door. We can go in there. So let's go that way. Well, actually, maybe I won't do the edit because I guess I'm just thinking out loud here as far as okay, I gotta hit that. But maybe I won't, because it means that since Beethoven the Ultimate Cannon Caper is not going to be long, and I don't think Edwack has another game plan. He keeps saying, I'll look for something, but he keeps not coming up with something else. We might have maybe our shortest show since I did Animated X on the Super Nintendo back in 2020, where 100% of that game in an hour and 15 minutes. Right. Potentially. Okay, so, ouch. By the way, there are also Scooby Snacks down there as far as that area. Actually, in fact, let me take it there. Yeah, behind there's a box. So yeah, they do kind of hide that one, so you do have to kind of be careful finding that. Whoop. Okay, I just want to see, is this a quicker way to get to where I need to go? Actually, I don't... No, I think what's going on is that... Okay, I did open that. Oh, I opened part of it. Alright, never mind. Then I'll go the other way, and we'll get to the, we'll go to, the lab. Because really, we just need all the upgrades. Officially. I mean, as I said, there's specific jump points that I don't know exactly where they are, that if you jump on the wall just right, and it's not a case of, like, using a tool assist on this game or something like that. You can actually jump on, based on the collision detection of the walls works, and get up there without having anything as far as power-ups. Yeah, under normal circumstances, we gotta do it this way. Yeah, because we're almost there. It's just down the hall over this way.
Oh no, it's a zombie.
Yeah, so you say. We're fine, Scooby, though. Yeah, let's get burgers and cake. Here we go. Here we go. So now when you get that, this is where the secret lab is. What you have to do here is you use the bubble. Use the bubble on the one bat, and then you jump on the other one. It's a little higher up, you get that set, and you make that jump, double jump up there, boom. We're going to the secret lab, we're getting to the end of the game. At Little Lab of Horrors, they keep doing the Little Shop of Horrors thing. Without a really official game on this, but alright, here we go. This is where things are going to get a lot harder. And a lot more dangerous. I am going to grab as many Scooby Snacks as I can, because there's one more snack gate, and I believe it's... I think it's 850. But we should have enough as we go. But here's the deal. This looks dangerous over there, and it is. That electric is deadly to the touch. We hit that, we gotta start this area over again. So we gotta turn it off. And the way we turn it off is we have to go and hit a bunch of switches. Yeah, don't be afraid to jump on the side of the railing here and get that set. Because those are pointing out, anywhere where there's electric pulsating there, yeah, you touch that once, you die. So what you want to do is you want to take a look as far as where the gurneys are, jump on those, and wait. Oh, shit, it looked like I almost was not... Yeah, almost looked like I was standing off of that. Basically, you want to take that over, hit this switch, and then there are two others to hit. There's one on the left, and then there's one on the top over there where the door is. You do have to wait. He's looking down, he's like, uh-oh. Or, row, right, roll, right. Yeah, we are. Oh, shit, no, why am I doing that? I was like, okay. You can, it's worth pointing out, get the Scooby Snacks now. But it's also something where you might want to wait, because we're going to turn off the electricity anyway. And also don't touch the toxic waste over there in those barrels, otherwise it's going to be bad for you. I don't remember that's a one to kill. If it's not, it should be. But yeah, don't touch that. Okay, there you go. That's that one. And by hitting both those switches, what happens is each of these platforms up on the top of the lab will go left and right like that. And you have to make those jumps up there in order to get that set. And if I die here, I have to go through all the switches again. So you don't want that to happen. This took me a lot of tries on the practice to do, so we'll see how it goes here. It's also weird because in that case, yeah, you can go back this way. You can also go over that way. In fact, I think they intend you to do it this way. You can do it either way, saying go from here or go from the right. But I think for this, I think this is how they want you to do it. And actually, I don't think I did it this way when I was doing my practice. But honestly, this seems like this is the way to go. Make sure you use the umbrella, because if you miss that jump, you're up to start over, and that's not too pleasant. Whoa. And don't do what I just did, which is saying, hey, I'm going to go off on the sides, because those wires there can kind of block your jump. The fact it didn't, and the fact that I did this on my first try is a miracle. There we go. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, let's get the Scooby Snacks here, and we'll be all set. Okay, there we go. That's the hard part, or one of the hard parts. But alright, we get, those, I think the Moon Men, whatever they're called. We'll see when we get to the gallery what they are, so I won't even edit saying, hey, what their actual name. Those are actually some of the hardest, normal enemies to kill in this game. Because you have to kill them very specifically. You have to, knock them down with your charge. They're not susceptible to the shockwave. They sometimes come in numbers. You have to knock them down, and then you have to pound them. If you don't do that, they will come back up again, and they'll be alive. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we're probably gonna finish this thing within like, not even an hour, I don't think. As far as the game, it definitely is gonna be shorter than that, I think, unless the final boss is another trouble spot for me. In this case, we gotta hit that. Like, don't have that happen. Yeah, unfortunately, Scooby-Doo went into the acid, so I'll have to try again. Yeah, for the rest of the game, unless the final boss is a case where I die a lot like I did on my practice, yeah, this might not take too long. Although in this case, I'm getting a little reckless when it comes to the ooze or finally acid. Yeah, by hitting that switch, it gets rid of it, and there are Scooby Snacks in there. And don't worry, as soon as it's gone, it's safe to walk in. And it will not come up again, even though sometimes you come in this room, it appears again, but then it just goes away instantly. That's what happened when I was doing my tests. First, wait, didn't I drain this already? And I realized, no, I did, but... There we go. Also, I'm definitely saving here, because in this case, it means I don't have to do that thing with the electric unit, especially because I did it on the first try. I'm amazed I did that my first try. When I first did this, it took me many attempts to get through that.
Right.
Yeah, but they're back, so in that case... Yeah, here's the thing about fighting them. Try and keep them separated if you can, but it's not always easy to do that, because if one sees you, they usually will all see. Okay, here we go. Alright, got the electric bolts. These will not kill you instantly. What you want to do is you want to double jump up. I don't think you can run underneath them, although... Okay, never mind. You can run under them, but it's a case where sometimes it's a bit of a tough thing. They hit the switch, they go away, and then we can get the Scooby Snacks and the sandwich. In this case, I'm not even going to bother fighting these guys. I'm just going to go in here. Now, for this, we have to hit these switches. So also time it so that the laser's not shooting at it.
Right.
And then that gets the platform up there to go. And as far as the... Yeah, getting up, I go up that platform that's rising now. But the other thing is, yeah, that warp gate, we have to go there. That's where the rest of it is, but also that monster token. To get that, we have to come from above in order to grab it. I mean, I might, just for the purpose of it, since we're here. Alright, so yeah, where is the platform I need? Yeah, alright, it's right up there. Actually, where is it? I'm trying to see. Yeah, sometimes the camera can block because it's not necessarily expecting to be going through the wall like that, looking from the edge of the wall. Okay. Actually, I think that's for later. So actually, I think I need to go into the door that's over here first. This part's pretty straightforward when you know where you're going, but the first time I was doing this, like, wait, where am I supposed to go? Yeah, okay, here we go. We're going the right way. There's another monster token. We'll get that as we go. Here's the deal here. Get rid of you. Yeah, the lasers will stop shooting for a brief period. That's your signal to pound them. You want to hit enough of these in order to get the platforms to rise. Whoa. Yeah, and the robots will not come back. Or fine, what is it? There's the name for those dudes. So, and I'm gonna get the monster token that has them. So, we'll find out their names. I mean, we're going through everything as far as that anyway. But that being said, whoa. So just wait. I mean, I think technically you can hit him while the laser's on, but you're gonna get some perfect. Got it. Yeah, he did all the switches. I guess I didn't hit that one. Sometimes you have to hit it dead on, by the way, so... Or maybe I already hit that one, so hang on.
Right.
Actually, wait, maybe you do have to wait for the laser to go off in order to hit it. In that case, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna say, okay, wait till that goes off. It's off. Hit it. There we go. And now we can get our way up. There's a lot of Scooby Snacks here to grab.
Scooby Snacks.
And you can go up either one of these platforms. In this case, you can also just wait for it to come down. So now that you hit the buttons, you don't have to do anything else with this. Alright, yeah, so going alright so far. Well, alright, also, it's worth pointing out, with them, you can't do the pound to start. You have to ram it. The pound has to be the finishing blow. And that's what makes it a little hard, especially when they crowd around you. Because it's one of those cases where you think, well, wait, I can just do a pound to get rid of them, but they're susceptible to the stun, and also a case where it won't do anything as far as even pound them on the head. Oh, here we go. Now, for this one, you can get the monster token just kind of hanging out over there, but you do have to jump on the railings. And I think that's the intended way. In that case, you have to hit that switch in order to... There we go. It is a bit finicky sometimes on the switches. You have to use that to open the door. But then when you get the door open, you can go in. But before I go in, I'm going to grab the monster token.
Right. A monster token.
Right, okay, no, what I have to do is, the good news is the fact that the robot comes back. So, yeah, come over here, robot, if you don't mind. Or I say screw it, and I hit him from a distance. And again, maybe I do need to do that way. Okay. Yeah, because I'm hitting it right there. Okay, never mind. He's gonna walk, so just wait till he gets there, and then bubble. Stop, there you go. Yeah, in fact, that's the one with the mastermind. I want to grab that. There we go. Okay. And the bubbles work the same way as the gum in terms of how ammo works. I believe you have... Yeah, you have a couple shots for each box. Okay, now for this, if you do want to get the monster token, it's over here. In fact, I will go get the monster token since we're talking about it.
Oh, a monster token.
I mean, it does mean we have to do that room again, or I can just die and get myself up there again. But you know what? I'm just going to go through the room again, because why not? And since I already did all the puzzles and all the switches that we needed to, those are still in place when you leave the room after you've done them.
Right.
So in this case, I do not have to worry whatsoever about anything else. Just go right to the top, and then we'll take the path where the Scooby Snack boxes are, and that's where the end of the game is. It's worth pointing out I will have a couple of pulls of Mike for the purpose of the cutscenes we're going to have. Because we're going to, I think there are like 4 cutscenes in a row, although one of them I will not mute on because it takes place during the boss battle.
Movie Snacks.
There we go.
Warp gate.
So that's the warp gate. There's the robot, or he's not a robot. Oh no, except he's in the way. I mean, I can still bubble the dude if I can get my way through. I'm stuck. I was like, yeah, he was in my way. Also, there's a Scooby Snack box up there. It's hidden, so you have to be careful about it. I think this is enough. 850 snacks. We have just enough. That is our last snack gate, and with that, we're going to the end of the game. That is the Mastermind Unmasked. We're going to find out who that Mastermind really is. But first...
Help, Scooby! This shark has a bigger appetite than mine! Those buttons over there should take care of this guy. Try swinging for my legs, pal.
Alright, so we have to help Shaggy one more time. And over there in that room is where the final boss area is. But, sorry Shaggy, I gotta get some Scooby Snacks first. He won't fall in the shark tank if you take too long, so don't worry about that. As Shaggy mentioned, all you need to do is just jump on his feet and then swing over there and hit both the buttons. So it kind of works like the Chandelier. Look at that. That's a great sight, and he's also like having his arms out the side saying, "Wee!" As far as Shaggy, but also Scooby as well.
That takes care of him, but I didn't bring my water wings. Get rid of that water, pal.
Yeah, we didn't either. Actually, now I'm trying to think about this. Occasionally where Scooby swims, I mean, probably in some of the movies, I would think he does, or some episodes of the show. But this is just use that to get rid of the shark, basically go him down the drain, and then the water goes down the drain. Now he drops down there, so we have to go back and get him. But the thing is that if we go there and we throw him out, he'll hit the switch and he'll open the way to get us back. But here's the deal. When it comes to this, it's another one of these puzzles, but you just stand right in the center and throw up. Hit X to do that. If you do that right, you'll see that, and he'll hit that and we go. But it sometimes took me some time to get that. So, Shaggy, what's going on?
Gee, Scoob, we can get out of here. Like, follow me, pal.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Oh, rummy.
Alright, we're gonna leave here. We're gonna have a voice cutscene here, so I'm pulling the mic. I'll be back in just a minute.
Freddy, Wilma, Raleigh. Hey, Scoob.
Scooby! Boy, are we glad to see you.
Hey, pal. What am I, chopped liver? Chopped liver.
careful, Scoob. That vat is filled with acid.
Acid?
Come on, Scooby. You can do it. We're almost at the end of this mystery.
And I've got a plan.
Okay, here I come. Ooh.
Okay, so yeah, there you go. There's the rest of the gang, so we're almost at the end of the mystery. They've kind of figured it out. Freddy has a plan. I'm also going to save. This is the last save point in the game. Also, pointing out, I'll make the jump over here. I'm going to pull again, as far as the audio. Oh, yeah, for the mic, because I don't want the voice acting going, because... And the only reason I'm doing that, just to reiterate this, is because this game doesn't have subtitles. Because in that case, I say, well, you know what, let's make it set so that we have everything going. But yeah, if you fall in that acid like we did earlier... come on, come on. Ooh, that was lucky. Oh, no! Alright, I'll be back in just a second.
Good job, Scooby. But why would anybody need this much acid anyway? The acid in those vats is used for etching. It was used to make those funky lenses that were in my glasses.
This must be part of the professor's top secret invention.
Jinkies! And now I know just what it is. The professor was making super real holograms.
Like what on earth is a hologram?
Holograms are images made out of solid light, Shaggy. Like the creeper from my glasses.
Like, wow! So that's where all the monsters have been coming from.
Jeepers.
Really? There's no roasts?
That's right, Scooby. No ghosts. Now listen up, gang. I've got a plan. But Scooby's gonna need to keep the mastermind distracted for it to work.
Me?
And that will buy us all the time we need to turn the tables on old Fright Face.
Yeah, and then he'll face the fright. Ready, Scoob? I'm not going anywhere.
Well, would you do it for a Scooby Snack? How about a whole box of Scooby Snacks?
Okay. Well, I'm ready. Right?
Okay, so yeah, there you go. Scooby is ready to go as far as what this is. Also, the purpose of thumbnail, when I edit this eventually, I'm going to set this up to show. There's the whole gang. There, yeah, Shaggy up front. There we go. Actually, yeah, Scooby, there we go. Awesome, so we have the whole gang there. But yeah, a couple things. First off, it's interesting that Scooby is saying, like, well, would you do it for Scooby Snacks? Like, no, but then he's like, okay, I'll take a box worth. But then I was thinking, like, I was thinking the case that, well, what happened off screen, where it's like, wrapped in re-rag, rot all the wrecks, raw free. Yeah, I did get all the Scooby Snacks off screen, so he has all the Scooby Snacks he ever wants, but they did give indications of what's really going on in the mystery. Because in part one, we found Velma, the first case, as far as we saw the Black Knight. It was like, wait a sec, we've seen a lot of ghosts from our past, as far as the past mysteries we've done. So, and then Velma ran away, scared as anything. It's like, wait, the creeper's there. It's like, wait, what's going on there? Well, as it turned out, as I'll put this up there, except then Daphne's out of the shot, so I'll keep that way as far as how that. There we go. That'll work. You know what? I'll keep it the normal way. But what happened was that we're saying, like, there's all that acid, so what's going on with this? Because I found with acid as far as before. But then the question is that what was happening was that they were using holograms to basically give a sense that, yeah, there were these monsters from our past that were around. And also that's the reason why the glasses of Velma had them on, which Freddy noticed in the last cutscene when we were with Redbeard. And so in this case, as usually is the case when it comes to Scooby-Doo, it's the case that, alright, they figured it out, they're gonna solve this mystery. Usually it's Shaggy and Scooby-Doo need to be the base. But in this case, it's gonna be Scooby doing this. But he said, okay, what we gotta do is we have to go through that door over there on the left, and we're gonna fight the final boss. Now. Right? Yeah, he keeps saying right, so he's like, we'll be fine, don't worry. We'll be set, Scooby. We've gotten this far. But anyway, so there we go, there's the group, and of course Holly as well. But yeah, Holly, Daphne, Velma, Shaggy, and Freddy, and Scooby-Doo, of course. We're all ready to go, so we have to fight the final boss. I do want to grab that. I do want to be at full health in here if I can handle that. And there are cases where I'll pull on mic when it comes to some of this, but other cases I will not. Basically, as soon as we beat the game, it's going to be a cutscene, so I will pull on that. But, well, I'll show you how the final boss is going to work.
yes. Soon it will all be mine. My brilliant plan is working perfectly. All that remains is... What? Impossible. How did you, a worthless cur, make it this far?
I don't know.
Well, your luck ends here. As well as all 9 of your lives.
I think that's cats. I'm not a cat.
Shut up.
Alright, so here goes the final boss of the Mastermind. Okay, here's how this is gonna work. It's actually not as easy as you think, because they put them here. So in that case, you gotta knock them out. And they won't stay on the ground forever, but if you also time it, didn't time it right, you can get them just as they're popping up. Basically do that in order to hit them out. You have to kill the enemies, and then what will happen is the electricity will go, hit the buttons. But also there might be a delay as far as if you take too long, so you have to go and hit the button again, or wait, and kill the enemies. Okay. And you're hearing Tim Curry doing the singing, sort of, kind of, as far as his aspect of taunting Scooby. Oh no! Ouch. Oh, because I had to hit both buttons, it doesn't hold as far as how it is. But here's the deal. I gotta be careful as far as how this is, because I am actually in very bad shape. And when I was doing the practice on this boss, I was dying a lot. Get that. Basically, when you kill the last enemy that's on the screen, and this will repeat. Oh, wait a second. Repeat now. Then it goes there. So then, in that case, hit both buttons and make your move quick. Okay, you're seeing and getting the light set. That's for a reason. But now what happens is that they get, actually, the other thing you can also do is you have your gum, you can stick everything. And remember, you can also do the pound on the robots, and the robots will stay dead here, thankfully.
Come get me and find out.
You need to keep them at distance. That's what you want to do with these guys. Keep a distance and... Oh crap, unfortunately it's crowded too much around where the bubble is. There we go. I'm taking too long. This might be a problem. There we go. We have to do this about 4 times. I'm gonna get the sandwiches. I definitely want the sandwiches. And as you're seeing here, they're getting the ante up each time with more robots and more enemies. You can get rid of the moon men, whatever they are. I'll have their names later. I'm not editing down as far as what they are, because we're gonna see them in the gallery. They're the biggest threat here. The robots are fine, because in that case you can pound them. You think like, oh yeah, you know, just jump and bounce on them. Sometimes that's the easiest way to go. Just hit them that way, pound them. There we go. Ouch. Alright, I gotta do this one more time. Oh no, we're done for now. Now, I'm not muting here, because there's no dialogue to this, but just show the plan that Freddy has. Saying, hey, you know, the Mastermind's talking about holograms, we're gonna hologram ourselves over there to fool him. I do love that image. And we are scaring him, so we're doing the ghost thing ourselves. And what that does is it brings the Mastermind down here. Now, this is the last part of the fight. What you gotta do is, he's gonna throw that stuff out, you have to pound him, and when he gets that way, then you do a dash in, and we hit him into the electricity when it's on. He'll be set, but he might teleport around, so I might not be able to get a good sense of this. And if you die here, you have to do the entire fight all over again from the start, so you don't want to have this fail. I mean, he is in the... There you go.
Scary.
Yeah, basically knock him in the electricity, but the thing is that the electricity's not on, so he might not have anything going on. Yeah, so he'll also teleport around, so you have to make sure you get him off to the right area. And these enemies will keep respawning.
It's the end of the line for you.
Uh-oh. Shit, alright, I'm dead. That does mean I have to start the entire battle over again. I was afraid of this, but it's one of those cases where also keep in mind where the sandwiches are. Ouch. If you need to use them, but try not to. I'm not doing a good job. I had trouble doing this boss on the practice as well. Whoa, shit. And these enemies, honestly, are the reason why. These are really annoying to fight. And also, if you're too slow, they'll come back, and then you have to restart it. Look. Also, as we're pointing out, if you're playing the Xbox version of this game and you're running it on an Xbox 360, the game will crash at this boss battle, and there is no workaround for it. So, if you play the Xbox version of this game on 360, it is unbeatable because of this boss. So, pro tip, if you're gonna buy the original Xbox version, for the love of God, make sure you have an original Xbox to play it. And the blame for that is not THQ or Heavy Iron Studios. It's the fact that Microsoft had the backwards compatibility for the Xbox 360 of original Xbox games. And for this game, just to give an indication of this, because we're going to be doing this boss maybe a couple times based on how my luck is going. Ouch. Way Xbox 360's backwards compatibility with the original Xbox games worked, just to give you an idea. I mentioned this before, but I'll go into a little deeper. And that is, it was software emulation of the games in question. And so what happens is that Microsoft did have an emulator for original Xbox built in to the 360. That there were patches for the console that you were able to get, and they also put them on discs. In fact, the official Xbox magazine did have the compatibility updates. I believe they all were released through that, where they kept adding games. They basically were doing updates to the emulator they had, and they said, okay, we made it so that technically, people looked at this under the surface as far as what is this really doing. Technically, any Xbox original game will work on 360 from that emulator from the face of it, but Microsoft, they have a check for only what's allowed on the compatibility front. And the way they do that is because they find a bug that's so severe that the game basically doesn't play. For example, people cracked that and found Time Splitters 2 and Time Splitters 3 Future Perfect, which they made backwards compatible with Xbox One and Series S and X later. But as far as 360 was concerned, it isn't, and the reason for that is because with 2 in particular, there's a bug in it where the game defaults, it's a first-person shooter as far as how that game operates from Free Radical Design, which are ex-members of Rare. A lot of people worked on Perfect Dark and GoldenEye. You were aiming at the ground and you couldn't actually aim the gun to make any, or aim yourself and move yourself to make forward progress. So they said, we're gonna block this, we can't have that now. But unfortunately, there are some games like this one where they didn't block it, and there were issues like this where you have to play the whole game in order to see what's wrong with it, and seeing that, hey, it's not gonna work. So, in that case, they didn't have a fix for it. I don't know if they actually ever fixed games that had problems, but I think we won it. Yeah, we're done. We'll be back. I'll see you at the credits.
Look, gang, there he is.
Whoa!
Now it's time to get to the bottom of this mystery. Come on, gang, let's see who the mastermind really is.
Wait, Fred. Like I think I know who this guy really is. It's that spooky groundskeeper, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Blame the spooky groundskeeper. It's always the spooky groundskeeper. What do you people have against groundskeepers? Some detectives. Why don't you just say the butler did it? But no, it's always got to be the groundskeeper, don't it? Anytime some ghost scares somebody off a well-kept lawn, It's just got to be the groundskeeper. Like we couldn't just put up a sign that says keep off the grass. Nah, I'll just get myself a big old rubber monster suit.
As I was saying, let's see who the mastermind really is.
It's Professor Alexander Graham!
Oh, me? Oh, my.
Uncle Alexander? I don't believe it.
I knew it all the time.
Something just doesn't add up. If you ask me, someone's playing a nasty trick. A trick of the light. Wow! That was just another hologram. Holly, what are you doing there?
Zoinks! But Holly's right.
Wrong, Shaggy. That Holly was just another hologram. The real Holly has been the mastermind the entire time. Think about the clues.
Remember how Holly said she followed all of our cases? Only she'd know enough about our old foes to program holograms of them.
And I noticed how she passed through that rail near the secret lab.
By setting up a hologram of herself when the mastermind was around, she'd have the perfect alibi.
But what I don't get is how she got the professor here. In a mastermind costume, no less.
Well, that's simple. She used my patent-pending, dressed for supper, suck you upper. I spent so much time in the lab that I built a device that could get me dressed and to the front door in seconds. That way I can...
Be on time to pay the pizza delivery man.
Exactly.
Groovy.
Holly must have used it to get here ahead of us and switch places with her uncle.
Who she'd already stuffed up there.
It was very uncomfortable, let me tell you.
Like, and don't forget the most important clue of all. Hologram. Get it? Hologram. Hi, kill me.
But why, Holly? Why go through all of this? You guys would have caught my uncle, and when he was sent to jail, I'd steal his super hologram invention and claim I came up with it myself. I would have made a fortune, too.
Well, it was a good plan.
Yeah, and I would have gotten away with it, too, if not for you meddling kids and your pesky dog.
Huh?
Here, Professor, let me help you.
Oh, thank you, kids. I don't know how to repay you.
Well, all these vittles are a great start. Hey! Scooby-Dooby-Doo!
Okay, so there you go. That is the end of the mystery. So, as it turned out, thank you for playing this. Hello, DollyFinn. So good to see you. You're just in time. We did see the thrilling conclusion of Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights on your request. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I hope you're feeling better today. I wish I could be there. I understand specifically. I definitely think that's the case. We'll figure that. I mean, you know, I think this will probably be a good time as any to indicate this. She will be back on the show. I think we discussed this for Bust Move 2 that we're doing next month. It's going to be on January 16th, if that's still working for you. Thank you, I'm getting better. I appreciate that. Okay, well, as far as what I was doing before you got on, I basically just went through the rest of the game. We got the other upgrades. Yes, I will be. Okay, you got it. Right, because we're going to be looking at that game. She was on the first time we looked at it. But in this case, we're going to be celebrating 30 years of that game. We'll get into that when we get to schedule. So good to see you, DollyFinn. Feel free to go into, since we're at the credits of the game, I did off-screen get everything we need for the purpose of the monster tokens and also for the Scooby Snacks. We're going to take a look at the full art gallery. We'll also take a look at the trailers again that came with this, that being the Scooby-Doo DVDs you could buy, and also the trailer for, Hot Wheels Velocity X. We'll go into that a little later. But if you want to go into final thoughts on this game, what happened, just a brief thing before we go on the plot aspect of this. We got the rest of the upgrades we needed. We needed the suction cup shoes, or the plunger shoes, basically to get up the sticky paths, not the sticky paths, the steep slopes. Then we got the bubble gum, which you're able to use to stick enemies in place. We got the soap bubbles that basically put them in a bubble to jump on top. We found the secret lab. We found the mastermind. We did defeat the mastermind. Okay, I'll get in that sec. We'll continue on. They say it's a collectathon game. Would you agree with that? Yeah, I think it's kind of two things. I think it is a collectathon game because the idea is that you are collecting, above anything else, the Scooby Snacks in order to open the snack gates. So in that case, you do need to get those. But it's not necessarily a collectathon that goes crazy with it the way Donkey Kong 64 does. We'll get to that eventually. Gemini 96 called dibs on that one. Because you are having to collect stuff, but as I said, I'd agree as far as that, because you have to get those things for that, but also benefits of finding all of them where you get art, or concept art, and also stuff in the art gallery as far as that, and also those monster tokens, which you did get a couple as far as how they are. And when you do finish the game, they do take you out to the mystery machine. I would say it's that. I also think it's a Metroidvania. In fact, I know for a fact it's a Metroidvania because of the fact that we have the warp gate over there, we have everything on the map of all the interconnected areas, and in that case, it's something where it's about retraversal in order to get everything you need. I will also be loading up the save I have for the purpose of this. Also, wondering one other thing. Perfect. Of course. A couple other things. First off, let's talk to the groundskeeper.
Hey, you! Get off of my lawn!
You defeated the mastermind. Good job. It was Holly the whole time? Yes, I'll talk about that. Yeah, because it is Don Knotts who is voicing the groundskeeper. But yeah, as we saw on the plot, just to go to that, it was Holly the whole time. Like, wait a sec, what's going on? And the reason, they did explain it, but we'll reiterate it because I had myself muted on the purpose of it, because there's no subtitles in this game for those cutscenes. Basically what happened is that the mastermind was there. We pulled the mask off. Well, first off, Shaggy thought it was the groundskeeper. He's like, yeah, why are you blaming the groundskeeper? It's not the law of economy of characters case, necessarily, for it, of saying, hey, there's a character, seems like there's no purpose for the plot, as is. I think the atmosphere is like the TV show, retro and super. Absolutely, I love the atmosphere. Also, give another thing, is he's also saying, by the way, collect all the items already, you can go to any area and get anything you missed. Basically getting that indication. First off, this game runs on the system clock of PlayStation 2, in this case we're playing it, but also if you play this on the GameCube or the Xbox. I did put it, in fact, I will quit out for this, because I will show on the options screen, because I'm going to load the other file, I went to 100%. I did set my clock for my PlayStation 2 to, actually wait a second, it'll show in the options menu. We'll do that and we'll go back in. I set it to Christmas Day, and the reason I set it to Christmas Day is because if you set the clock for this game to Christmas Day, you get the case of what we just saw at the manor, which will go back. I'll load the other file for this because it says 100%, which is right here. And it does have snow going on. Or if you set it to the 4th of July, you have fireworks, and you also have other things going on if you set it to, what is it? Halloween. You know, maybe that's one thing we should do also for this. I should also show what happens. I'll go back to the PlayStation 2 menu. I'll load this game up a couple times to show each of those. I think that might be a worthwhile thing to do.
What do you want from me? I'm a groundskeeper.
Yeah, not much, but we do have everything here in this file, just to give a sense, looking at the map. So you have all the areas here, all the Scooby Snacks collected, all of the monster tokens where they're at. As far as the hedge maze, everywhere else. Here, as far as the balconies, the lighthouse. I'm just going to show everything to show that I did get everything for the purpose of this, because we did want to go the hallway, and we definitely do. Yeah, Mastermind Unmasked, which we'll go into that as far as why was it Holly, because that was kind of a surprise to me when I got through this, as was, we looked at that. Missing Playground is the one area, that's the areas on the ship. We did go there, did all the jumping as far as everything across the sea. It was not easy, but not too bad. So that's everything there, that's all 100% of every item in this file. And with that, we're going to go to the Monster Gallery. But before we do, I'll go into that aspect of the plot. We'll go into that as well. Which is, it was Holly, because her plan was, we got the mastermind. First, we were asking, Shaggy thought it's Don Knotts over there, but it is not. And he said, look, it's not law of economy of characters. I don't seem to have a purpose in this plot, but I didn't do it. As you'll see in the great details of the window over there, of like shadows going through the one over there. But then he said, well, wait a sec, we pulled the mask off. It was Professor Grant. of course, voiced by Tim Conway. But it's like, wait a sec, why is it him? What's he doing? Why would he kidnap himself? He's gonna tell him, okay, I'm kidnapped. What's going on here? He's the mastermind. So what happened? We realized there are holograms going on as far as what's happening. And it turned out Holly was with us the whole time. And this, I think, was really clever. The case that it's not a law of economy of characters case, where it seems like she doesn't have a role in the plot. She does have a role in the plot before we realize, hey, she's the one behind it all. Which is the role is, hey, my uncle was kidnapped. I need your help. Please help me go through all this stuff. And she was with us the whole time. So as Freddy said, she had a perfect alibi. She said she's with us the whole time. Nobody noticed initially the fact that, hey, there's something weird. She was like phasing through the walls. Like, wait, hold on, that's weird. Velma noticed that, but didn't really think too much. But then later said, wait, we gotta do something else. And then she said, okay, I was behind this. I put my uncle into the mask of the mastermind. I guess I forced him to go through this. And then basically, at that case, frame him saying when he gets arrested on the back of this, like, I assumed you'd catch him or somebody would catch him. I studied all your cases, which is also the reason why she knew about all the past ghosts we fought and all the ghosts we're going to see in the gallery over there on the right. It's something where then she said, all right, that was the idea of it. If he was going to go to jail, I'd be able to say, hey, I invented this. I'd make money. I'd go through, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids and, of course, Scooby-Doo right here. I also saw a post where it said it took him 23 years to get to 100% completion, so that would be to the case of since it came out in 2002. Which is a fitting case as far as how that is. You're right, because I realized when I was doing the practice on this, or the setup on this, because when I practiced it, you mean you were involved in the practice, I do know that, for it, but also saying, what am I going to do for all of the upgrades? In fact, you know what, I don't think, where's an enemy I can show? Because I have the gum, I should probably also show all the upgrades. Yeah, we can go in the house, and then we'll go to the monster gallery. The case that, yeah, there's a lot of different things to kind of search out and find, and kind of get a sense of where do you go as far as going the 100% completion. And that's where, in some ways, the challenge of the game can go, because the way I ran for tonight, it was about 80-something%. Because I'll tell you this, just to go on this, actually, I'll go in the room. Yeah, because there's the gum. Actually, the next room would be good to show that. Yeah, you wouldn't think the game would be so challenging. Well, it's challenging in two different ways, because we were talking about this. You said, hey, last time we looked at this, you said, there's a game you don't have game over, you don't have lives. Okay, I fall off your fact. I don't die. I just come back to the start. I have only 3 hit points as far as my health, but it's a case where, alright, it's challenging in the sense of, well, first off, let me gum you. I love that attention to detail where they're stuck, like, I can't move. I'm stuck in the gum, so in that case you can bounce off them. But then it's challenging in a couple ways. It's challenging the idea that, okay, if I fail in this room, I need to make a specific jump. Or I failed the final boss, like I did the first time, as I got the bubble. They're hanging the bubble. So in that case, I can jump on top and get Scooby Snacks. So it's challenging to get 100% of everything, because you have to use those upgrades to do it. But also can be challenging in a way of saying, okay, you have unlimited lives, but just because you have unlimited lives, you might have to repeat stuff, not insanely as saying, oh yeah, you have to go back to the beginning of the game. Or also, I mentioned the Steel Battalion thing, which is that big controller, as far as that from Capcom, you have to flip up the eject switch before you get killed. If you don't do that, if you don't hit that in time, it's a game over no matter where you are in the game, and your save file is completely wiped out. This game doesn't do that. This game is giving you a fair case of saying what it is. It's going to punish you enough for a mistake, but a case where it's not unmanageable. Even the sound when Scooby stops quickly is amazing as far as the attention to detail. Yeah, you're right, exactly. The fact that they pay attention to that, and as you said, the fact that when it came to running this license, there's a lot of games based on Scooby-Doo from before this one and since. But the case that they could get the license and do anything, I guess they wanted with it, but then saying, since I've talked about this when it's come to licensed games all this year, when we played stuff like as varied as Castle of Illusion, DuckTales Remastered, Bakugan Defenders of the Core, and this game, as far as that, and Magical Tetris Challenge, we looked at that last week. A case of saying, well, they took the perspective of kind of thinking, what are we going to do with these licenses as far as twisting the different sounds? If the screeching stop. Yeah, you're right. I love that idea. You're right. But all these attentions to detail, you're right. The fact that they have it, I love it. Yeah, absolutely. But it also makes you remember it, and it is one of those things that, from what I've gathered, I get the sense people really attach to this. And I can get why they would take a long time to try and complete it, try and say, oh, I want to get everything, as far as collecting it, beating the game, but also getting 100% to collect everything, go through the Monster Galley, which is where we're going to go now. And it's just like the show, and it's very nostalgic. Yeah, it is, but it's also something that, it is, I agree as far as the nostalgia case, but it's also something that, it captures that well, but it also is doing some unique things with it that actually, that I think put it into this franchise very well, in a sense of saying, this does feel like what we're doing. In fact, just to give a sense, we're going to look at a couple things here. We'll have the picture gallery start, and then we'll go into the monster gallery. Yeah, every area you complete with Scooby Snacks, getting all snacks collected. Also, one other thing, DollyFinn, just to let you know before we start this. Yes, indeed. I agree as far as that. But one other thing just to go, I didn't actually realize this when we did part 1. There was another sneaking outfit. We had the bunny slippers and the lampshade, but there's another one. We get the night outfit. Let me just show you that. It's on... wait, I gotta go outside to show that. Oh, no, I don't. I can just do it now. There you go. You have Scooby with the night outfit. The difference between the other one, this does replace the lampshade and the bunny slippers, but the benefit of this one, which is optional, you can miss it. Nice. It's cool. The benefit of this one is that if you have it is the same case where you sneak around enemies, but if you're near certain enemies that sometimes might be susceptible to you being seen with the lampshade, this one they might not. But you also get that great attention to detail, the fact that the helmet's coming down and he's flipping it up as far as how it is. It is a cool case. I didn't actually not know it was there until I was going 100%, saying, wait, here's something I missed. But I want to go 100% as far as showing the game. Alright, let's take a view. Because one thing just to go, you have all the cutscenes for the game. As you go along, you unlock them to see everything that's happening. As far as the new cutscenes we saw tonight, we saw it... Okay, you weren't here when we saw that, so I'm going to actually view a couple. I'm not going to mute these. I muted them before.
Good job, Scooby. But what's the green ghost doing here?
Yeah, this is the case where the green ghost came around. We found Daphne in the graveyard.
Scooby-Doo, the green ghost isn't really a ghost.
And she's saying, wait a sec, this is a case where he's not actually a ghost.
Have you seen them as well? Jeepers, those are all villains from our past.
Yes, you can watch the cutscenes again as far as how that is. You unlock those just from playing through the game. It's nothing you have to do special. I also love the bunny slippers. You're right, absolutely. And fitting, I guess, this being a Christmas show now for the purpose of, you know, the aspect of Christmas Story, which I don't think has an official game based on it, but this is the closest we're gonna get. And there's Holly. So it's interesting also looking at this now, knowing what the secret of the plot is.
It's just me, huh?
Actually, she is clipping through, but so that's clever too, because you usually think, like, well, in an old game like this, the idea of her clipping through something is a graphical fault. Actually, that's insanely clever. I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, there actually is a reason for it.
Oh, I found a box of my Uncle Alexander's inventions. I'm not sure why it's in here, though.
I do love the inventions here, some of these really weird ones.
Secret lab. A secret lab? Yeah, that's where he thinks up all his crazy inventions. Maybe there's something in here we can use. Or a clue.
Or a Ruby snack.
Yeah, we got them all off screen as far as it, but still, we have that.
Solar-powered nightlight.
Solar-powered nightlight, underwater tennis racket. I love this one.
Microwave-safe ice cube tray.
The microwave-safe ice cube tray, that's amazing.
Ray, what's with this rum?
But there actually is one that we use. This is how we got the umbrella upgrade. We use that, and you're able to use that for floating a far enough distance, and then also get a case of being able to use that for the wind, as far as how it is.
Anybody? Here we go again.
So in that case, you can watch the cutscenes as far as how they are. As far as the only other one you didn't see, I think it was these two, because we're about at the end as far as how they are. I'll show the one with Redbeard.
See if you can get me down, Scoob.
Yeah, this is when we found Freddy, because as we indicated when we played this last time and now this time,
Thanks, Scooby.
We're kind of separated as far as the rest of the groups. Like, where are they and what's going on?
Have you seen the others?
Well, but I lost them.
And it is Frank Welker as Freddy, of course. Going back then, we've seen him on the show. We played DuckTales Remastered this year. And of course, Tim Curry as the Mastermind. I guess there's also be a question of what's the next Tim Curry game, or next game with him in it that we play. Actually, let me look back on the list on those as far as games I know he's involved in. Anything that's based on the Wild Thornberrys, which I know there's a game on the PlayStation 1. He's in that. Let's see. He's in Wing Commander 3, Heart of the Tiger. That's on the PlayStation. I believe it's also on the 3DO. Or no, definitely the 3DO. Actually, Wing Commander 3 has a massive soundtrack. Let's see. There's the Lemony Snicket's a series Unfortunate Events game. He's the voice of Lemony Snicket in that. Yeah, that's all the game credits I have. There's this one, this Frankenstein game that was in Europe only on the Saturn. It actually cost some money. And also, as far as Redbeard, that was Greg Burson who voiced him. I unfortunately also had to go into the fact that, yeah, he was heavily alcoholic. He died in 2008, and also he kidnapped women, and there was a massive hostage situation, hostage crisis that he caused. That also is a case where they survived, thank God, but also the case that basically ended his case as far as his voice performances as it was going. And the only other one we didn't see, well, this one after we beat Redbeard, because in that case, yeah, he was over a barrel, so we had to get him out.
Mastermind really had us over a barrel that time.
Yeah, ran under one.
But you're right, the attention to detail going to that. This absolutely captures it, and I gotta thank you, DollyFinn, for this one, because, I mean, I knew this game was around for years. I never got around to it, but it's one of those things that when people will ask for the show, I say, oh, that's great. I get to take a look and see what was I missing. I realized, oh, I was missing something really good.
There's something.
Oh, this also explains the idea of the hologram thing, because remember, last time, Velma was running around saying, like, oh my god, the creeper, I'm scared. And like, wait, why is she scared? And like, we can't see him. It's a hologram in the glasses. So, in that case, all these little attention to detail, so if nothing else, even watching the cutscenes again kind of can really reveal some interesting things about the plot and realize, wait a second, all the little clues that are in this, you know? Also, as we're pointing out, a friend's son was introduced to it by his son, who also watched the series. And the fact that we mentioned when we first started this, the case that, and we also, when we played Scooby-Doo Mystery on the Super Nintendo, the fact is the franchise has been around since the 1960s, 1969, as far as how it was. And the fact that it's endured for so long, sometimes with different interpretations of itself, but other ones that kind of definitely are things that people remember, you know? It's shared across generations, you're right, and it's something where that doesn't always happen. And one thing I went into a little earlier was the case that it was something where this is a funny thing for me, because I grew up as far as I was born in the 80s, but I grew up in the 90s. I've said that before, and the 80s too, sort of. But the fact that Scooby-Doo stayed relevant, it stayed in the national consciousness, I should say, in that they're like the movies at the time, like with Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf was kind of their take on Teen Wolf. Or Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School, which we talked about. And then also the stuff in the 90s where Cartoon Network was airing it like crazy, and then we got new movies like Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island and Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase in the 2000s, in cases where it has kept going, you know? It's a case where his dad watched as a kid, and then like I did, and then he introduced it, and yeah, you're right. And we talked about that generational aspect when it comes to franchises of a bunch of different things. That was the idea with Shadow the Hedgehog. We looked at that, saying, well, it was a case where, first off, Takashi Iizuka said, hey, you know, I'm not going to go adult with the franchise because of the thought that, you know, people played Sonic the Hedgehog, they might have kids who now they're going to introduce. But cases where something like that, as one example, but like with Scooby-Doo, have hung around. And even the case where, since we are kind of around the holiday, as far as it, there was the case I saw, as far as how it was, going back to 1969. Yeah, absolutely, the case of that. Because I remember, I was actually buying, the laptop, or the new PC we're on the show for now, and that I use now, based on the other, after the other one went bad. But it was a case where, I remember I was in there shopping for it, they did actually have, I went to Best Buy for this one, they had a setup, it was like a TV, they were showing like, one of the modern Scooby-Doo holiday specials, sort of like one of the holiday mysteries. Like, it's still around and it's still holding up, and people are kind of liking this. And when this came out in 2002, you're right, that was right before the movie came out, by about a month on the PlayStation 2, and it was later on the GameCube, and then also a year after when the Xbox version came out. Because it was on the GameCube. Okay, the GameCube was after the movie came out. It was pushed up a little bit for its release by a couple of weeks to be right before the movie on the PS2. It was apparently in development on the PS1. I did not actually know that until I was looking into stuff for today's show.
Just what it is. The professor was making
and also, it was a case where they had some different ideas about what they were doing with this before it eventually came to the game we know. But also, I guess one of the constants, it seems as if this is held up as one of the Scooby-Doo games that people really like the most. And even though I do like the 16-bit ones, the Scooby-Doo Mystery from the Super Nintendo and been so long on the Genesis, I don't know what to say on that. I just have sucked at it because it's insanely hard as far as like a point-and-click LucasArts scum engine-like game. But in case this is definitely in a class of its own, I think. This one, they really looked. They said, okay, we're getting this game as far as the license. We want to capture it. We want to get all the voice acting. We want to get all the music. We get original music that we're writing for this. We want to have a story that feels like in place with the rest of the franchise. And be something that is a great game on top of just being a great representation of a franchise, too. And one to feel like, I'm watching the show. As far as just looking at it. You can just look at that, fool somebody that way. It's like, this feels like this belongs with the rest of the franchise. Which, when it comes to stuff like this, you can't always say that. And you know what? I will also show this briefly. This is the brief sting when we went into the Mastermind's room. But also the fact that they got this big talent as far as who believed in this. Because they got Tim Curry for voice acting, they got Tim Conway, they got Don Knotts, they got everybody involved as far as the show, or cases where they were either close enough facsimiles or they're doing stuff with this from stuff like Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island beforehand. And then they said, wait, this is going to be the star-studded case. At a time, it's worth pointing out that when it comes to licensed games, 2002 was an interesting year for it, really, when you think about it. As well, I'll look at this as far as it. It's also interesting when they resurrect old TV shows for video games. You're right, absolutely. And also, how do they do that? In fact, let me look on my perspective of other games I have based on TV shows. Well, we looked at Bakugan Defenders of the Core. That was unique way how they handled that as well. Wasn't the first Scooby-Doo game in 1983? Actually, wait a sec. Hold on. What's this? Oh, right, that's the cutscene when we were in, that was the cutscene when we were in the castle, right. When Shaggy got stuck in the barrel. Wait, which one was that? It was Scooby-Doo in the Maze Chase. Yeah, that was on, I think that was on the Intellivision, if I remember correctly. Okay, this is the last cutscene as far as how it was when we got the resolution. I believe so, yes. And you're asking about Scrappy-Doo's involvement with the games. He's one Scooby-Doo Scrappy-Doo, I think it was on the Commodore 64. I didn't edit last time of which one it was. But he was in one of them. And the idea of kind of twisting this franchise around, a lot of ways, be right, the fact that there have been a bunch of games around, but also this one being seen as one that people really attach to. And a case where licensed gaming, you're right, the fact that this was kind of an interesting time for it, because you had cases where for a while was the thought of thinking, well, would people involved with the Enterprise really want to do stuff with a game? But in 2002, you had the game based on Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. We had everybody from the movie involved as far as that. You had this game. You had, not too far after this, Enter the Matrix. It had problems how it came out. It was like a buggy mess, really. But the fact that at the time, the Wachowskis, they're involved in thinking, well, we're going to make a game that's going to be connected with the movies, with the story. People were saying, well, wait, we want to play as Neo, which you don't in that game. But thinking, well, they're thinking, what are we going to do this? We want to make it like this kind of thing that goes with the franchise, and also hearing the great case of Tim Conway's voice again. But as far as other stuff I have on TV shows, you're right, the fact that they can kind of come up with some interesting ideas, not just as far as cartoons even, but even on the... Because I'm looking at this as far as other consoles I have for the, like game show stuff, like on the Wii or on, going back to the NES, amongst many other places. Or,
just another hologram. Holly,
what are you doing really good example of a game based on a TV show.
But Holly's right.
Well, okay, there's Rockers Modern Life, Spunky's Dangerous Day. I don't know if necessarily that's a great game, but it is getting re-released next year. I have the collection that it's going to be in, the Nickelodeon Splat Pack on the way. But that'd be an interesting case. Yeah, and television was by Mattel Electronics, the maker of board games. Interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, they own the rights to Wits and Wagers now, which we looked at about a month ago for our delisted showcase. But yeah, you're right. The fact that they went into gaming, and there's also there's a DLC pack for Atari 50 that goes into that as far as the console where they had at the time. And I got George Plimpton for some of the ads. But then, even in case at that time, they're saying, well, we're going to make games based on TV shows, stuff like that. stuff I
mastermind
know
costume,
on the
no less.
PC. There's a game based on Hill
Well, that's
Street
simple.
Blues. I mentioned that when
She
we
used my
played
patent-pending dressed
The
for
Lion
supper,
King.
suck you
That was like
up.
one of the early games
I
of
spent
Westwood
so much time in the
Studios.
lab that I built
Okay, I don't know if they
a
made it, but I know
into
that
the front
people who
door
worked
in
on that
seconds.
game were involved
That way
with
I
it.
can
We think like,
Be
wait,
on
they make
time to
games on
make
that,
the
they make games on
delivery
Project
man.
Runway, which is on the Wii. Even in case, that's why I always ask, is there a game based on something? And then we find out, wait a second, there
Oh, it
is.
must have
We talked about
been
I Dream of
here
Genie a
ahead of
couple
us
weeks
and
ago
switched
when we did the
places with
Delisted
her
show
uncle.
again. There was that one on the
Already
PC. We
stuff
found that.
out
That
there.
was real. Other cases, it's
It
like,
was
wait,
very
these are not real. These are, I guess, like fan
Like, and don't forget
wishes,
the most
I
important
guess,
clue of all,
potentially.
hologram.
But other ones. And sometimes the question, like, how good is a licensed game for something like that? But then you get those ones like
But
this,
why, Holly?
like with Lord of the
Why
Rings,
go through
like
all of
with,
this?
of
You
a lot of
guys
ones we
would've
played this
caught
year, like
my
Bakugan Defenders of
and
the
when
Core.
you
That's a
sent
case
to
where it's saying,
jail, I'd
an arena battle
still
game that's
have an
also
invention and claim
a
I
tower
developed it
defense game
myself.
and a stealth game.
I
That's a
would've
mix
made
I wouldn't have
fortunes,
expected.
too.
But I said, well, that actually reflects it really well.
it was a
When
good
people
plan.
came in, they're like, oh my god, I love this game.
Yeah,
I was like,
and
you know
I
what? I get
would've
it.
gotten
And same
away
with
with it, too.
something like this as far as
Not meddling
Scooby-Doo is
kids
concerned.
and your
But it is really
pesky
interesting to
dog.
think about that idea that some of these enterprises have held on as long as they have.
Professor, let me
Well, okay,
help you.
another game we played this year on a license
thank
for a
you,
TV
kid.
show,
I don't know
Teenage
how to
Mutant Ninja
behave.
Turtles. That's another one that's lasted for not as long as
All these
Scooby-Doo, because it came
riddles are
around
a
in the
great
80s from
start.
comic books to start, and then a bunch of TV shows and the different generational gaps as far as that one too, and ones where it does still have a relevance to itself, that people have their own, I guess, generation of where they followed something on that, and same case also with Scooby-Doo here. And that they got a lot of people involved this, we think like, wait a sec, would they want to be going on in games? But then that case of saying, yeah, they kind of did, and then thinking, because we talked about this recently, the case that sometimes you have cases of games or like licensed games that are really around that much anymore. I mean, in some cases you definitely have that, as I'm going to go back in the picture gallery because now we're looking at the unlockable stuff. But you're right, the case of them kind of figuring stuff when it comes to what do they want to do about a license, what do they want to do with a game based on TV show, based on anything, but also saying, what are we going to do and how is it going to stand out, and especially something like this. I mean, I know when the re-release or the remake of SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom, which is by the same people who made this, that got a remake a while ago, and I know people have been thinking, can they remake this? I mean, the question of going for a license, they had to go to Warner Brothers or whoever it is who holds the license on this thing. No, it is Warner Brothers still who has this, or Netflix soon enough is the thought. But point is that they said we can justify going back to Nickelodeon for the case of SpongeBob as far as it, and they keep making new SpongeBob games. Some that are apparently pretty good, from what I understand, like the Cosmic Shake and the one that came out this year. Other ones like the Patrick Star game that I hear are horrible. But cases of saying, well, they can get that coming back, and people thinking like they wish they could kind of have this back. You know, I could see a thing of it, especially because I think there's still a decent amount of games that are coming out for this, and even like next year we were talking about last time. The fact that like the crossovers with other enterprises like the WWE and KISS and Batman, and we have the new Lego Batman game that's out in May, that like we don't know if necessarily they tie with this. It seems like it's going more of against the Arkham Asylum games as far as how they're kind of playing around with that. But then thinking, well, wait, companies who kind of take attention to details as far as that, and then say, let's get something that really feels like this enterprise, but something that people are going to want to play, and they're going to hold on to over years, and then also get that sense of saying, this feels like something that kind of really belongs to this franchise against other stuff where you say, okay, it's a game based on it, but it could, I guess, maybe take place really any case. I mean, even Scooby-Doo Mystery on the Super Nintendo, I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's a pretty good game for what it is. And it is interesting thinking that all of the people we stopped as far as the mystery in that are people who are modeled after the development team at Argonaut, the people who made Croc and Star Fox on Super Nintendo. But then with this one saying, okay, we're tying this with the rest of the franchise, with all these other creatures and ghosts they've seen before. They're past mysteries. We have a lot of voice performances going back, as many as we could get for this. We have guest stars the way we used to, as far as on the series going back in the 70s and other times. They really paid attention to that, and they said, this feels like something really like this Enterprise. And also even the idea of some ideas of what they were doing, because when you got all the Scooby Snacks, for each area you unlock a piece of concept art. Basically giving an idea of what was Heavy Iron Studios, the people who developed this. What were they thinking? What were they trying to think when they came to their design? Admittedly, some of these are a little limited in terms of what we could show. We can't necessarily zoom in on these. It's not like the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection that came out recently. I got my copy in the mail a couple of days ago. it is amazing kind of going through all that stuff with the making of that game, but also them putting that in a context of what was Midway doing as a company. This is not quite going to that degree, but this is kind of a nice little bit of a precursor or something like that, of them saying, well, we went through a lot of stuff making this game, apparently working on the PlayStation 1, before eventually getting to the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox, and then saying, here's some of the ideas. We had some concept sketches of what we're doing. We did 3D modeling as far as how it is. A little blurry as far as you're seeing, like they're using like Windows XP or Windows 2000 for the purpose of running this, saying how are they going to model the sequences. So when we're at the graveyard where Shaggy was on fire, they said, okay, we have the 3D models about how we're doing this. Then we have the details as far as like the meshing as far as the background, saying we're going to have the polygon details going on, what the trees look like, what the wall over there, where the gravestones looking like over on the area. We have wireframe elements as far as how we do the shading. Yeah, there was wireframe as far as that. They do shading on that as far as the way that they're rendering it to make it look the way it does. Then they add textures as far as the textures for the models that they have set. It's looking a little better. And then we have the level finished, because then they have all the details, all the art going on here, all the color design and all that stuff that's going on. So what I like about this is getting that sense of seeing how are they building this from going to what we saw here, saying we have this idea about like what's the room gonna look like just from a sketch, saying okay, this is how we set. We have the gargoyles there with the towers there where Shaggy is over there. He's running on fire. They just have it as far as like pencil and pen drawings, but then they say, okay, let's model what this is going to look like as far as how it's rounded. Let's have a wireframe as far as what everything's going to look like with like the trees and all the accoutrements around. Then shade that wireframe, then texture that, then add the other art stuff to get it to look the way we saw it here. And it looks really good. And other concept art of aspects of the world, because one thing, we did go down by the docks, the case of what the dock was going to look like. Still keeping some of the same ideas and some of the same layouts of the main game, as far as how the lighthouse looking over there in the distance, the seaside town, and also the manor up there on the hill. And also the panorama look of what was the manor looking like, saying this was the starting area that we saw outside, as well as looking into where the hedge maze is going on there, over where the birdhouse is going down the way of the greenhouse, and the concept art for the manor. Yeah, we did kind of look at this actually similar ideas when it came to DuckTales Remastered, actually, now I'm realizing it. Saying, here's how the idea was going to look. Kind of this nice blue shadowed perspective. It looks beautiful. Just as far as the idea, what the kitchen was going to look like, which expanded out as far as how we saw, but then they said, okay, here's the idea of some things we did see. Because we did see the pots and pans up there and the tables, but it was the case we had to jump on the stoves after we turned on the water in order to get the fire out on them. And then we went to the tower. We saw the climb up in the tower with the nice lattice windows over there as well. And also go in the upper rooms of the manor. So the idea of them thinking, well, not dissimilar like the Luigi's Mansion concept, really, of saying we have this whole building, in this case, that we're kind of figuring out what do we want to do to kind of get this atmosphere. In some ways, this is not dissimilar to something like a Luigi's Mansion in terms of the atmosphere it creates. In a different way, yes, and also with different gameplay mechanics, for sure. But also something that is a unique look and something that you remember and is a great case of Halloween, but also really any time of year, honestly, and really captures the element of what they're going for, in this case, an Enterprise, and even with Luigi's Mansion, its way, and Enterprise 2, very, very well. And also going to the attic, which you do see some aspects as far as how that translated into the final game. And then the rooftops, that is where we found the night outfit as far as today. But in this case, giving a sense like what's the look and feel going to go. I guess the thought here, because you're seeing in this picture here, there's Shaggy there, so I guess this goes back to what this was going to be like, I guess, when they were working on this on the PlayStation 1, the thought that it would be like Scooby-Doo Mystery, both of them from the 16-bit consoles, that it was basically going to be a case of Shaggy and Scooby maybe playable together. I mean, the way the game runs it now, it's a case where we see Shaggy every so often. We are sort of playing as him, helping out Scooby, but also just seeing him and he's helping us out. So maybe the thought that it was going to be Shaggy and Scooby running around. That was the idea of actually really a lot of Scooby-Doo games. Most of them really are, to a certain extent, the case of Shaggy and Scooby, but other ones, as we mentioned, Scooby-Doo and the Spooky Swamp for the Wii, and I think it's on the PS2 as well. Case where they say, oh, here's a beat-em-up this way, but you're playing with every other character, too. And then the hedge maze. I mean, it was interesting also as far as the hedge maze. In this case, we're seeing an overhead view. which you didn't really see too much of in the game, but it's capturing some ideas like, oh yeah, there's the mean greenhouse over there in the way, there's a fountain, and there's all the statues kind of going on there, almost like a look as far as how Medieval did it as well. And what was the graveyard going to look like? The idea of like the pathfinding, I guess, of what Scooby was going to look like, saying, going all around, there are the ghosts there, what's he going to do as far as what we saw tonight. The overhead shot of the graveyard saying, hey, we're seeing all that on the approach over to the green ghosts when we fought him. Going on the cliffside there, as far as how that's designed too, and then going to the caverns, which we already started tonight. They're capturing that great attention to detail and the fishing village. So that idea of all these interesting places we're going, how they're kind of really connecting in a way. It goes to something, I'm trying to think of if people on this show necessarily said that. Actually, you know what? Nocturne kind of went into this. We played Sonic Mania, saying that there are all these elements of a stage in that game where everything goes together. You don't ever think to yourself, wait, it doesn't feel like it doesn't belong, or it feels like it maybe seems needlessly placed. It seems like they really thought out everything when it came to getting a sense, saying, okay, we have the manor as far as where we are, but then we have everything else in the distance. It's saying, hey, going to the fishing village, going into the hedge maze, all these things. It does seem like this idea that if we're at this manor, at this land as far as like by the sea and all this stuff, we're kind of going all these different places, and it's really capturing this massive world. It has a great connection as far as everything. Even going out to the sea where the lighthouse is, you know? And the shipwrecks as well, as we saw earlier, saying we have to go to the ship as far as where they are, and also the secret passages in the castle, the wine cellar, as we saw. Ideas of what the gameplay in the wine cellar is going to be. The thought, I guess, that we're going to be jumping over pits down here, which we didn't really too much. I mean, we had some areas around where we were doing that, avoiding the axes. And then also the secret lab. And also, you do get that picture, but showing like the last bit, the secret lab, the idea of what that was looking like, the way the shadow is over there. And you do get this picture if you get all the Scooby snacks. There you go. Scooby, we got all the snacks. You get that bonus saying, yeah, thank you for collecting everything. Okay, so that's the picture gallery. Now the fun's gonna begin, because we have all of the monsters, all of the ghosts that we fought. This goes to everything in the franchise. One thing I really like about this is it goes into the trivia of this. In fact, I know our chat mentioned last time saying, hey, this is going to be interesting when we get to this because we're going to show what the trivia is like. Even to the point where they say, okay, here's the Black Knight. And they do give the real name as far as from the show. They also indicate the episode upon which they came out of. That's what the quotations are saying. So in What a Night for a Night, museum curator poses an armored knight to divert attention away from his scheme. So there he is, and you also get the great render as far as how he's looking in that. The idea of them taking a 2D image as far as the way that these looked on the show, but then saying, how do we turn that to 3D? In fact, it's something we talked about when we played Shadow Hearts Covenant this year, also for PlayStation 2, which we have an extra video of on the YouTube site exclusive for next week, where when it came to the art design on that, they were saying, we have 2D drawings that we did, and we want to try and make it so that those 2D drawings look as close to that in 3D as possible. And the thought was thinking, some of the people on the dev tube saying, we can't do that. It's going to be a completely different case because we're running 2D graphics and 3D graphics. By its very nature, it's going to look different. How's it going to look on point with what we have here as far as that great 2D artwork? But then I realized, wait, no, the 3D artwork really was great too. And I think you see that also with this game because you are seeing that detail there of a metallic body that does have a nice reflection to himself, and also the red cap at the top. And also, you hit the X button, you get trivia questions as well. Talking about aspects of the show and stuff I actually did not know when I went through this. The idea of what was the name of Scooby-Doo, where you were originally going to be called. You think, well, wait, it'd just be Scooby-Doo or this. But apparently they said they were thinking that it was Mystery 5 or Who's Scared. So I guess then the idea of the Mystery Inc. It is 5 characters, because we have Velma, Daphne, Shaggy, Scooby, and Freddy. So the case that is the Mystery 5, or Mystery Inc. as they're known. But I guess Who's Scared, I guess the case is like, well, since it was 1969, this was not far after Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf from Mike Nichols. So I don't know if it's a case of like, hey, like, who's scared as far as this? But then I guess they said, well, we have this character, Scooby-Doo. And then they're like, yeah, where is he? They create, I mean, that's the interesting thing about the name of Scooby-Doo. We all just call it Scooby-Doo, yes, but the show was called Scooby-Doo, Where Are You, as far as the very first indication of the show, or of the Enterprise, really. And thinking, well, it's Scooby-Doo, the character, and then we're like, wait, where is he? So that does create that sense of, the mystery that the show is going off, but also, I guess, maybe the case of saying something could be going on. Like, he's not a guarantee of what's really going on with Scooby or every adventure that he and everybody else is going to be in. Alright, next up, DollyFinn, we saw this coming out of the ice, the caveman. Not Captain Caveman, but the caveman, who debuted in Scooby's Night with a Frozen Fright. In this episode, Shaggy and Scooby went fishing, and they found the prehistoric caveman that was trapped in ice. And this game, he busts out of the ice a lot. You're also seeing that great attention to detail, and also the fact that they use kind of, like, pen outlinings as far as, like, his hair on his chest, and even as far as his belly button there, in a way that it would look like, and does look like, when they drew this by hand for the TV show. The fact, right, they kind of would think it's smart, but how do we get this onto a 3D model and make it look right? So they're looking at it and saying, oh my god, this looks like the TV show, and it's awesome. And also, it's worth pointing out, I did mention this, sort of, when we played Scooby-Doo Mystery on the Super Nintendo. I said, it does not have the Scooby-Doo music as far as Scooby-Doo, Where Are You, as far as the theme song. You know, the Scooby-Doo, where are you? We've got some work to do now. It didn't have it. I was questioning that because the intro of the game says they licensed it, but it's not in the game. But I also said, well, the theme they gave you, the do-do-do-do-do-do-do, that is the original theme of the TV show. They didn't have the song to start. But what I didn't know is, like, where did they first introduce this? As far as that episode, it was a clue for Scooby-Doo. So, if you go back to the very first episodes of Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? And I think one of the extras on this disc is going to go into that, because one of them is, I think it's Scooby-Doo's First Mysteries. We'll see in a little bit, where basically they say, oh, the first mysteries he had, you look at those, they'll say, hey, the music's not there. Like, wait, why is the music not there? It's like, oh, wait, because they introduced it later, as was the case. Okay. We got the caveman there, so next is, wow, I did not know that. I didn't either. In fact, that's the thing about this, as far as it, there's a lot of really interesting trivia and background that goes to, I think, what you've said this whole time. The people who made this, they really said, we love this franchise, or maybe if they didn't, I don't know. Maybe they didn't love it, but they said, well, whether they loved it or not, I personally think they did, given the attention to detail they're going. But they then said, well, we want to make it this case, and as I mentioned, put it into context with the rest of the Enterprise and say, hey, here are these interesting things, stuff I'm not aware of specifically either. So there's a lot to learn here that is interesting as far as the entire Enterprise, along with what this game is doing with it. As we're also going to walk here, here's the Creeper. Yeah, Jeepers is the Creeper. That's the episode came off of where Mystery Inc. cracked the case of a blaze, a monster, and a burglar. Again, also paying attention to the fact of the way his hand is kind of curved down as far as his left hand, and also the way the eyes are. And also, right, they go into his cousins, because actually, except for Scrappy-Doo, I don't know if Scooby's other cousins are in games, those being Scooby-Dee and Scooby-Dum. But they do emphasize that there were some episodes of the show that went into them, and I think also some stuff on the side. I think some of the movies, as far as, like, the animated ones, I think. But they do go in that. I don't know where they came from, but I did. At first I was Scooby-Dee. It's like, oh, right, Scooby-Dee and Scooby-Dum. I remember seeing them as far as his cousins coming around, as it was. Apparently it came from Hollywood, as far as that's like. I didn't actually know where he came from. At first I heard the name, it's like, oh, right, he does have a case of that. Honestly, if nothing else, let's say that. It's interesting the weird extended family that Scooby has, but the case that we don't always see them all the time. In some ways, it's not dissimilar, I guess, to with Peanuts when Spike comes around. He has, like, tons of, you know... Snoopy has a lot of family in multiple different places, but also the case of Spike, he has tons of family as well. And, like, their family reunion case, like, where do they all come from? But also, they're always living all over the place, seeing what they are. Okay, these guys, the Funland Robot, that's the name of it. I didn't edit before, or will not have edited before, saying what are the names of these things, because there was sort of a funfair episode that we had with Scooby-Doo Mystery for the Super Nintendo, but we didn't have these enemies here. Yeah, Foul Play and Funland was the episode it was based on as far as these things. Like, they're robots. Probably the most annoying enemies to fight in this game, that it's not a boss, as is. In this one, robots running the mysterious amusement park, seeing what's going on here. And in this case, they say this, which I also didn't know. I was like, who's the youngest member of Mystery Incorporated? It also, I guess, is maybe a little bit of a question, maybe, that maybe is a trick. This is not giving the answer to why I'm saying this. The case of, does that count Scooby? Because in that case, well, then how do you count that? Do you count it as dog years or do you count it as human years? We're actually going to element of Barney the dinosaur when it's a case where Barney's birthday is coming around. He says, I'm 2 dinosaur years old, and the kids rightly ask, how is that in people years? Like, let's see. It's 200 million years, which actually for a dinosaur doesn't make sense. Actually, that's a pretty good answer. But as far as who the youngest member of Mystery Incorporated is, I would have guessed, given other elements of this franchise, the million ones that came out after this, I would have thought Shaggy, personally, if I were to guess, but that's not the case. Apparently it's Velma. So I was like, yeah, Velma's the new one as far as, like, the youngest. Not always clearly indicated, although then looking as far as the box, as far as, like, I guess that's the thought, sort of. I mean, in some ways they don't, as far as other elements of this franchise, they don't necessarily go into... Okay, the case where they go into Velma younger, and actually there is one element this game goes into, and I'm very happy they go into it, is a pup named Scooby-Doo. That goes to the perspective of, like, the 80s in particular, where they had a lot of spin-offs or redos of a lot of Hanna-Barbera shows, actually, or famous cartoons where they had, like, children versions themselves. They had Tom and Jerry Kids, that being one example. The Flintstone Kids, but the one I think that outdid them all as far as these, a pup named Scooby-Doo, because it was a case where it's not just, oh yeah, it's Scooby-Doo characters younger. It's that, yes, but then they also kind of were doing these unique twists. They're going to go into that as far as other stuff on the trivia, and I don't think there are specific games on a pup named Scooby-Doo, which is too bad, because that is a very interesting interpretation of that series. I don't know if DollyFinn you've ever seen it, or Chad, if you have. If you'd have, and I would highly suggest it, it's a case where it makes it a little more modern in some ways for when it was coming out, but also a case that it's unique how it's kind of going and has some fun with what these characters are going about from what we know. And as I said, this game is going to go into it, and I love that they go into it, especially because I don't think there's an official game based on it, but we'll go into that. Okay, the gargoyles, I remember them as far as how they go, shooting fire at us. A good medium is rare. That's the episode it came out of. They went to a mysterious fortune teller for a seance, and they found this thing. Yeah, this is the other case, like the Scooby Snacks, who they come from. Like, wait, what's the concept of that? Also, DollyFinn, I mentioned that I did buy Scooby Snacks from the store, as it was. Basically, the Scooby-Doo fruit snacks from Betty Crocker. So I was like, for the purpose of the show, I was like, yeah, let's buy. Would I do it for a Scooby Snack? Yeah, I would. I got the box of Scooby Snacks. I'll edit again, showing the picture of this when I edit in a couple of weeks. Yeah, given how this is gonna go, I'm not gonna edit this. At first I thought, wait, I'm gonna complete this game too quick. And at that point, I said, I can fast track this. I was like, no, we're not doing that. For sure. Okay, there you go. Lol. And I get that as far as, you're right. The case is saying, we have the Scooby-Doo, we have Scooby Snacks. Yeah, going the whole Scooby-Doo way. That's the idea, and maybe that's the thought. I hope they're tasty. Yeah, they are, actually. They kind of are. Just to go into that, I guess it's an interesting case. You're not going to get another any Scooby-Doo gameplay that goes into this. As far as what they are, they kind of are. They're like fruit snacks of certain cases, but it's the different kind of fruit snacks where it was a period where some of them were made of gelatin and other ones were not. These are the ones that weren't. These are the ones that were made of carnauba wax, as far as I know. Some of the ones that Betty Crocker put out in the years did that. I know Shark Bites being one of them, because we had the shark earlier on, as far as what we had a case in that one. I'll have a picture of those as well. But they are kind of, they do have that kind of same feel, that same texture. You do have the pictures, by the way, and the heads of all the characters. You have Scooby, Shaggy, Velma, Freddy, Daphne, and you also have the Mystery Machine, as is Yum. Yeah, it is a good case. As far as it, and like, also they were on sale. So, but also I'm saying, maybe that was the case. This game, if nothing else, puts me in a mood of saying, hey, you know what, we're doing the Scooby-Doo game. But saying, like, no, it's not just a case of, I'm just doing a Scooby-Doo game. It's like, I'm doing the Scooby-Doo game, capturing Enterprise so well. I was like, I think, would I do it for a Scooby Snack? Let's buy a box. There you go. I was like, I just go down the aisle. I was like, we're doing Scooby-Doo this week. I gotta get this. Apparently the Scooby Snack Factory, as far as where they're made, although I don't know, because there's so many different aspects of this franchise, where do they go into that to state what that's all about? And I don't know. And as you mentioned last time, here's the Ghost Diver. You mentioned Diver Dan in particular, looking like that. I said Dave the Diver, like that's something more recent. Like, yeah, not completely. Your Diver Dan case is more on point. The idea who debuted in A Clue for Scooby-Doo, the episode that I mentioned earlier, was the first time we ever heard the Scooby-Doo Where Are You music. So, okay, this actually explains one of my questions, or answers a question I had earlier, saying, when does Scooby-Doo go swimming? Because he can't swim in this game. Neither can Shaggy. He says, I didn't bring my water wings when we were running around with the shark. Apparently they went surfing, and so when that happened, we met the ghost diver who was covered in seaweed. That's true as far as the show. In this game, he's not, so he cleaned himself up. But in that case, there he is. And also to get a sense, okay, there's no option, by the way, to rotate him around to see the model, but you do get a good sense of what he's looking like. Okay, and the trivia here is, here we go, right. The fact that because there are so many different takes on Scooby-Doo as a franchise, and they made different series based around them, some that were, because even with Scooby-Doo Where Are You, the case that, okay, that's something that seemed pretty established, but even some of the other ones weren't completely removed. Even something like the new Scooby-Doo movies or the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, where the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, its entry, or its theme was narrated by Vincent Price, as it was. And the new Scooby-Doo movies where they had a lot of guest stars as far as how that was, but it's still the case that same group as far as everybody there, and them doing different things, but with other people, as it was. But apparently the series that she changed really completely. Okay, there's a lot of answers to this that could be right for a different reason. There's also way before Velma from HBO Max came around, so that could be an answer, but back then I don't think anybody was thinking, hey, we're going to make this, or even a case where when it came out, that even the people who liked the concept of that said, yeah, it was worth actually doing. But, okay, that, in fact, it goes to the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. I will have a picture here when I edit, or I'll show you also DollyFinn as far as it, probably before we do the Bust Move 2 show for that, of what Daphne looked. She did look a little different. It was not completely the same, as was the case. Also, by the way, a few things. Oh my god, on Target, they sell Kellogg's Scooby Baked Cinnamon Sticks shaped like dog bones. Here's a link as far as it. Okay, this is going to go on the link list, but also I will indicate as far as what it is for myself. Oh yeah, Scooby-Doo baked graham cracker stick cinnamon. There you go. They're like dog bones. You're right. Look at that. I think, okay, there we go. So we're going to get, that is unique as well. And this is also the case when it comes to our best channel on Twitch of saying we're going to go with stuff as far as Scooby-Doo themed snacks, like Scooby Snacks, where the actual Scooby's in. Now I want them. Right, okay. We're gonna go and make a Target run as far as buying these. That's what we're getting down here, I think. Above anything else. As it also showed the thing on 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. But the fact they're giving these perspectives of these other sides of the franchise, I do really like that. And next up we have the Ghosts of Captain Moody. These were like the trenchcoat ghosts that we saw when we fought Redbeard, who was in the episode Guess Who's Not Coming to Dinner, I believe. Don Knotts did guest star in this episode. I think it's the first one he might have been on, if I'm right. I don't know if I am. I might be wrong. If I am, I'll edit. But anyway, Scooby and the gang enter Moody Manor. They run into an old friend. There he is as far as Captain Moody. And also, this one is a case where they have gone through this for certain cases as far as the idea of how does Mystery Inc. work. Because it's just Scooby-Doo and the gang going around the van solving mysteries, but there are other arms of this franchise and other movies that do go into the idea that, wait, there's an investment concept on this, saying, how do they run? I kind of intuited this one because when we played, actually, no, I intuited this one because, as far as other cases, Daphne is indicated as kind of the rich girl, but it's also a case that the way that even goes, it's a bit different than you think as far as how that goes. And in her case, the idea that there's capital being put in. But other cases, you have like Velma with a lot of the tech stuff, how she does. And then also, technically the case, I think that Freddy owns the Mystery Machine, which is why he's the one who drives it, I believe. So the idea of kind of where some of these things are going. In fact, I think Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, I believe, goes into this as far as Daphne's family. But there's other cases that do as well. In fact, I know we played Scooby-Doo Mystery on Super Nintendo. The final mystery in that game was connected to Daphne's uncle. That's where we went to the manor over there as far as finding the Count. So, at that case, nothing else that shows the idea that Daphne has aspects as far as connections with her family in ways that we've honestly, I think, seen more with her and Scooby-Doo, I guess, than we've seen maybe with other characters. Although there are definitely so many interpretations, there might be something I'm missing. Here's the ghost of Geronimo, who came from Decoy for a Dog Napper. Apparently in this episode, I don't think I've seen this, Scooby-Doo fell in love with a pedigreed dog, but then the dog was kidnapped, and the ghost of Geronimo came around. I mean, I've seen the ghost of Geronimo in other cases, but I don't know if I've seen this episode, or it's been a case of that. It's been so long. And they go into Scooby-Dum, his other cousin, because I think he has three, which are Scrappy-Doo, Scooby-Doo, and Scooby-Dum. Scooby-Dum, if Scooby-Dee came from Hollywood, he came over here from Hokafanoki Swamp in Georgia. So, yeah, Georgia on my mind as far as that, and that's where Scooby-Doo comes from, which I was not aware of as far as it. I mean, I'd only seen a couple of the episodes they were on, and I don't think they were just one and done. There were a couple cases we saw them, but not all the time. So it's something where I was like, yeah, learning a lot, and thought of seeing maybe there are other games. We'll figure, because we can definitely do other Scooby-Doo games as is. Here's the Green Ghost. We saw him tonight as far as the first boss we fought in the graveyard. Oh, right, I forgot. They played the music of the boss ghosts. Okay, let me turn that up. Yeah, I forgot about that. Right, when you look at the ghosts that have boss fights to them, they actually play the original pieces of music that they wrote for this game for them, which I love. Yeah, in the episode of Bicycle Built for Boo, Shaggy's bike is stolen as he starts to paper out, and apparently Green Ghost is involved as far as that. Okay. And also the question of, this is more of a pay attention to what's going on with the details of the Enterprise, but some of these images are so iconic. It's something that maybe it's something you'll just think about and say, oh, I can just tell from this off of nothing. What are the colors of the Mystery Machine? They're orange, as far as remembering what that Mystery Machine logo looks like. It's one of those things you can almost just kind of close your eyes. Mystery Machine just looks like, I know that van. You see that? You see the floral, the flower print on the side. And there you go. That's the idea of it being orange. So they are testing your trivia in certain cases here, or indicating trivia as far as in certain cases, not just on deep cut details of the show. I love that they do that, yes. But also other elements in this. You might not expect to kind of be indicating. We're reflecting, DollyFinn, as you said, the idea of what this Enterprise really is, how it's had a permanence for so long, and also explaining why it has. In the case that is mentioned, it makes sense over all the years, like what this is all about, you know? And the fact that it's made connection with so many generations. That's not an easy thing to do for really anything. The fact that this game is doing it, this character is doing it, is amazing. Of course, we have the ghosts. We're in Hassle in the Castle. Apparently, Shaggy and Scooby were doing sailing, and they collided on the mystery ship, and things didn't turn out well, but then we stopped the ghost and won. But of course, Fred, his last name, this is another case as far as knowing the case of the characters. Because we have Velma Dinkley, we have Shaggy Rogers, we have Scooby-Doo, we have Daphne Blake, and we have Fred Jones. So that's the idea as far as how that is, as far as it. So that's that idea of that trivia. And then we have the Headless Spectre. And I do know this also because Scooby keeps mentioning in the game, saying it's the Headless Spectre, because he does name the enemies when we run into him. He was in the episode The Haunted House Hang-Up. In this one, Mystery Incorporated encounters the Headless Spectre after entering an eerie house. Like, wait, what was he really doing? And why is he actually someone without a head? Where'd the rest of them go? But, right, okay, this is another element as well, because we were saying earlier when it came to other elements of this franchise where you do have the whole gang. But there's some cases where they had certain elements of the series where not all of the gang were present. In fact, I think it was one of the ones with Scrappy-Doo in it. It was just Shaggy, Scooby, Scrappy, and Daphne. Velma and Freddy weren't involved. And this was also right before the movie came out in 2002. It was like a couple weeks before, where in that case, the opening of that movie is saying, hey, they're going their separate ways initially, and then they come back as far as going on the island. But for this one, when it came to that Scooby-Doo series, as far as it, because I think it does have a specific name, the one I'm thinking of. And I'll let it down below here in a couple weeks for that. Goes the idea of what they were doing, which is Velma said, I became a research scientist for NASA. Fred became a mystery novelist. And in the movie, I remember it was interesting the way the movie that opens after they have one of their mysteries but then they say, oh, no, we have to go our separate ways. I think Freddy goes to like a group therapy, which is actually surprisingly funny as far as how it is. And I don't think the movie's bad. I think there's some things about it that are off. I'll definitely say that. That's a question we wonder, were they intending to, did they like the Enterprise they were adapting? It's also a movie that's going to be R-rated originally, actually. It was written by James Gunn back in the fucked up days of him. Although fine, he probably still has that element. I mean, it's not like Superman. This is going back to some of the really messed up things he made, like Slither and Super and Beazle, which is a short out of movie 43. Some of the things in those movies, I haven't seen Slither, but Super and Beazle are repulsive to the point where if I had a reason to go into some of the stuff they do, I would. I'm not gonna. They're the kind of things that are so messed up and disturbing and not well done either that I'm gonna hold back. And I don't have a reason to talk about now. If I did, maybe I would, but I won't. But as far as that movie, there are things it does well, and actually I think I like a sequel more. That being Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, which came out in 2004. Even just for some of the weird creativity of the fact that we have also their other characters coming back. So they maybe took from this game, looking at that saying, hey, other creatures that we fought are reanimated as far as the opening of this museum of all these other, basically, like statues and things of all of the past ghosts we captured. But then they come to life, and there's one where you have the Black Knight. They have he is on horseback, and then you have Freddy. He has to I need to do a joust, and he finds an old motorcycle, a long lead pipe, and he does a joust on the motorcycle against him with the horse to the tune of Wanted Dead or Alive by Bon Jovi. It is amazing, and since I'm a huge fan of the movie adaptation by Spike Jonze directed and Charlie Kaufman who co-wrote it, the case that movie the joke of that movie, if you've ever seen it, is that it's Charlie Kaufman and his twin brother Donald saying they're going through aspects of writing screenplays. His brother says, I went to a seminar to learn how to make something really easy that'll make $1 billion feasibly and be something that's so clever by a half that everybody in the audience will fall for it and they'll love the idea of how the twist goes. And the case saying, I want a chase scene in my script saying the killer is running away on horseback while the cop is going after him in cars. So it's like man versus machine, technology versus horse. And they're all still the same character, right? Yeah, well, that's the big payoff. Because the idea is saying, he has the woman trapped up in the creepy basement, the officer is trying to find her and is falling in love with her without having met her, but then also the killer is that, and they're all that way because he has multiple personality disorder. And his brother's saying, wait a second, this is overplayed as anything. The only thing more overplayed than cops as far as this is multiple personality disorder. And on top of that, by introducing that, you bring up the notion of cops and killer being the same perspective. See any other cop movie ever made, for example, of this, as the case. But I love that idea, and I think that element of creativity as far as how that is well. I also believe there is a indication of that scene from that movie, from Scooby-Doo 2, online on YouTube, I believe. I'll link to it. If I can't find it, I'll figure something to it. Okay, here's the mastermind who was introduced in this game. Very interesting thinking that we got a monster token for him earlier. I did pick it up while we were playing tonight. But also the thought of saying, as you're mentioning, putting this into context with the rest of the franchise and saying, this game deserves to be considered as part of the Scooby-Doo lore. And absolutely does. He did debut in this game, voiced by Tim Curry, as we mentioned. Debuts in a plot to challenge the wits of Scooby and the gang, and it also is a case where it doesn't necessarily spoil the plot if you come in here before beating the game. But also, Shaggy and his sister, okay, I do remember this, as far as aspects of the franchise, and also Shaggy's girlfriend. They don't go into the girlfriend part of that. But his sister had two different names, Maggie and Susie. I'm trying to remember. I do remember the idea of that happening, but I also don't remember where that happened or what element of the series it was. It was a different series or what, or when they appeared. As far as Shaggy's girlfriend, that was in, I don't remember if they go in this in the trivia. That was in Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf from the 80s, which was a takeoff on Teen Wolf, actually. The idea is that Shaggy is, he's cursed, and when he gets to a case of eating so much food, he hiccups. Every time he hiccups, he goes between being a werewolf and being himself. And they have to figure out how we're going to break this curse. And his girlfriend is wearing all these neon headbands and things like that, so it's definitely an 80s perspective of itself. Is trying to figure out, what are we going to do? And then Scooby's also involved of trying to figure what's going on with this and everything going on. It's wait, I want to get back to my own normal form. What are we going to do? And it's really interesting. Okay. And here's Redbeard, as we said, Redbeard's ghost, as the case. He was on the episode Go Away Ghost Ship, where in that case, the pirate ghost's true identity was then revealed. There he is. Okay, the first cartoon character to become a vegetarian, I guess that's within its franchise. Technically it's not Shaggy or Scooby, because they eat anything. As far as everybody else, I mean, it could be anybody else, unless it's a case where they eventually did for some reason. I'm thinking of other cases of cartoons where they become vegetarians, or they indicate that. Well, Lisa on The Simpsons, she becomes a vegetarian, and also Bubbles on the Powerpuff Girls, she also says that way. Because when Buttercup's punching down the slab of meat, kind of like Rocky. She's like, my meat's gone. And she's like, Bubbles, you stole my meat. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm vegetarian. No, she's practically vegetarian. That was it. Oh, so apparently Shaggy became vegetarian at some point. I don't know what went. So, okay, I was totally off, but I said, I don't know, Chad, do you know where he became vegetarian and when? I mean, maybe it was briefly that way, and then he went back as far as it, because I usually get the sense that Shaggy does not necessarily discriminate against anything as far as food. Even as far as this, because they said, like, one of my chopped livers, like, liver. It's like, yeah, it's delicious. So they do want to have that. I don't know. If I can find out, I will figure that. I mean, as I mentioned, I'm also not editing this until a couple of weeks. That's going to be actually after the new year. I'll be editing this at the same time I'm editing Beethoven, the Ultimate Canine Caper, which is our next live show. We'll get on that in the schedule as is. But there you go. We'll find out. If nothing else, that's also the benefit of the edit. As Electverse always says, thank God for the edit. We can get stuff going on and figure what's going on. Okay, here's the first monster we saw tonight. The sea creature. I didn't actually remember what the name of the thing was. Came from the creepy heap from the deep. Sea monster on a deserted beach that puts the gang in the middle of a mystery. And in this case, okay, here we go. The pup named Scooby-Doo. We'll get to this one. Okay. Because, yeah, Freddy's favorite magazine in that is, or it was the National Exaggerator. Because the thing about, now I get to talk about this with the pup named Scooby-Doo. What this does very interesting, I love this, is the fact that since it is all these characters who are still children and they're kind of growing up, this series is very clever of saying, okay, they do have their perspectives of what we know of them later. But then it also says, okay, take advantage of the fact they're children, saying, wait a minute, what were some of the growing pains they might have had to go through before they got through everything? So in the case of Velma, she did have schooling she had to still go through. She was still in school. She knew what she was doing. She was very studious and all that. Made sense as far as it. Daphne was always being very beautiful. She was always emphasizing that. They do emphasize that as far as the other elements of the series later, but the case, like, she's kind of all focused on fashion. Like, oh, I want to look good as far as everything, and being, the most popular girl in school. But then Freddy's case is saying he so badly wants to be the case of being able to be the leader and know everything and be able to kind of crack the case all the time. As a case where oftentimes he gets the sense like, wait, I know who did this whenever they get to the end of a mystery. He's like, who did this? It was Red Herring. And Red Herring is an original character in the show. I will picture Red Herring when I edit this. Where it's basically a character who he is literally a case of as I mentioned, the Roger Ebert perspective of the law of economy of characters, where there's no unnecessary character, but he's basically a refutation of that concept, because he doesn't ever have a reason to be in the plot except for the fact that Freddy always is blaming him and saying he's the ghost. And he's like, he always walks by and he's like, no, I'm not the ghost. Stop obsessing over me. And then there's the one episode that's hilarious. I'll have the name of the episode of this goes, if I can find it. As far as name, I think we can find the name as far as going through an episode guide. The case where he says, from the start, it's Red Herring. It's like, no, it's not. We know it's not Red Herring. You always say it's Red Herring, and you're always wrong, which also goes to the perspective, like, hey, Red Herring of a mystery, saying, like, oh, it's always like a fake clue. But he's like, no, it keeps going on, and at the end, it is Red Herring. He's like, I told you it's Red Herring from the start, and you didn't listen to me. Like, for once, he said, no, I did do this, because I just wanted to deal with you and just kind of make your life miserable. And also, we're pointing out, Casey Kasem was the original voice of Shaggy. Came back and said to have convinced the characters to make him vegetarian because he was an animal rights activist. Oh, you're right. That's true. I forgot about that. You're right. Casey Kasem did go into that. Yeah. Okay, very good attention to detail. Thank you for indicating. That was in 2002, where he came back to voice the character, which he came back for. He's not in this game, because I mentioned in this game, Shaggy was voiced by Scott Innes. There were, I think, other specials. I don't think he's in the movie as far as, like, having a cameo. He's not playing in the movie. In the movie, Matthew Lillard plays him from Scream and from SLC Punk and also from Five Nights at Freddy's, the film adaptation of that as well. Yeah, he played him, and I may as well also go as far as the movie, because it was Freddie Prinze Jr. was playing Freddy, who seemed maybe too easy of a choice, but looking back, I'm like, you know what, that does kind of make sense as far as the way that cast. It was Sarah Michelle Gellar from Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Cruel Intentions, and oh god, what's something else she was in? Well, those are two big ones. But she was Daphne, and actually the one I was not aware of initially, Linda Cardellini, who was on Freaks and Geeks on it was an NBC show, I believe. And she also was later in a couple of... Actually, she was in Green Book, which a couple years ago, which she was really, really good in. And also, I liked her in a horror movie called The Curse of La Llorona, which I wasn't huge on because of the way the story goes, but she's really good in that. She was very underrated as far as Velma is concerned. She really nailed that role as far as the idea of that. But, okay, thank you for indicating that as far as the vegetarian case, because it was like, wait, what was going on with that? But we have the answer. That's also why we have the best chat on Twitch, for sure. And next we have the Scarecrow. We did see him around. He came around in the Frickert Fracas as episode. And for this one, a mysterious man invites the gang to stay on the farm overrun with scarecrows, but of course the scarecrows are causing trouble. So in that case, we had to figure what's going on. Okay, going back to a pup named Scooby-Doo. They go the idea of Shaggy's bike being stolen on Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? But as far as bike, he had... I actually have seen a lot of the show, but it has been a while since I've seen it. I gotta see if there's like DVDs of that. But anyway, I don't remember how the bike went. It was apparently a cherry-colored Starfire special. So that they're kind of going deep into this as far as these other twists that the franchise do love, and also giving attention to a pup named Scooby-Doo. That, I would say that in some ways, that might be, in its way, the most underrated and maybe the best Scooby-Doo series that's not the original. Because it is doing some unique stuff with it, but it also is a case where it really it straddles that line really well of doing something different but not being alienating the way something like Velma is, as an example. That's obvious. Everybody knows that as far as the idea of it now, although the time wasn't around. But then saying, okay, this feels like the Enterprise. This feels like that idea, but then saying, what this interesting what if, in ways that even the Flintstones kids and Tom and Jerry kids, they had their moments, but I think a pup named Scooby-Doo, there's something about the way that one did it, that one they really nailed it. Okay, this is the Space Kook. That is the robot that we saw in the lab. Yeah, the spooky Space Kook. He's a glowing, ghostly track that's leading to the abandoned airfield, which is where they found him. Right, okay. This, I guess, is going into the idea of villains from other worlds as far as how it is. So I guess it's going into, like, the new Scooby-Doo movies case, I would think. Oh, right. Because Scooby-Doo meets Genie. We were talking about that a couple weeks ago when it came to I Dream of Genie. Right, because there was an episode where Scooby-Doo met I Dream of Genie, which I don't know if that was the first episode of the new Scooby-Doo movies, or if it was just a case where she was on Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Which might have been, I think that was probably the idea. And the case that, yeah, the I Dream of Genie game on the PC it does not look good as far as how it's not even like a traditional game. See, that would have been interesting as far as saying, like, hey, make like a I Dream of Genie game where it's just the idea of like her doing stuff and things like that. Like Shantae. Actually, that would be interesting. I'll probably mention that all the time when we get to Shantae, the Way Forward game. At some point, I do want to show Shantae at some point, but I don't know which one I want to start with. I might start with the first one, but I'll buy the Switch version for that because I only have it on 3DS Virtual Console, and I can't stream that yet. And also because, oh my god, Shantae on the Game Boy Color, that game, which is where it originally came from, was like $600. It was like one of the last games on the Game Boy Color, and people wanted. But they ported it a couple times, so that's good. Oh yeah, it's worth pointing out, the episode was The Mystery in Persia. That was when Genie appeared. Perfect, there you go. Awesome. So glad to get a sense as far as that idea with that crossover there. I think like, well, you wouldn't see this idea. In fact, as I said, it's interesting I'm playing the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection now, because that's another game that when it comes to its trivia section, well, not even its trivia section, it's documentary footage going into the background of the making of that game, as far as the first one, but even the other ones, and then putting it in context of what was Midway as a company doing that led to that. And oh my god, it is fascinating so much. And we got to show a couple of those Digital Clips gaming documentary games. We have to. That is going to be a massive undertaking for anyone, but we have to do that, because like this one, even as far as on the scale that this game's doing it, it's absolutely fascinating just how much it's really putting into clarity and I guess in the context of the rest of an Enterprise or of other Enterprise that tie, because in that case of that Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, they're saying, hey, when it came to Ed Boon and John Tobias, and they were making that, saying, oh, they're doing other stuff. Ed Boon's working on High Impact Football, which has some MFMV stuff, sort of, and then John Tobias was doing artwork on games we looked at for the show, those being Smash TV and Tonal Carnage. He was working with Eugene Jarvis, who was making those latter two. And kind of similar concepts here, although as far as the TV show of Scooby-Doo and then other aspects of other TV shows, because we mentioned last time, there are a lot of other crossovers for that, And other cases in terms of games. There's a game even by the people who made Shantae on 3DS that does that, and I I've heard it's pretty interesting. I might have to take a look at that and figure out how to stream 3DS so we can show some more stuff on that. But next up is the Tar Monster in the episode Tar Monster. He came from the lake. A goopy monster preys on natives' beliefs in the legendary creature. And of course, this case, what does Scooby Snacks taste like as far as we indicated, as far as what you can buy that we know of? You can buy the Betty Crocker Scooby-Doo flavored fruit snacks. They taste like fruit, assorted fruit flavors flavored with other natural flavors. Or you can buy what DollyFinn indicated, saying I just want to get the name of this again. Oh, wait, I already have a tab of that up, so let's look at that. The Scooby-Doo baked graham cracker sticks that have cinnamon taste to it. So in that case, that's what Scooby-Doo or Scooby Snacks tastes like to us that we know of, as far as ones you can buy now. But as far as the Enterprise the TV show, I don't know where they indicate this, but they apparently say they taste like butterscotch. I mean, given how they look, I kind of understand as far as like the, I don't know, kind of the brown case with the SD logo on it. Or it's like, it's not like these have your name on them. It's like, oh wait, yeah, actually they do for that. But that's the idea as far as that, and I think we're going through everything. Here's the witch, voiced by Tressa McNeil in this game, as we mentioned last time, who appeared in an episode I do remember watching, Which Witch is Which. After crossing a pole-wielding zombie, the kids in Scooby flee to a small village, but they find the witch over there who's causing trouble. Okay, here we go. Also, we did sort of mention this, or I mentioned this, when we looked at Scooby-Doo Mystery for Super Nintendo, and I'll have a link to that show as well, because people want to see that, apparently. I guess DollyFinn will say this, we got the Scooby-Doo train running on this show, but when I put up that show, people were like, oh wow, they really liked seeing this, and I think same with this one, with people coming in and saying, oh wow, we really want this, and want to see this, and other Scooby-Doo stuff. But apparently, as far as the original Scooby-Doo theme, I think they indicated in the intro text of Scooby-Doo Mystery on Super Nintendo, even though it's not in it. The Genesis version has it. But it was William... Oh, no, he wrote it. Okay. William Hanna wrote it, but that game indicated who sung it. That was the difference, I think. But as I said, I also mentioned it in that show, which will be linked below. And here is the Witch Doctor. We've seen him before in the show. A tiki scare is no fair. The gang's vacation in Hawaii results in a strange holiday because they want to just go on a vacation, but always a mystery's going to find them. And okay, Scrappy-Doo, going to Scrappy-Doo. First episode he appeared in was The Scarab Lives, where it was Scooby's cousin. And I know people hate Scrappy, including that movie, as far as the 2002 movie. The question of, I guess, it being the opposite of Scooby, it seems like, wait a sec, why are you pulling a cousin in? Sometimes that being a question when TV shows do that. I know there's that. God, what's the... I'm trying to remember other cases where they indicate that, or like they question that idea. But I guess the idea makes sense as far as being the opposite of Scooby, saying like, no, he wants to fight all the monsters and all the ghosts. But they're like, no, we're so scared. Like, no, we don't want to get him hurt, or him to get hurt. But it's like, we're scared. You're not going to fight him. We're going to run away. He's like, let me at him. Let me at him. I was like, no, you're coming with us. But I said also the interesting reversal of this game, saying, okay, we're just playing as Scooby-Doo. We're just going to be going after all of these monsters, technically not having a fear in the world, you know? So in that case, we can kind of do that, except no punching. I guess it's going to be when we do Scooby-Doo in the Spooky Swamp for... I'll get the Wii version. I guess, DollyFinn, is that the next time we should come to Scooby-Doo? Your choice, if you have a choice, or we'll figure going on forward, because we should come back to Scooby-Doo. There's a lot of other cases with this franchise I think we can figure out. I never played that one. If this game is an indication, I'd like to take a look at it. Yes, that's the one I want next. Okay, got it. Okay, so Scooby-Doo and the Spooky Swamp for the Wii. That'll be our next stop at Scooby-Doo. When? Don't know, but I'll figure what we can do. Because we do need to show more stuff on the Wii. As far as actual games for the Wii compared to like virtual console stuff, which is still on the table, of course, anyway. But here's the Wolfman, who's afraid of the big bad werewolf. While camping, the gang stumbles an empty coffin, and the Wolfman was there, which kind of reflected in this game, honestly, because of the fact that the Wolfman is in some of the caveman, or some of the not caveman, some of the graveyard areas. Okay, as far as Shaggy's ancestral home, it's located in what town? I was not sure as far as where this went or how. But he comes to the Moonlight Castle in Austria. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it might have been one of the movies that went into that. I'm not completely sure. But that being said, that's the idea as far as what it was. But yeah, there is the Wolfman as far as the idea. And then... Okay, I think this is the last one. And then we'll show off the extra videos as far as the promo side of things. And then I think we'll be done with the show for tonight. And our last live show of 2025. I'll have a spiel on that, don't worry. Also in Which Witch is Which, we saw the zombie. Here's the zombie with the great eyes there, as far as it. After crossing a pole-wielding zombie, the kids fled to the small village. We found this zombie. This is the zombie we saw. Then we ran into the problems with the witch. Okay, but Scooby's home. Where does he live? Where did he come from as far as his ancestry? He came from the Nittingham Puppy Farm. I don't know, again, what arm of the franchise or what series, what episode necessarily indicates that. That's usually the idea. In fact, I think it's interesting to think that, because when it comes to a lot of the dog characters, and when it comes to certain cases of animation, usually it's a case where they emphasize that they came from, like, a puppy farm. I know Peanuts is like that. In Snoopy Come Home from 1972, they indicated the fact that Snoopy came from the Daisy Mill Puppy Farm. And that's also the case where, as Linus was indicating when he was like, we can't find Snoopy, what's going on? He said, I called them up, and Charlie Brown, are you ready for a shock? You're not his original owner. Yeah, and that's the idea as far as like what he left as far as that movie. And also him going to find his old owner, and also the debut of Woodstock, by the way, as far as that movie. And also music written by the Sherman Brothers of Mary Poppins fame. As far as stuff with Peanuts, we'll show at some point, I want to get a copy of this, Snoopy versus the Red Baron on the PlayStation 2. We did show off Snoopy Flying Ace from 360. I stupidly didn't buy that game in time. But I think after that one, that is probably the best Peanuts game there is, of the ones I played, as it is. Yeah, so Nottingham Puppy Farm for... Wait, Nittingham or Nottingham? So maybe the game got it wrong, as far as how it was. Oh, Knitting. Okay, so I wasn't sure as far as that. It was either way. I just wanted to get a sense of that. Also, we're pointing out, I didn't show this.
It's a warp gate.
There is a warp gate at the end of the Monster Gallery. And here also, by the way, is a skeleton over there on the walls. And also the fact that I didn't really indicate this, the case that Scooby's kind of just sneaking around and the warp gate is kind of just watching as I go. But in this case also, I can clip right through it. There you go. Look at that. I love that. I was like, yeah, can I move out of the way of this thing? But there you go. That is the complete Monster Gallery. We're going to take another walk down, seeing the Rogues Gallery of all of the Scooby-Doo characters going on here. All the ones we got the monster tokens for. And this is a neat thing to see this. And as I said, also elongated the show. Well, not elongated. I mean, it gave more for the show, a full look, which is what we always do. But it also is something where it really gives that sense of what this enterprise means to a lot of people, but also what it meant to the developers, and I think also what, as it ended up, this game meant to mean to people. And we're going to show the last two cases of videos of that, and I'm going to find some good music to talk over, and then we'll go on. And DollyFinn also, since you're not here for this right now, if you want to go into your final thoughts, or if we want to figure this, if you want to record final thoughts and we stitch them in when I edit this after the holidays and after the new year, feel free to do so. Or if you want to type in now, going into it, final thoughts on Scooby-Doo Night of Wonder Frights. First off, before we get to that, oh right, I was right. I'm also gonna show off right. I want to show off the things for the what was it? The dates. No, I'll tell you. So we'll do that. I forgot about that. Okay, I don't actually have this up right away, so I'm gonna pull this up. What we're gonna do now is I'm going back to my PlayStation 2 menu. I'm gonna go into system configuration. I'm changing the clock. It is technically not Christmas as far as when I'm editing this or when I'm airing this, because I want to look at all of the dates we can look at as far as changing the system clock, because and this works on the Xbox and the GameCube versions as well if you have those. And when I get into those videos as far as the end of the show, I will indicate what is unique about them, because the videos you're going to see as far as this one are different than were on the Xbox and the GameCube versions. And for that, it's something I didn't actually find much of an indication online to really be able to easily pin this down. But then I was able to look a little later and it figured. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to go and take a look. I'm going to pull up here on my end. I'll have a link to this as well to show what I'm pulling out of GameFAQs. Basically the case of under their cheat section for this, and it said this works on every version of the game, I believe. Let's see. Let's go to, because we did do this with Christmas Nights a couple years ago. Let's go to Let's go back in time. Let's go back to July 4th. All right, let's put the disc, or close the disc tray. And I'm going to skip through the intro just to go into that as far as how it is. Also, let me turn the audio down a bit, because right now it's not going to matter. All right, I think Scooby-Doo Night Runner Frights is a fun game that spans the generations. That is very well said. That is succinct to the point. I agree with it. It's a case where, as you mentioned when we did part 1, you said, this is the best Scooby-Doo game. I'm sorry to say it, but it is a fantastic game. You're going to love it. And you've made a convert out of me on this game. I agree 100%. I guess to preface my final thoughts, this is probably the best Scooby-Doo game I've played so far. But the attention to detail of this enterprise, all the extra stuff that they put into it, as far as THQ saying we're going to publish this, taking their license they had with this for a while, admittingly for a couple of years, but then talking to Heavy Iron Studios who made this. That's the thing about Heavy Iron Studios. Even games of theirs that I'm not necessarily huge on, like The Incredibles, as far as how certain things go, or other things, I always got the sense that they often worked in licensed games, but they always, it seems, came up with something unique that really felt like the Enterprise was based on. Whether it's the best game you play or not, this is admittedly one of their best games. This and SpongeBob's Battle for Bikini Bottom. That's really the two I hold on to. Right, okay, here we go. So here we go. So we're on July 4th. So whenever your system clock set to July 4th, look what we have here. We have, what is it? We have fireworks going on this. Yeah, we have a fireworks show. And we have these nice lights and like steam things coming out of the mansion. Look at that. That's cool. He's saying, yeah, good job as far as how this. Yeah, you can find items you missed. We already had that set. Okay, so that's 4th of July. So next up, let's see what's next on the list. We'll show off all this, because why not? Besides, I don't know if everybody's showing this. We're going the whole way as far as how it is. You also can get a case of... Let's see how many are on this aspect. Well, okay, this is a Halloween game. It's a Halloween block game, as is. Let's go back to Halloween Night. Now, when we did Halloween Night for the show, we played Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation 1. But for this, we're going to go as far as how it is. I did show the one for Christmas. That's when it's snowing. And the other ones I got to show are... I will show off December 31st, and I'll show off January 1st. January 9th. I don't... I wonder what's the significance of January 9th as a holiday. You know, since I'm in this case, I'm basically just waiting for the game to load. So you're going to be seeing this Warner Bros. Logo, you're going to be seeing the THQ logo, you're seeing the renderware engine. This is running on the same renderware engine, by the way, that ran Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, Burnout 2 Point of Impact, Black, Sonic Heroes. I'm trying to think of other cases. Okay, let's see. Okay. For what I'm seeing here, there's a couple things. Alright, but that being said, we are going to load up this. Alright, for Halloween. Here we go. Yeah, when you come up to the front of the manor here, you have the bats here. They're hanging around as far as how it is. And also, let's see. Let's see if we have pumpkins. I mean, this is a weird one because it is a Halloween game as it is. In the sense of, okay, yo, the Scooby-Doo light horror case. Also, I'm taking a look as far as the left analog stick on my PlayStation 2 controller. I wasn't sure like this coming loose or something. Alright, there you go. So that is the case of it. Yeah, I mean, the groundskeeper is taking the place nicely as far as how that is. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I gotta reset whilst I do that. I don't want to, you know, pull the disc out of the tray whilst the game is on. I was like, wait a sec, hold on. I was kind of off in the order on that one. So next up, we'll do December 31st. Why not? And on the PlayStation 2's menu, you can set up, by the way, for full screen digital out if you have digital out on this. This is how we're running as far as component cables, just to give a sense as far as how on the console. Also, in case if you have the DVD remote for the PlayStation 2, use it for gameplay function. So as we're pointing out, for the purpose of the PlayStation 2's DVD remote, you can use that to play games that run D-pad, although if it needs DualShock control, it will not work. So that does mean you can play something like Soul Calibur with a DVD remote, if you so desire. This game actually... This game does support digital control, it's worth pointing out. You can use the D-pad for movement. You might be able to play this game with the DVD remote. I do not have the PlayStation 2 DVD remote in order to test that. But that would be interesting to think, saying, wait, you can actually use this for gameplay. And it does come with buttons on the remote that go to the PlayStation 2 buttons. So it's one of those... And it's weird, because this is the only console at the time of the ones that had DVD playback support where you could actually use the remote for gameplay purpose. And use the controller for running the DVD side of it. The Xbox, you couldn't. The Xbox, for some reason, you needed to... The original Xbox, I should say. You needed to have the DVD remote connector thing. It's the remote, and it's a little sensor that goes into one of the controller ports. And... Oh, no, I didn't want to do... Well, actually... Fine, I'm starting a new game. I'm going to skip the opening cutscene for this. Because I think we'll still see it. Assuming I can skip it. Oh, I can't skip it.
You smell that salty sea air, Scoob? You know what that
I'll let the intro play. In that case, I'll go into final thoughts on this game. And we'll show that other video in a little bit. The other two videos. Basically, the promotional element. In fact, I'll give an indication of that before we do that. We'll do the final thoughts at the end. Yeah, because each version of this game does have different promotional videos. And actually, it goes to something Chad asked last time. And I didn't have a good answer for this, but I have an answer now. Chat was asking, I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was... I don't remember who it was when we did the last part. They were asking, does this game have the trailer for the movie? We're playing this on the PlayStation 2, and the answer is it doesn't. But the GameCube version of this game does have, instead of promotional materials, there's an option which is saying theatrical trailer. It does play the trailer for the Scooby-Doo movie from 2002, because at that point, the movie had been out for a couple of months. The GameCube version came out 3 months later. It was, I think, about a month or so before the DVD release in October of that year. So that, and also because the GameCube's disc is lower as far as size than the PlayStation 2 or the Xbox, they only had that one video as an extra. But the GameCube version is what you get if you want to see the trailer for the movie. On the Xbox, it was a little different because, as mentioned, the Xbox version came out a year after the PlayStation 2 and GameCube version in 2003. It was also exclusive to North America. The other ones were not. For the purpose of the Xbox version, then, they have their own promotional videos, those being a trailer for Scooby-Doo Mystery Mayhem, which is on PS2, GameCube, and Xbox, which is the next THQ Scooby-Doo game in the line, as far as how it is. And also a trailer for the Scooby-Doo special called Scooby-Doo and the Monster of Mexico. For the PlayStation 2 version here, you get what we showed before last time. I'll show it again, because I will not get copyright stricken on this. I'm surprised I didn't, admittedly, but you get the trailer of a bunch of Scooby-Doo DVDs that are available. And it was right before the movie came out, so I guess that's why it doesn't have the trailer. Well, you think maybe it would, as far as how it is. You get that, and then you also get a trailer of something that's not Scooby-Doo related. In fact, it's the only trailer of all the versions of this game that's not related to Scooby-Doo. That is for Hot Wheels Velocity X, which came out on October 18th of 2002 for the PlayStation, for PC, and that came out on the Game Boy Advance, the GameCube, and the PS2 in November of 2002 by THQ. It was developed by Beyond Games, as far as the console version, who made Motor Mayhem for the PlayStation 2, which is a vehicular combat game. Actually, it's called Vehicular Combat League Motor Mayhem. And they also made Ultra Vortec on Atari Jaguar, which I've heard is not that great. It's been nice. And the Game Boy Advance version is developed by Sapphire. This is the team that made Nestor's Funky Bowling for the Virtual Boy. Believe it or not, is not going to be on that Virtual Boy Nintendo Switch Classics thing that's coming out in February. And also, I was able to, it's worth pointing out, get myself that pre-order on that, what was it? The Virtual Boy attachment. I'm gonna see if we can stream Virtual Boy from that thing. I don't know if we can. Apparently you need to have your Switch 2 put into that thing is modeled after the original Virtual Boy. I don't know how it handles it like a dock. It's like a tabletop thing. If it's something that I can get an HDMI cable or a custom dock into that thing. I would want to try and see if I can do that. Because I would love to show all of you Virtual Boy on the show. I mean, I'm going to be showing my coworkers. It was one of those cases I got an indication or an email from Nintendo saying, it's there, can I get this? I'm like, well, let me look at it. Oh my god, I'm able to get this thing. Yeah, and as Gemini 96 said, we're all going to have, like, eye strain after this. Like, yeah, sorry, we are going to have eye strain. But, yeah, okay. Here's for, December 31st. So, at the time of this recording, in 11 days, we're getting fireworks going on, as far as how it is. A few more fireworks as far as how it is than even the, case of, 4th of July. In some ways, but also in different ways. And the other ones I'm going to look at, the new year, although we're going to go back to the beginning of this year as far as how I do it. And then we will... Yeah, there you go. Actually, you know what? No, we're not going to go back to the beginning of the year. I'm going to actually say no. Since this thing is going up edited in 2026 anyway, let's have it go. Right, because as far as January 9th, I was looking at that, I was like, wait a second, what are some holidays going on in this? Apparently a lot. I'll have a... Oh. I was going to say, yeah, why can't I look at this? Yeah, my VPN is blocking or something. But anyway, apparently it's National Law Enforcement Day, it's Balloon Ascension Day, it's National Apricot Day, it's... Let's see. International Choreographers Day. National Static Electricity Day. Okay, I don't know. Oh, here's the other thing. I don't know if these were indicated as days as far as indicated when this game was out. That was 23 years ago. So I'm not sure if that was what it was. Okay, we'll take a look at this. I also will load game only because I don't want to, run through the cinematic. I love the opening cinematic. I love it. As far as the main element of the story. But also, I knew, I was like, wait, I gotta focus on this idea of that. But it's it. We're gonna show off all of these because I don't know if people do. But for the new year, for 2026, yeah, happy 2026, everybody, when I edit this. Saying, okay, now we're in 2026. Can you believe it? I'm speaking as far as what the future's gonna look like in about... 12 days. There you go. There you go. So happy New Year, everybody, from Super Old Game Saturday. I'll get into that at the end of the show as well. And the next up is, I'll do the January 9th. Actually, this one I'm going to have to pull out a file that is not complete. So let's go to January 9th of next year, which at the time of this day next year, a week from that day, is going to be when DollyFinn, you and I do Bust Move 2 and Bust Move... Puzzle Bobble 2. They're the same concept, but yeah, we're doing Bust Move 2 that day. And then the day after this, Gemini 96 is playing Super Mario 64. He's starting the play of the game. That's all his. It's been a while, I realized that since he's been on the program. He was last on, almost 2 years ago when we did Earthbound, or finished Earthbound, but it's a case where he had stuff he was doing. It was also a case where he said he has a bunch of games that's on his dibs list. And he said, I want to do this one. And given the stories he was telling me about this one, it's another one of those cases of somebody's connection with a game meaning so much that it has to be them playing it. And honestly, I had my fun with 3D Mario with Super Mario Sunshine. So in that case, Super Mario 64 is all his. I mean, also because he asked for it, because nobody called dibs. So I was like, okay, sure, go ahead. It's all yours. As long as nobody's called dibs, that's good. Okay, for this one, I am going to load... Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to load the save file that I started from tonight. The original one. Because I did a copy over just to make sure that... We set this to January 9th. What is this doing? I'll tell you. Yeah, when you get, Scooby Snacks, they give you hearts around. And also for this, get the box. From what I'm seeing, I think it's saying you get stuff as far as flowers, but... Oh, there you go, get flowers as well. Also, it looked like I went right through that platform. Actually, this is what we saw earlier when it came to going that way. You know, let me also defeat an enemy. Right. Yeah, sorry, Scoob. We're like, where's the enemy? There it is. Right. Oh, like, wait, are they having that? Or, okay, no, that's just me. Alright, there you go. The sea monsters knocked down. Also, when I get the... Okay, oh, alright, I get flowers when it comes to the food. Alright, there you go. That's January 9th. I don't... As I said, based on what I said, what it was, I didn't know that that was the intention of what it was, or if it goes to any of those holidays, really. Alright, we'll have only a couple more, and then we'll do this. We should do this. I always promise 100% of the games we play are games that all of you want to see. And remember, any of your requests of anybody out there, DollyFinn, of course you too, let me know, and we make them happen. That is the idea. And once a month, we have one of them, at least. So, I will go to one that kind of makes sense. Let's go to Valentine's Day. It is actually Saturday. Whether we're doing a Saturday show or not for Valentine's Day this year, that is up in the air. I do not know. I will let you know when I get a sense of that. So I guess if nothing else, it's making me talk about schedule a little early, because I know what I think we're doing in February, because we'll have a couple things going on, and as far as whether we're doing a Saturday show for that one or a Friday show, I'll figure. I'll let you know though when I know. That being said, when you put in February 14th for Valentine's Day for this. This is one where it's not necessarily dissimilar to what we saw with January 9th. From what I'm understanding, what they're saying here, it's a case where you get hearts on Scooby Snacks when we pick them up. So that does mean we're going to be picking the file we started with tonight. Also pointing out, when I have this link as well, there are also button codes for this game. So if you do want to run this game having everything unlocked when it comes to all the powers right away and just go through the game with them, you can do that. Okay, so going back to this, and then we'll look at the videos, and then we'll be on the show for tonight, and also for the year. My God, what a year we've had on Super Bowl Game Saturday. I've had such a great time doing it, and I thank you all for that. We'll get to that in one more case. But alright, this is kind of the same as the other one, because basically, whenever I grab something as far as Scooby Snacks, either loose or in the box, we get the laugh, or we get the hearts, I should say. And also you have the sea monsters. One thing I actually did not know until we did start the show tonight, when I was doing audio tests of this. They say, here, doggy, 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 doggy. It's like, wait, what? They want Scooby for some reason. But okay, that's the idea of the flowers. That's pretty straightforward. Actually, we also do this when we do Nights. I want to try to do Nights next year, because Nights is 30 years old next year. If I can figure that, I'd love to get a sense. Okay, no. Right, if you hit square, by the way, you change your display to that nice look. Okay, there we go. Also, this game does not have native widescreen on any console. So you're wondering why we're running in 4:3. A, it's the right aspect ratio, and B, this doesn't have a native widescreen, and C, it's not a case like the Shadow Hearts games, which were somehow looking like they're designed for widescreen, even though they weren't. I don't know how they did that, but they did, and so at that point I said, okay, that's there's something over in the water as far as how Nautilus is concerned. So I said, all right, we can run it that way. Okay, next is, let me just see as far as what's like on the list here. Did that. Okay, yeah, one more. St. Patrick's Day. Let's take a look at that. Okay, Lucky the Irish with Scooby-Doo. What is that going to look like? We'll take a look. As we're pointing out, you can do this in any of the versions of the game. In fact, it's interesting looking at the GameFAQs thing I'll link to. I'm looking at the holiday listings for the GameCube version, but they work in this version, and believe they're all working on every version. So PlayStation 2, GameCube, Xbox, you're going to be all set as far as doing these, as long as you set your system clock to any of the dates indicated. And when I noticed you could do that tonight, I said, like, let's show that. Why not? And in this case, what I'll do is I will show that. We'll show the two videos. I'll mute on them. And then I'll pull out something as far as music. I think I know where I want to end. Well, actually, you know what? I was going to say either I end on the new Scooby-Doo movies music when we go down to the docks. But I think I do kind of want to end on that really jazzy Scooby-Doo theme that's in the options menu. So, for this, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to load, I just want to see what file do I need to load for this one. I may as well load the same one. Because from what I'm seeing, it's saying, it gives you green water and smoke. I don't know if that's if you pick up where that comes from, what, causes that. By defeating the enemy, it doesn't really change much. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. So, it looks like there's... Okay, this is maybe a little bit of a disappointment, because it's green smoke, or I guess, like... Yeah, I guess, like, four-leaf clovers or something when you pick up Scooby Snacks. You could sort of see it, unless... It is, unless that's how... I don't think that's how it looks normally. Okay, but there you go. Not too much to say about that one, as is. But alright, with that, we're going to show the last two cases, and then it's going to be the end of it. So I got 5 hours on this. Okay, I'm glad I did. Anyway, let's take a look at this. Promotion materials, as I mentioned, on PlayStation 2, it is exclusive for the Scooby-Doo sneak peeks. I'll show that again. And the trailer for Hot Wheels Velocity X. I've never played that. And on the GameCube, you get the trailer for Scooby-Doo from 2002, the film. And on Xbox, you get trailers for Scooby-Doo Mystery Mayhem, the game from THQ that came out after this in 2003. And the trailer for Scooby-Doo and the Monster of Mexico. But in that case, we take a look at Scooby-Doo sneak peeks. We'll pull Mike, we'll talk about... Actually, no, we'll look at that last. Look at the Hot Wheels one now, because we haven't shown this one yet. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, so yeah, they didn't name that, but it did turn into Hot Wheels Velocity X, and we're playing out this trailer, which was put together and put on about 6 months before the game came out, compared to when this released on the PS2. It doesn't show much as far as gameplay. As far as what I've seen, it seems like it's kind of like a arcadey, I don't know, combat racer a little bit. Not sure how it compares against other ones, because I've heard good things about Hot Wheels Turbo Racing, which is on the PlayStation and Nintendo 64. That was by, actually, an early game by Stormfront Studios, who made The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers for GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox as well. And I guess as far as other stuff for Hot Wheels, I have Forza Horizon 5 for the Xbox Series X. It does have DLC for that. I don't know if it's been delisted yet, because license reason. But that being said, that's other ways as far as how Hot Wheels can be shown on this program. I actually never played the Hot Wheels game I mentioned on N64, or for that matter, it was better on the PlayStation. Because I know Kazum22 was asking what Nintendo 64 games do you not have. Like, that's one of them. But I don't know if it's better on the PlayStation or not, so that's going to be a question. Okay, so enough of that. Let's take a look at the sneak peeks of the Scooby-Doo stuff. Stuff that's on DVD or on maybe Blu-ray now. Okay, so you might be able to stream this thing over the holidays as far as any of these things. There's some stuff in here I would highly recommend. I will... Well, we muted it last time when I did this. You know what? I'm not going to mute it. Well, yeah, I will. I'll mute it and we'll talk about it as far as... I'll be back in a minute.
The ghosts, the witches, and the mysteries are back. And so is the world's greatest and hungriest gang that solves them. Now collect all of these awesome Scooby-Doo adventures on DVD. Get ready for a close encounter of the Scooby kind with Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders.
Them aliens are here to take over the world!
and snack on the first 5 Scooby-Doo episodes ever, including the series pilot in Scooby-Doo's original mystery.
This is Spooksville.
Then join the gang as they unravel a bewitching case of ghostly deeds in Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost. And fasten your seatbelts as the original Scream team uncovers some swashbuckling spooks in Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island.
Zombies?
It's Scooby-Doo's spookiest tales, with the absolute kookiest creeps, ghosts, bats, and of course, scaredy cats. Catch the fun as the gang goes digital to track down a monster computer virus in a techno world of danger.
Stop that dog.
Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase. They're all absolutely scarifying. Why should you be the only one screaming? Invite the whole family. These incredible DVDs include great features like a look behind the scenes, music videos, trivia games, video bios, and much more.
Is this great stuff or what?
Scooby-Doo. Collect them all on DVD. From Warner Brothers Family Entertainment.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo!
Okay, so there you go. I don't know if that was skipping as far as parts of it or that was intended with how some of the elements of the narration went. But yeah, of what we saw on that, just to go into it, I mentioned that Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders, the VHS of that, I love it. Yeah, definitely so. There's some good stuff in there of the ones I've seen. As I mentioned earlier, apparently the VHS of Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders does have footage of Night of Horror Frights here from the PS1 when they're developing it. I'll see if I can't find footage of that one. As far as the other ones, you know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to play it again. I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit as far as how this is, so we can kind of go over what these are, the ones I really am interested in, and ones I quite like. I've seen a decent amount of these. Not all of them, though. And a couple of them also have games based on, particularly Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase. That's on the PlayStation. I think there's a Game Boy Color version as well. Yeah, this is Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders. I guess they're going to space as far as how it was. And seeing what they're doing with the animation was pretty interesting with certain things. And this is the one I mentioned, the original mysteries, the first 5 episodes of the show. So, of Scooby-Doo era, there it is, from 1969, giving the idea of like how it was early to start. The Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost, I think I've seen this one. That's an interesting one, as far as what I remember. If I haven't, I did want to watch it. This one I love. I love this one. Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. That's another one where they really do a great twist. The idea of the monsters are real. Like, they're not joking. Like, wait, we don't know what to do now. It's fantastic. I'd recommend that highly. And the Spookiest Tales, I think those are specific episodes in aspects of different elements of the show. There's just Scooby and the Cyber Chase. I've never seen this. There is a game based in this, as I mentioned, where they're kind of going through computer stuff. Kind of, I guess, like a Tron case a little bit. We definitely saw the games, no question, as far as how that is. And that's the ones they give you as far as that. So definitely some good stuff showing, as we mentioned earlier on the show, the case of Scooby-Doo starting as far as it, and also where to go further, and also the stuff with the behind-the-scenes stuff. The music video of, I don't know who that is as far as who that perspective is. I'm trying to think like all of like the girl bands of the time, but I don't know. But there you go. So yeah, if you have a case of DVD, go ahead and grab that. As far as that, and you have the case like the Elvira type, it's not her. Although I think Elvira's connected with Scooby-Doo at some point for the purpose of like doing the show that way. And many others, but of course remember this was 2002 when this came out, so since then there was so many other cases. Now I'm turning this back up. In that case, we'll have the nice piano music going on, because that's going to end as far as that. But also, other cases of good stuff for Scooby-Doo, and showing how, if nothing else, as we are finishing our play of Scooby-Doo Night of Horror Frights tonight, and Super Bowl Game Saturday for this year, the case of just how much of a permanent Scooby-Doo is made. It seemed like a strange idea. There's cases of detractors. I know Richard Roper in particular saying, quote, Scooby-Doo is never anything more than a mindless diversion for kids chomping on sugary cereal and older kids who might be inhaling something stronger. Because he definitely didn't like the two movies, as it was. I can understand on the first one. Second, I think, is better, honestly. Not great, but there's definitely some good stuff. I would recommend that, honestly. Probably my favorite of the Scooby-Doo movies that are not like the animated ones, like Ghoul School, Reluctant Werewolf. That's really good. As I mentioned, Zombie Island. If you've not seen Zombie Island, I'd recommend that one highly. And then there's another one from the 80s as far as how it was. But I'd say probably the picks as far as some of the movies. I would say Scooby-Doo 2, Monsters Unleashed. I like that one. Zombie Island is fantastic. And also Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf. Many other cases and many other interesting cases of things and other stuff of games we can see. And as DollyFinn, you mentioned, next time we come back to Scooby-Doo on this show, because we have a ton of cases of Scooby-Doo to go into, we'll play Scooby-Doo and the Spooky Swamp for the Wii. As far as other consoles that's on, I just want to get a sense of what else is that on. Because we're on the Wii version, but I'm just curious about what else it was on, and also who made it, just as a little bit of a primer. Because I don't know when we come to that, but it is apparently a beat 'em up with Scooby-Doo. So like, oh yeah, we love our beat 'em ups on the show. I like Streets of Rage. Right? Okay, it is on PlayStation 2. It's on DS. It's on PC. It's on the Wii. It is published by Warner Brothers Interactive. It was developed, though, interestingly enough, by Tourist Games out of Australia. These are the people who actually made Lego 2K Drive recently. They also made a couple games I'm familiar with going back in the day. They made Doom 2 on Game Boy Advance. In fact, they did a lot of interesting stuff on Game Boy Advance. They ported that to Game Boy Advance. They ported Duke Nukem to Game Boy Advance. We played Space Invaders for the PlayStation this year. They did the Game Boy Advance port of that one, which actually surprisingly not far off from the PlayStation version that we played. And they also did the game Gumby vs. the Astrobots from Game Boy Advance. I mentioned there's a Gumby game from Namco. They devved that as well. As well as they did the Game Boy Color port of Yoda Stories, which was on the PC originally, but they put it that way. And they also made the portable versions of the game based on Stargate for Game Gear and Game Boy, as well as Scooby-Doo First Frights that was on PlayStation 2 as well. I think that was their first rodeo with Scooby-Doo as far as how it was. And they also made, just to go into this quickly, a couple other things, a decent amount of licensed stuff. They made the games based on the Penguins of Madagascar, Monster High, New Ghoul, and School for 360, and I think that was on Wii U, and it was on the Wii as well. And Lego 2K Drive was the recent one, as is. Unfortunately, they closed in 2024, but they lasted a long time. We do need to show a Tourist Games game, because there's some really interesting stuff that company's done. And when you look at some of the ports of what they did to Game Boy Advance, it's incredible. You think, wait, how are they going to do this? Particularly for Doom 2, you think with Doom 2, that's a complicated one as far as how the ports of those went. And honestly, not a whole lot of console ports to that one until, like, the PS3... No, actually, no, I don't think it was on the PS3. Like the PS4, Xbox One, and Switch, as far as the release of that. But that was one of the few cases as far as a home port that was not PC of Doom 2. That'll be our next case of Scooby-Doo as far as Scooby-Doo and the Spooky Swamp. Get the Wii version. I think that's going to be the way to go. And it'll probably be the best looking one. We'll see how that goes. But alright, with Scooby-Doo Night of Wonder Frights, let's go into final thoughts on that one. DollyFinn, use that as a fun game that spans the generations. You're absolutely right. As someone who's came to this one new, this play. First off, thank you so much, DollyFinn, for this request. I'm sorry you weren't able to be here today, but you are here now. I appreciate that. As far as just because I know you wanted to be on for the show. That's the idea. I wanted to at least give that accommodation going on, because you requested this. That's the idea of what this was. We would not be playing this game if not for DollyFinn in our chat. Hey everybody, Captain D-Trag here. I said that DollyFinn wasn't going to be here for Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. When we recorded it, that's true, but since then, she's gotten better.
Hi there, everybody.
Yeah, so good to have you. You will say, when I edit this in for the edit of our finale of Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, what your final thoughts were in chat, but since we were able to get ourselves figured out as far as, getting together again, I'm glad you're feeling better, number one.
Thank you.
And second, is the case that since you want to see this game, you want to be involved, and you were involved, as was, I said, well, do you want to go into your final thoughts of Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights now that we finished it, and also in your own case before your next appearance on the show?
Yes.
In that case, the floor is yours. I don't know where I'll edit this. I'll edit this after I go into mine or before I go into mine, but either way, whatever you want to say, DollyFinn, on Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights for PS2, feel free to hit it.
So even if you don't like Scooby-Doo or you didn't know Scooby-Doo, I think you'd enjoy this game. But if you did know the franchise, I think what you really find fantastic here, it's just a blast from the past. We have the original voice acting from the characters, and it is terrific. Frank Welker, the original Fred. We've got Tim Curry, and he is the evil mastermind. And the theme songs, every boss seems to have their own theme songs.
I love that.
It's just fantastic. But, you know, you're in Mystic Manor, and you're having a lot of fun. You're looking around, but
I had a lot of fun with this
right?
game, yeah.
But then you can also get those bunny slippers. And there's nothing like the bunny slippers. But I think the idea about the sound in this is really great. I read somewhere on the internet, someone's review of it talked about the sound, and they said it makes up for the graphics. So the graphics aren't as fantastic as some of the other games.
Even in 2002, you think?
Some of them were. No, I mean that was someone's review talked about that.
Okay. They were not impressed visually, but they liked the audio.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that they spoke to that idea about the sound effects, and I think that really was incredible. So all the old sound effects that you're used to hearing on the show, like boing, and just those little details, it really makes it fantastic. And you know, I think that's. So for people who are really familiar with the franchise, they're going to enjoy that because it really will be, they'll reminisce about watching the show. But if you're new to it, I think it really is, it's just a fun game. And I don't think it's not dull. It's not, you know, even though you're picking up Scooby Snacks a lot, you know, you're collecting those all over the place and opening certain doors. And I think it's still fun. Do you know what I mean? It's
right,
not,
I was going to ask about the
not,
gameplay next as far as
it's not monotonous. I think it's, you know, and monster tokens. You got lots of monster tokens, right, for each of the villains, and the villain appears in that monster gallery. And
they give you a lot of extras to. I mean, it does incentivize replay, doesn't it?
They do, absolutely. But there's also some trivia. Then there's a little bit show trivia that they show
love
in
that
there.
so much.
And yeah, I mean, it's fun. It's for us people who really enjoyed Scooby-Doo, and you know, seeing all the gang together again, it's really great.
Yeah, and I think you were right, because I said, okay, last year, it's like 2 years ago as it is now, well, no, last year when we're recording this, but a little over a year ago when this uploads, I said, I wasn't able to do that one or this game for you yet because I wanted to do one I had, which was Scooby-Doo Mystery for Super Nintendo.
Right.
But you said this is the one where it's at as far as Scooby-Doo and gaming, and you're not the only one who said that.
Oh, really?
There are other people who I think you were referencing elements of that, were saying that this
some
feels like it.
Yeah.
I mentioned that a lot of Heavy Irons games, the people who developed this, whether it's licensed like this or SpongeBob SquarePants or Evil Dead or The Incredibles or a lot of the Pixar games they did adaptations of, they do feel like the franchise.
Yeah.
This one really felt like the franchise, and the gameplay complements it really well, which I was very impressed by.
Now, how did you pick this up? How did you pick the game up? Was it expensive?
No, it's not much. It's not much. I'll have went into this, or I'll just go into it again as is. This doesn't cost much. On the PS2, this is the best-selling version, so I pay like $20 for it.
It's well worth it.
It's not much.
It's
I mean,
worth
but
it.
even I've seen sometimes it goes for a little more like 30, but even then, not too bad. Same on the GameCube and the Xbox, I should say, where it costs about the same. It's a little more on the GameCube, but not by much. Sometimes the GameCube versions tend to go more. I guess the Xbox version you'd think would probably be the most expensive because that came out a year later. It was the worst selling of the three, and it also was only released in North America, whereas the GameCube and the PS2 came out outside of the United States.
Ah, okay. Well, the people I knew who played this game, they really liked it, and they kind of told me about it.
That's who you knew.
That's how I knew about it. But I think for me it was, because it really was something I used to when I grew up, and I really liked Scooby-Doo. And when I heard about it, I thought, well, okay, I'll give it a try.
You also are right in questioning one other thing about what happens when it comes to translation of a license, right?
Yes, that's right. And they did this brilliantly.
They did, yeah. They really did a good job.
And I think that's what makes this a fantastic game is for people like us who've grown up with the franchise. But
or if you haven't, though,
if you haven't, it's still lots of fun and it's doable. And it's for me, I'm not good with games that aren't puzzle games, but this game, I think I could really.
Yeah, it's also, I liked what you were saying when it came to the gameplay, because I think I mentioned when we were playing this, because as I mentioned, as far as what it is, it's a platforming game. It is a Metroidvania game where you are exploring a bunch of different areas and retraversing areas based on the upgrades you get. But what I found interesting about is that, because I think we talked about this earlier, the fact that when you lose all of your health. You have infinite lives. There's no
That's right.
case of it, but sometimes...
But it's not easy.
Right, and that's sometimes a question we've come up with or we've discussed on the program. We've said, what happens when they've re-released games and they say, well, we don't have lives anymore? I know when Sonic Origins came out, they give you an option for sort of a classic mode where they do have lives, but if you're going to be able to play, or if you want to play with the new widescreen versions of the way that they remastered all the games in it, they require you to run on infinite lives, which Nocturne, I mentioned this when we played Sonic 2 last year, which we used that for because of its co-op enhancements. It was something that we questioned, saying, well, okay, we don't need this because we've been playing it since 1992. Saying, couldn't they give an option on both those modes of the game to have, like, infinite lives if you're new, or, like, just go limited lives?
Players, right?
But the other thing about that I know is also in question, because we sometimes talk our lives in outdated concept and platformers, and I know when the modern Rayman games, Rayman Origins and Legends came out, they don't have lives. It's not like cases with Mario or some of the Mario games have lives, or it's a case where if you lose them all, you get a game over. Although questions of how much of a penalty that is, but then how do you make a game difficult with infinite lives? And I think those Rayman games do that, or those Rayman games in particular do that. Whereas this one, I think it does it well also.
It does it very well, yes.
Because in that case, the penalty really is, okay, you have to go back to the beginning of the area you're at, but you do get to have the Scooby Snacks you collected, so it's like, okay, I have to make sure I'm making the jumps correctly, but it does give you time to kind of adjust to that based upon how that goes, you know?
And, if younger kids wanted to play the game, this allows them to play the game and enjoy themselves, but actually for us, can make it still challenging. That's really what this does well. It does really well on the sound. And enjoy that. Like I said, there was someone who talked about the graphics not being great.
I think the graphics look good for when this came out. I think it looks pretty good.
Me too. So, but I recommend it highly, and it's a great game for any time of the year, but always because of the mystery machine, and you want to play it around Halloween.
Yeah, but also remember, for the case of this game, there are Easter eggs if you set your console system clocks. It can be a Christmas game. It can be a 4th of July game.
And those
it can
bunny
be
slippers. So
the bunny slippers for that. It could be a Christmas case as well for that. So technically, it is a game for all seasons. We said that when we played Shadow Hearts Covenant this year as well, which was another one like that, although not in that case where it necessarily specifically went to a holiday. We just played it across the entire year, as was. Yeah, I mean, in some ways, I guess maybe what I'll say is kind of, as I mentioned, a bit of a reiteration or a preface or I guess an asterisk, if you want to consider that, to what I'll have already said in the video. But if nothing else, I just want to give your aspect, because I said, I knew it was like, you weren't feeling well, and I said, like, well, how'd you want to handle this? Because we ran in that case a couple of times. Nocturne was that way with Mega Man 7, but I said, with you, well, if we can meet up as far as kind of getting a sense of you having your piece to say, because you were the one who wanted to see this, and thank you for introducing me to this and giving me the push on that one, asking for the show, because in some ways, it's kind of the selfish thing in my case of saying, hey, you asked for this game, I'll play it, but also have your involvement, and anybody's involvement, where they come in and say, I want to see this game, but also the case that I found this really great game that represents its license well, but also a case that doesn't, even if you're not huge on Scooby-Doo, if you like Metroidvanias, this is absolutely one to pick up. It's like Tomba. We played Tomba. That's another one that's a game I was recommended that I had missed growing up that also was a Metroidvania in its way. It was something that I was really glad to have found it, and also had a great kind of, also in its way, kind of an animated feel, just as far as the way that game operates differently than this, yes, but still a case where it did impress me very much.
It's a good example of how you can do a franchise game, bring it into a video game really well.
Sure.
If you're really honest and keep it very close to the original and have people really enjoy it. So I was sorry I missed it, but I did listen the whole time. Even though I was sick in bed. So I'm glad to share some final thoughts on it. But if you love Scooby-Doo, even if you don't, but if you do, you're going to love this game.
Yeah, you might have already played it, honestly, in that case, but still, it's either ways it might be worth coming back to again, or if it's like me, missed. It's absolutely worth the money. And as we mentioned, or will mention, next time we come back to Scooby-Doo as a franchise for the show, you want to see Scooby-Doo and the Spooky Swamp for the Wii, am I correct?
Yes.
Right, which is a beat 'em up. It's like, okay, that's interesting.
Right.
But that's an interesting thing, actually, when you think about the Scooby-Doo games. I've not yet played it. I'll figure as far as getting a copy of it, because it doesn't cost much either. It's like maybe $10, $15 for it. But still something where actually all the Scooby-Doo games I'm familiar with, the ones I've given indications of myself in my life or for show, they're all kind of different in the sense that Scooby-Doo Mystery on the Super Nintendo was a platforming game where you're kind of searching around for certain things, as we showed. There's this was a 3D platformer that was Metroidvania in terms of how it played. The Scooby-Doo Mystery on the Super Nintendo, we were talking about, hey, you know, children growing up with a game and saying like how difficult it's going to be. That's a game that doesn't have game over either, but it's one of those point-and-click LucasArts scum engine games, you know, like Secret Monkey Island, where you have to be like use gum on the, I guess like on some weird object, something like that. I'm thinking gum in the canon from Secret of Monkey Island. We do need to show that on the show. But a case of something like that, I was like, wait, what am I supposed to do? And I had never played a game like that before in my life when I played that back, good lord, 30 years ago when that came out. But then Scooby-Doo in the Spooky Swamp, that's a beat 'em up. So point is that there's going to be a lot of cases on Scooby-Doo, and that actually was a good case as far as what you suggested, as far as where our next stop's going to be.
Yeah, and this is one of the best
I agree.
thus far. So
I absolutely agree.
And I think we can only see what comes next. I mean, I think it's, if you have that money, $20, $30.
It's not much,
it's not.
no.
And it's a game that lasts. It's got good lastability.
It does, because I mean, it was one of those things that even when I was getting ready for the finale, I said, well, okay, based on how we're going to scope this, I said, I think we should show everything on this. And he said, also, what do I do as far as getting that going? But also in that case, it's saying, well, it made me realize that I think I'll say this when it comes to later on when I'm going through this, but it really gave this interesting case of myself saying, it's me living with a game like when I was growing up in a way that maybe, I don't know if that necessarily happens as much anymore, but it was something that I really appreciated, that perspective, being able to do that, and it's like, oh yeah, get ready for the show, even when I was saying, like, hey, you know what, I got stuff set, okay, I got to practice for this, and this, getting all this stuff lined up for show when I can practice them, but also saying, like, okay, we're going to go the whole way.
Absolutely.
But also saying, like, yeah, it gives a lot of lasting value. So it's something that, even when this, I'll say this, even if this game costs $50 the way it did when it first came out, I think it's still worth the money.
Absolutely, I do too.
I mean, they definitely put their all as far as the product of what they made, and also credit THQ as far as the publish on this, because sometimes the question of how's THQ's track record back in the day, then they went out of business, and now they're back in business. It's THQ Nordic. They don't publish stuff with Scooby-Doo anymore. It's Warner Brothers who publishes it, although I don't know. I think the last game of Scooby-Doo that I know of was one that has its really long title that was by Way Forward, the people who made Shantae and DuckTales Remastered we played this year, which was on 3DS. So, I mean, I don't know if it's a case where, like, hey, you know, we see other stuff with Scooby-Doo as far as other games. Well, outside of Multiverses, which was a online free-to-play fighting game, kind of Super Smash Brothers like, that Warner Brothers shut down, which is not available anymore. But outside of that, I mean, it's a case we're seeing where this franchise will go with games, but it also, I guess, what it's going to do going forward. But they can get 1969 as far as when the show started, as far as Scooby-Doo, where are you? And it's still going strong after, I think, almost 60 years.
Whoa. Coming
up as far as how it is. We mentioned that, our chat mentioned it on the first part, as was. That is something pretty impressive. I think the longevity of it, and also them, the idea of being able to get games looking like that. Because, I mean, I'll say one last thing, I guess, about this, which is that, and I loved when you mentioned the idea again about questions on what happens with a licensed game. What are people going to do with it when it comes out? As far as, you know, giving people something that really is, you're getting experience with the license and you're like, oh yeah, this is a fun game. Because the stereotype usually is that, hey, you know, games based on licenses are going to be awful. But I mean, sometimes yes, but I mean, sometimes you get cases of games like this where they do kind of think something unique through. And even some of the other Scooby-Doo games I played, those Scooby-Doo Mystery games from Genesis and Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo game was Argonaut, the people made Croc, that we played. And the other one was, I'm trying to remember the name of the developers, Illusion Softworks, I think it was, who made the Genesis game. They are unique experiences that do still feel like the Enterprise, but then there's something that they said about how this one really feels like the Enterprise in ways that even those games couldn't.
Yeah.
And cases where you really appreciate the case of saying, oh wow, if you love this franchise, this absolutely feels like a gift to you, you know? And cases where then I recommended people constantly saying, hey, you play this, like, they say no, like, oh, you haven't played this, oh, you gotta check it out, and not much money to do so in the case of this one. Although even if this game cost, as I mentioned, $50, it'd probably be still worth it. I mean, it also is, because sometimes that's a question, like, hey, if they don't make many copies. This one they did.
Yeah.
It's not like a game I know I owe you, and I'm gonna look for a copy. There's too many games. Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure for Game Boy Advance. It's by Dimps, the people who made Sonic Advance. and the Dragon Ball Z Budokai games on the PS2 and the GameCube. It's a game that's $150, but it's also a game that I've heard is amazing. And it's not even the most expensive game in the Game Boy Advance, actually. I'm trying to think what's the most expensive thing on that system. That I own, I think, is Drill Dozer. Of what I know, Ninja 5.0 goes for a fortune, and they did a re-release of that semi-recently. I know Riviera, The Promised Land was another one that, like, for a decent amount, that also got re-released. But also cases where, when it comes to certain things with license for it, like, they say, oh, that's another really good one. As far as that franchise, we do have to show something with Dragon Ball. As far as it, I know Ultra 94T, one of my coworkers, he loves Dragon Ball Z, anything Dragon Ball, so I guess that's what that is. I owe you that one.
Pokemon Emerald.
Oh, right, the Pokemon games. Thank you for reminding me of that. Those
$3,000 it says.
Full in box probably for Emerald.
Fetching,
I remember standing in front of a Best Buy on May 1st, 2005 when that came out to buy a copy of that because I was like, hey, I got to Ruby and Sapphire late. It's like, I want to buy one of these things. I bought that for $30 when it was brand new. I was like, now, but those Pokemon games on Game Boy Advance, they go for a fortune.
They do.
Because Nintendo tends not to re-release them, or if they do release them, they just remake them.
A sealed Pokemon, if someone's going to buy that, it's over $3,000.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know what the ones that you've already used, but
that's one of them.
Cool.
But I mean, the most expensive ones I own, Pokemon Emerald, that's definitely one. Drill Dozer on Game Boy Advance, that was one of the last ones on the system. I tend to be sometimes last games on the system, sometimes, but not always, because I know that Warriors Woods on NES was the last game that came out from Nintendo on that. You'd think that'd be a fortune, but it isn't. But other cases where something like Little Samson's a game that's like a couple $1,000s. They're re-releasing that. Somebody got rights to that, and they're re-releasing that next year. Cannot wait for that. So like that case, you gotta buy that right away for however much they're charging. Like even though it's like $30. Like that or spend $3,000. The choice is obvious when you have a new option as far as that, and that's how it'll go.
What's Ninja 5.0?
Ninja 5.0, right? That also got re-released. That was a very limited release. What is it? A platforming game. It's on.
It's an action platformer.
It's an action platformer. They've since ported it to the modern systems. It is on Switch. The Switch 1 version does not work on Switch 2. They're working on the backwards compatibility on that still. There's something I think on that Carbon engine that runs it that they have to crack. There's something about the way the infrastructure of the Switch 2 is caused some trouble with some of those. They're still working on the fix for that, but I think it's also on some of the other systems as well. But that's one I know that people mention, like games that cost a fortune on the system.
Well, that it's funny about that game. It's just kind of like we were talking about the movies that something can be critically acclaimed, but commercially not successful. That Ninja 5.0. That was one of them. It was one of them, or Ninja Cop as it's known in Europe.
Right, actually, I did not know that.
Yeah.
I mean, then sometimes, as I mentioned, sometimes the fun of game collecting, sometimes you pick stuff up, you don't necessarily know how much it's going to go. I mean, I have the most expensive game in the Nintendo 64, that being Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, which I got at a used game store for $11 in 2008. It was a rental-only game that they made only 25,000 copies of. It was an update of Clay Fighter 63 to 3rd, which went up in price a bit, like $100-something, but this version, there was rental-only. They only made 25,000 copies officially of. I know my copy's an official one from when I bought it. They were not doing reproduction cartridges at the time of anything. They have since on that one.
Yeah.
Over $1,000.
Wow.
So I was like, oh, I can't believe as far as that. So in that case, I have a moral obligation to show that for the program, as it is for that reason. But that means that sometimes you find these things, sometimes they become these cases. And that was also a case, as I mentioned, you couldn't actually technically buy that. The only way you were able to get that is that when Blockbuster Video stores that were the exclusive place that were holding those, they sold their stock off.
Right.
Oh, buy them from them.
Yeah.
That's kind of how that goes.
Even if they're not, here's the thing, even if some of them aren't in, they've been used a lot, not in fantastic shape, you still get to have the game.
Sure. I mean, but also the case of saying, look, what re-release of something like that, which is also why we'll always talk that, saying, when something costs a fortune, why people want to re-release, just saying, like, an easier option, because it's easy to say, like, don't pirate it, it's true, but it's like, well, I know the question of, like, how are they going to do that, but even in some cases, the other thing, which is that even Square came out and they said, well, we remade Final Fantasy Chronicles this year. It's Final Fantasy Chronicles, no, Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics, the Evil East Chronicles is the name of the new version. But it was a case where they openly said, Square was not good as far as preserving their source code for a long time, even to the PS2 era, to the point where they said with that remake of Final Fantasy Tactics, they said the community that pirated this thing and basically recompiled this online, they helped us significantly because that made it so we're able to get this new version as close to the original as possible, also doing a full remake with extras that go on top of it. Or even in the case of Final Fantasy X, they said we reverse engineered a commercial PlayStation 2 disc that we had because we didn't have a method to run the source code. But sometimes it's a little complicated because I know that in one example, I know we played Guardian Heroes, Chasm22, and I played that. It's for Sega Saturn. He has it. It's another one that goes for a lot of money now. When they redid it for Xbox 360, Treasure had to go to Sega, who had the original source code of that on DAT tapes. They had to do a conversion over. It's like, we don't have the tools to do this. They went to Sega for that, as far as it's saying for a re-release, a remake of that, a rebuild of it, and they were able to basically reverse set that up to get that going. So they did store it, but also question like maybe how they have to do something. Or Donkey Kong Country, I know, because of the Silicon graphics elements they used for that, when they ported that to Game Boy Advance, they basically went hand by hand to pretty much reconstruct that entire game, running it against a Super Nintendo emulator for how that animation went to get it going on that. Or even on Yoshi's Island that we're currently playing, where they sort of did something similar to that when it came to the Game Boy Advance port over, because they said, we don't know how to emulate the Super FX chip yet, and so they said, we rebuilt it from scratch for that. But even on the Super Nintendo, as I mentioned, we looked at that for part one, they said they basically, for doing the art stuff, the way they handled that for like doing hand-drawn art, kind of putting it in as far as like a digital thing and then kind of retracing it over again. So sometimes the question, like, how are they going to rebuild something when it comes to that?
Yeah.
But it seems like there's a lot of ways that people are finding new options or new methods for that in ways that you might not think. And as far as this game's concerned, I don't know if there's much with this one where it's like, hey, you know, it's not something that's been figured. I mean, it's not a case that they've re-released this. It's not totally out of the realm of possibility from the re-release this. I mean, they have to go get a license, yes. But I do know that as far as SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom from the same developers, they did remake that. That was SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. They remade that about a couple of years ago. It was a rebuild of the original PS2, GameCube, and Xbox version, and they also used that to kind of jump off of other modern SpongeBob games like the Cosmic Shake, and there's another one that came out this year whose name escapes me. I'll let it down below saying what it is. But yeah, okay. I mean, I guess it kind of went off on that, but I don't know if there's, and also, full disclosure, it's also going to be a little bit of a test because the mic went out when we were doing the first half of this. Though you'll never know it. It's like it never happened. The magic of editing. I'm showing you how the editing process works as far as it was. Elect versus always said, he said, thank God for the edits. He was right. Absolutely on that.
SpongeBob SquarePants Titans of the Tide?
That's the one. Thank you. I knew there was another.
3D platformer, yep.
It kind of plays like Battle for Bikini Bottom. They kind of are all going that direction. They definitely go in that direction after the Patrick Star game came out and was critically maligned. People did not like it, and it apparently ran really badly on the Switch, as it was in particular. But cases where they've kind of used that to enhance it. And I would think maybe they would want to do that with Scooby-Doo Night of Wonder Frights, although it's good news, as I mentioned, it doesn't cost much to get this, and I don't know if it's a concern like, hey, you know, there's going to be runs on this game, honestly.
If you're only going to get one Scooby-Doo game, this is the one.
Yeah. I mean, there might, but then again, I'm curious to see what some of the other ones might be, just to get a sense of what they are, but they really struck gold with this one.
They did.
And once again, thank you so much, DollyFinn, for your indication of this, and for joining us for this, and also for making the request of the show, and also being involved.
Thank you for having this on the game.
Of course.
Game on the show.
Of course. I mean, but that's the other thing that's been interesting, kind of just looking, even going back as far as the shows we've done this year, thinking this year and also into 2026 now when the upload goes up, which is thinking of all these games and people saying that I might have never come to the show, or I might have never come to the show before. It's like, wait, you played this? I'm glad you played this. The thought that would anybody want to see this, or they're like, does anybody remember this game?
Yeah.
Even like Elect versus Mother came by and said, we did Tetris 2, we did Warriors Wood, saying, I'm glad to see people playing this. I get the sense maybe they don't remember it. Or when I remember, what was it, Shadow Hearts?
Yep.
That was the case where people came and was like, oh my god, I love this, the fact that we're seeing this as far as this game. And even games I didn't know that people really wanted that badly. I mean, when you think of some of the most watched videos, sometimes you think, oh, I played stuff like with Mario and Sonic and things like that. You think those are going to be the most watched. And I look and they say, Tetrasphere for Nintendo 64. People really want to see that. Like, oh my god, I'm so glad to see this. Or Top Gear 2. Top Gear 2, that shocked me that so many people wanted to see that and they had that connection with that game, but after playing, it's like, I see exactly why.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the great thing about it. Is like, hey, we'll look at anything that you'll want to see as far as it, just to kind of get that idea out there. Maybe, as I said, in selfishly speaking, give myself a perspective of what this game is to play it, but also saying, like, look, we don't want you to not be involved. You're probably, in a way, you're driving the show more than I am, or anybody who's playing is to a certain extent. Although, if you're playing it, say, you're the one driving it as far as being on the show. It's not me, but still, I think that's something really interesting, and it means that you never know what you're gonna see on the show, but you're gonna get stuff on this maybe you don't get other places, and I appreciate that. Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for playing the game, and I look forward to our next adventure with Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that for sure, for Scooby-Doo and the Spooky Swamp for the Wii, and your future collaborations of Strange Antiquities, Bus Move 2, next week when this uploads.
Speaking of which, I gotta do more practice.
Yeah, alright, I guess we'll go and practice to that, but with that, I think we'll leave you for the rest of the video. But thank you so much, DollyFinn, again.
Thank you, Captain D-Trag.
Awesome, no problem. And that's not going to pick up on the mic as far as the, I don't think it's going to pick up on the mic as far as that. So yeah, we'll have to do more practice, and I have to take care of my laundry. So alright, with that, I'll leave you to the rest of the video. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoy, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for sharing this tonight, of course, anytime. Thank you for sharing your memories as well. But to indicate that thank you so much for this request. This is a great game. This is a game I missed growing up. But as well as that case that we sometimes mentioned, the case that even with a case of a game that's 23 years old, can you believe that? That's still a case of being able to come to it late, but also saying, like, wait, this does have value. This has a lot of interesting things to it. If you love this Enterprise, you might have played this game already. You might not be like me where you're coming to it new. But it's something where, if you haven't, I would recommend it highly. It looks great, it sounds great, it captures the spirit of this Enterprise so well. To the point where, I don't even know, as far as Scooby-Doo and the Spooky Swamp, this is gonna be a tough one to top, I don't know. And I'm definitely open-minded to see what it's like or any of the other ones. We'll do other stuff with Scooby-Doo on top of that one. But yeah, this one. They did this right. They did this one really right. I think it's better than I expected. I'd heard this game was quite good as far as what it was, but I didn't expect that it would have as much to it as far as some of its gameplay depth, as far as its upgrade system, as far as it being a really good Metroidvania. You think, like, Metroidvanias nowadays are a dime a dozen. You see these all the time. You go on Steam, you go on any console, as far as games that are kind of doing this. And some that definitely stand out as far as being really popular stuff, like the Hollow Knight games. Silksong, the new one, and then the old one, as it is. On top of other things, the Castlevania games, of course, that do that. The Metro games, of course, that have aspects of that, which is all of those. And many others. But it's also the case that you would not necessarily expect it in here, but as far as a game design perspective, it really makes sense, and it's something that it feels very natural. It feels very fitting this Enterprise from a gameplay perspective, saying, okay, it might be easy to say, oh, we take a franchise like this, turn to a platform. I grew up in the 8 and 16-bit era, where we see that all the time. Games of any license you can think of, stuff like, I don't know, Predator, Terminator, Scooby-Doo even, where they turn it into a platform game. That's the easy way to go, because that was the dominant genre. And in this era, I mean, amongst the dominant genres, there were first-person shooters and racing games, as far as stuff I was playing a lot. But there were, like, 3D platform cases. You said collectathon platformers. It was kind of, in a way, in the tail end of that, sort of. Because we had stuff like Super Mario 64 sort of, which is when we're playing in a couple of weeks, or in a couple of days when I edit this as is, and when this goes up on our YouTube site. But other cases where you had other games were doing it massively. Rare did that a lot, as far as Donkey Kong 64, the Banjo-Kazooie games, and things like that. And Sony had stuff they're doing sort of with Crash Bandicoot, and also with Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, which had come out a couple months before this did on the PS2. And then other ones that were kind of maybe blurring the lines a little bit, like with Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus, which came out a couple months after this game. This was kind of sandwiched between those two. But the fact that you've been saying, well, we're going to turn this also into this interconnected world, saying, especially for Scooby-Doo, the idea of you exploring a mansion and trying to solve a mystery and thinking, like, what am I doing as far as kind of making these platforming challenges, and also saying, how do I get up to something? That's kind of like the problem solving or the thought perspective that's kind of going into that, and finding those upgrades that really are giving you a great sense of, I guess, kind of a nice build of Scooby-Doo, and I guess that thought that there is an evolution as far as Scooby-Doo in your hands as you're playing this game, which is really interesting. Even just some of the details saying, hey, it's a game where you're playing as a dog, and how is that going to run from a control method? Because I'm thinking of games where you play as a dog specifically. I mean, we're playing one, we'll have played one at this point as far as our next live show with Beethoven the Ultimate Canine Caper for the Super Nintendo, which is what Edwex's going to play. There's Okami, which we're going to do a preview program of, or a scoping session show of next year. There is Dog's Life, which is on the PlayStation 2 as well. That's another one as far as how it goes, where it is kind of taking that perspective of, I guess, the physics of a dog as far as actually playing is making it realistic as a concept of that a little bit. And same kind of with Scooby-Doo, but also capturing that feeling of this cartoon, the fact that it is a more stylized thing, so he has certain gameplay mechanics of running on the ground, like slipping around on the ice, in case I'm coming to a skid and stop, grabbing his paws onto like a tire or something like that. They really thought this through very well, and it's a case where, on a gameplay perspective, on top of also the way it presents itself, it is a complete package that truly feels like a great extension of Scooby-Doo and something that fits in with the other aspects of what we saw within the sneak peeks, but also with other stuff as well that we know personally, even stuff they're also giving indications for. And that way it's a great document of this franchise, but also a great game in the franchise, or even if you don't know, or maybe even don't like Scooby-Doo, I would still recommend giving this game a shot. As far as what's on, we played it on the PlayStation 2. This is the cheapest version to find. It is the best-selling version, so that's the reason as to why. And for that, it's like $20-$30, depending on how it is to get it complete. It's not expensive, and it's something that's definitely worth the money. I would have even paid this thing $50 going back in the day had I known as it was. It is also on the GameCube. As far as differences, I mentioned the different trailers, where it has the trailer for the movie. That's the only thing it has as far as a video for it. As far as what I can tell on the GameCube, it seems like it's pretty comparable. The only thing is that the audio is compressed a little bit, so it sounds a little scratchy, but not too bad. But not a case where I say, oh, if you don't have PS2, don't buy the GameCube version. If you have a GameCube, you want to play Scooby-Doo, Night of 100 Frights, you're going to have a good time there as well. And original Xbox, also a good time in particular. That being said, for that one, it's also a good version from what I'm seeing. It seems like it's kind of comparable to PS2 in the sense that it's running on a DVD as far as the storage medium like the GameCube. So it's not compressed the way GameCube is of what I've seen. It's also a case where it has its own unique trailers. It has Scooby-Doo and the Monster of Mexico and also Scooby-Doo Mystery Mayhem as far as it being late to the party. That being said, it's only released in the United States, or North America, I should say. So if you're in Europe or somewhere else, you probably want to go for it on the PS2 or GameCube, and that's the only way you can go without importing. And if you have an Xbox 360, it does run on Xbox 360, but it crashes the final boss that we showed earlier tonight. So unless you want to not beat the game, or if you have an original Xbox, if you have an original Xbox, go for it on that system. I wouldn't say anything stop you. If you only have 360, get on something else. Just for that reason, you want to beat this game. You want to go through and have a full case. So that's the thing I'd say. But regardless of what you pick this up on, it is definitely a really good game and a great representation of this franchise for sure. And I had a great time playing it for sure. Thank you again, DollyFinn, for this show. As far as getting us set up with Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, I had a great time playing it, great time going into it with all of you. Great show. Thank you. Good night. I'll thank you as well, and hope you're feeling better as far as it. Thank you so much for stopping by. Okay, so we're gonna have a little bit of spiel though before we end, because this is gonna be our final live video of 2025, ladies and gentlemen. This has been quite a year, my God. I've been on this journey as far as gaming for years, as far as bringing games to you, but also a case of maybe bringing it to myself to a certain extent for certain things, saying, I have a lot of stuff I want to go into on games, a lot of stuff maybe I know, but also cases where all of you come in and say, wait, I have experience as far as this, I want to learn it. It's like, oh, I'm really excited as far as how it was. But we had such a great year as far as all the games we played, all the unique experiences that we had, many that I had discovered for myself for the first time. In particular, this game was a highlight that way. Bakugan Defenders of the Core, that was another highlight that way. Also Medieval for the PlayStation, amongst many others. I had such a great time doing this show and bringing everything to you. And just kind of maybe doing it myself, it kind of gives me maybe busy that way, but something that's like, I kind of think to myself, it's kind of changed the way about how I play games. Not that I don't play games for fun. I do play games for fun. This is fun. I have a wonderful time doing this. I can't think of anything more fun than just playing a game with a bunch of people, whether it's a multiplayer game or not, just kind of hanging around, talking, relaxing, going into memories and things like that, because that's a powerful thing as far as what you have, and I do not take that for granted whatsoever. I absolutely respect that, and I love hearing that in the case of itself. But it's also something that it makes a case where I am really excited coming on the show, because I realize, okay, we can play a game. I'll know maybe the idea of the game we're playing. Sometimes there's stuff we can't predict, stuff I'm not gonna know all the time, but in case of people coming in and saying, oh wow, I know this thing, here's information about this that maybe nobody knew. It's like, I got the sense maybe people didn't know that. I didn't know this element of the game or element of trivia, whatever it is, from you, me, however it is. And I've had such a great time. And it's a case where I've learned about so many great games, or games if nothing else. I'll say this, maybe it's a thought that, do I necessarily come off as if I like every game? No, that's not true. If you saw me with Mortal Kombat on the Game Boy in the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, you would know that's not true, because it's a game where the game is pretty much a broken mess. I'm trying to do button movements as far as doing the moves, nothing's happening. It's insanely slow, it's insanely heavy. It's a horrible game. I think James Rolfe, the Angry Video Game Nerd, said it best, saying that it was almost as if they said, oh, by the way, we just have to have a Game Boy game and we only have like 6 minutes to make it. It's like, yeah, you know what, you're right, but I'll tell you if nothing else. And sometimes Chad said them to me, it's like, don't play these games that are bad. We don't want you to have a bad time. You know what? I have a wonderful time. I want to show Mortal Kombat on the Game Boy because of how hilariously terrible it is. Anything as far as something like that, I just have a blast as far as games. So at this point, I don't even necessarily care as far as whether I like a game or not, or for that matter, whether I like a game as much as you like a game. And I am being honest, I'll say this just to indicate this when it comes to a game. Like, when I'm saying I love Scooby-Doo Night of Wonder and Frights, I do love this game. I really do feel like I found this great buried treasure. And it wasn't necessarily even a buried treasure. People played this. I didn't. But it's a case that I had such a great time playing it, me getting the prep on it, me kind of... I'll tell you what it's doing. I was thinking this while I was doing my audio test today. I thought this also with Medieval. I thought this with Bakugan Legend of the... or Defenders of the Core, I should say. I really am... It kind of is bringing back a unique thing for me for gaming. When I was growing up, the case that you get a game, either because you rented it from the video store, you got it as a gift or something like that. You kind of sat down, you played it. And sometimes the question like, how long do you play a game before you say, oh yeah, I don't like it or something like that. But if nothing else, because I think, well, we're doing it for the show. It doesn't matter. I don't care whether I like it or not. It's like, we're going to go through the whole game as far as how it is. But then kind of just learning all these little tricks and things as I play. But then, in a way, kind of living with the game. And that's what happened with Scooby-Doo Night of Wonder and Frights. That's what happened with Bakugan Defenders of the Core. That's what happened with Medieval. As 3 examples that are coming off the top of my head of games that I discovered for the first time this year because of all of you. Those are all viewer requests. They were all great suggestions as far as how they were. But the case, it was kind of this excitement saying, it's kind of bringing back that memory of myself of kind of finding just how vast a landscape gaming really can be, and all these great things that I really want to find out. I'm never one of those people who says like, oh, I don't care about your experiences of the games you play. Honestly, when people tell me they love a game, like, oh, I want to know more. I want to see what is it that says, what does that say about them as far as the game they love? And what is that I'm going to see from their love, yes, which is an infectious concept, but also maybe just my experience. Or for that matter, even your hate can be infectious in a way for a game. It's like, oh my god, I played this game, it annoyed the hell out of me, or something like that. But still, that can be something as well. And I said, I've loved this experience. That's why I'll say, people say, oh, who knows what these games like? I don't, even games I don't know, I'll say like, hey, I've never heard of this thing. But when people's like, oh, that sounds like an interesting thing, it's like, let me find out, what is this thing? And that's how I've discovered some great games that maybe I wouldn't have found on my own. I mean, I might have heard of them. I can mention a bunch of games. How many times do I watch a show like we do? I mention these games like, what is this thing? Well, I've heard this, but then it's different than when you actually play it. I was like, well, okay, why play it? Okay, this is something really interesting. And I love doing it. So, in that case, I want to thank all of you for such a wonderful year as far as that, and making me love just the idea of this independent gaming stream that is focused on my memories, yes, but also more importantly, your memories and your input. And I love that you provide that, and I thank you so much for providing that from the bottom of my heart. And with that, I definitely will be continuing doing the show. I just want to keep doing the show. I don't know if it's a case where sometimes people are like, wait, why do you really dedicate yourself to this? I mean, it started because I wasn't seeing people as far as COVID is concerned. I just said, I just want to show this games I have. I have tech to do it. Let's do it. And then a case where it kind of became something more than I could have ever expected. All of you made it happen. DollyFinn, you helped with that. Electverse helped with that as far as an example. But everybody else has come into the show. Even just a simple saying like, oh my god, I love this game. I'd like to see it. Like, yeah, let's do that. But also, more importantly, not a case of just seeing me play it. Or seeing any of our guests play a game, as an example. But just saying, your involvement here. Like, and it's always been a question to me, saying, I know the stereotype sometimes of playing the games, like, oh, you're playing a game that's solo player, and how are you involving everybody else? Are you going to be just focused on yourself playing this without other people in the room? And I was thinking to myself, okay, what can I do as far as how can I get other people involved? Even when it comes to stuff of, I mentioned, Switch Online Day, we'll do it. I said, hey, this week we had Rayman 2, The Great Escape, and Tonic Trouble. I said, I want to show people those things. I want to see their first reactions. I want to get that idea. I mean, maybe I'll play cases, so someone's like, hey, do you want to take a look at this? Like, no, you play it. But I said, well, if you want to, go ahead. And I've definitely had them say, like, yeah, give a shot to some of the stuff as far as it. But some hearing their reaction, kind of getting that communal element going on, which is something I kind of was always thought about that idea of it. But over the years, I've kind of realized that that's something that I'm able to make happen as far as this. And all of you were able to make happen too as well. And I appreciate that so much. I can't say it enough, really. And with that, I had such a wonderful 2025 here for Super Bowl Game Saturday, but even though we're not going to be on for 2 weeks after tonight's show as far as live programs, we're not completely done 2025. So let's talk the schedule. The first aspect of the schedule, well, it's worth pointing out when I edit this, I'm not going to be editing this video until next year, so at least 3 of the shows I'm going to talk about, the first couple, are going to be already on our YouTube site when this uploads. So I'm speaking in the future a little bit on this one, but we'll talk about it as far as the purpose of me live streaming it right now. So I'm going to be off next week. We're taking vacation as far as myself, and so as far as the show, but I've got you covered. It's a case where I always have the Super Bowl Game Saturday family, all of you, in the back of my mind saying, what can we do? Even in a case where I'm just taking a break on my own. That's the idea as far as how it goes. But my thought was, what are we going to do? So I said, I got 2 videos for you for 2025 coming up. They're going to be exclusive to our YouTube site. They're linked in the area of Twitch now. When this uploads, I'm not going to include edits to a point where these are, because they're on the YouTube site you'll be watching this on. So they're around, and they're interesting watches, I promise you. The first one is going to be airing at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Saturday on December 27th. It's going to be another video for Shadow Hearts Covenant. We did complete the game this year. That is also a defining play this year, no question. Another game I discovered because of Crusader 64 and Chasm 22, who love this game. They say, this is a game that we know has a cult following. This is a game that maybe not everybody knows, but we wanted to go through this. We wanted to play this entire game, share it with all of us, share it with me, because they adore it so much. We did complete the game back in October, but because we ran a long part for the finale, a very long part, like 11 and a half hours, there was one other thing they had in the scope of the game when it comes to our discussion about how we're going to show this to go the whole way as much as they wanted or how they wanted. That we didn't do, so I said, we got another video recorded. It's going up next week. That's going to be for our overview of the bestiary, because we took all those pictures with Anastasia. We heard her say, now look this way, so many times, it never got old. And I do mean it never got old. That's the idea of Stephanie Shea as far as her voice performance, but also, like, I loved hearing that, and I kind of miss hearing it now. I even find myself sometimes walking around the house, kind of like saying some of those quotations of certain things, including Lucia going, just for you. So it's kind of become a part of me, you know? Even though it's a case where I was not the one planning for the show, just something that, yeah, it's kind of sticking with me now, as far as. But anyway, next week, we're going to have our overview of the bestiary. So all the pictures we took, all the monsters we found, we're going to see all of the designs as far as everything going, kind of like with what we had in the Monster Gallery of this game, and showing the artistry and the passion that was off that game as well. We'll also have more discussions on the ending of the game, which we saw in the finale. It's worth pointing out, if you have not seen the ending of the game, next week's video is going to spoil it, but that being said, we're going linearly as far as the game, so that's going to be our true finale of Shadow Hearts Covenant as far as it. And Kazan22 and Crusader64 are with me for this video that we recorded. It's definitely a shorter one, like 3 hours. Did go into that, and we also have some other goodies going on with that as well. So we do have content for next week, even though we're going to be off. It'll be live on our YouTube site, premiering at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on December 27th. Then December 31st. The end of the year, we always have a compilation video that goes up of some of our favorite memories on the show. This year we're doing, because of our play of Shadow Hearts Covenant, we're talking about the theme of Europe for the battles, that being Vicious 1915. That's what's called on the soundtrack. Which did not mention actually when we played the game, but every time we heard the chants going on, we kept singing it, and then the discussion came by saying, we have to make an album. We have to cut an album of all the times we're singing this. And I said, okay, also all the other times we've sung on other cases on the show. So, I put together Super Old Game Saturday Sings. It is going live on our YouTube site as our final video of 2025 on December 31st. It does have an intro with Crusader64 and Kazan22 as well. Going into a little bit of an overview before we show off cases where all of our guests, including myself, have sung on our program for multiple different games. A lot from Shadow Hearts Covenant, because that was where the idea originated, but it's not all Shadow Hearts Covenant. It's also not all a clip show of stuff we've already shown. There are a couple things in there that are unique I've never shown to anybody before. So they're going to be there specifically as something unique. You're not going to want to miss it. It is also a little bit of a shorter case. It's only like an hour and 15 minutes. It is a compilation as far as how it goes at the end of the year for it. That is going to be our final video of the year for Super Old Game Saturday on December 31st. You're not going to want to miss it. As far as our next live show, or when our last live show when this uploads to the YouTube site, but it's also a game that is featuring a famous dog. It's going to be Beethoven the Ultimate Canine Caper for the Super Nintendo. This was a childhood favorite of Edwack. He is coming back to the show, as is Nikki. We're starting very early for this show, our first live show, 2026, on January 3rd at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. I was like, why 12 noon? Because they want to come to the Super Old Game Saturday studio. They've not seen it. And it might be a really short show, actually, the way they're running it. Why he's running it, I should say. But we're going to go with that. We're going to talk about aspect of that Beethoven game, including the fact that the people who made it would go on to make the Postal games. I have not even told him that yet. Another aspect of that movie, Beethoven 2nd, I'm not necessarily feeling good about having to watch that movie again, given one of the distasteful scenes in it. We'll have to talk about that, I'm sorry, but we will, and it makes sense to do, especially because it being by the Postal people, the people would go on to make that unbelievably politically incorrect game. But back in the 16-bit era, they were making games based on licenses. I don't know if this game is supposed to be good. I've heard cases where the Game Boy version of this apparently is horrible. As far as Super Nintendo, I don't know. I've never played it, but it's a case of another experience that Ed Wack said he wanted to see on the show, and I say, we're never going to discriminate as far as the show unless it's a case where it's not legal for us to show it, or it's on the banned game list of Twitch. In that case, those are no-goes, and understandably so for some of those. But for this, like, I'm not going to say, oh, I think the game's bad. I don't, you know, if I think a game is bad, I as I said, I haven't played it. But if I thought that game was bad, I wasn't going to tell him, no, you don't get to play that because I hate it. I was like, yeah, you go ahead and tell your story that way, as it is, and show it. But I don't know what to expect on this one. So I'm looking forward to that as far as our first show of 2026, and then the next live show that'll probably be going up in the vicinity of the upload of this, as far as the edited version. That'll be the return of Gemini96 on the program. He's coming back to start Super Mario 64 for Nintendo 64. I made you wait 2 years for a Nintendo 64 game when we did Magical Tetris Challenge last week. I'm not making you wait longer again for that. We're going to have a lot of Nintendo 64 representation for next year, just to give us indication that, because it is 30 years of the Nintendo 64, and what better game to start with than the flagship game of the console. Yes, I love Pilewing 64 more than words. I've dedicated 30 years of my life to that game. As I've mentioned before, it's a game I could probably marry as far as how it is, because of how much of a dedication, how much commitment I put into it. Or as Nikki said, that lasts longer than most relationships. You're damn right it has, but as I said, I've played that game enough, I think. So we'll take a look at the big game, the game that people know on the console, and the game that people love, and the game that means so much to Gemini 96. I cannot wait to see him back on the show. We were going at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I confirmed that with him yesterday. As far as running Nintendo 64 native on this, that is the plan. But I also said, hey, because I was able to figure out that the Nintendo Switch Online stuff for Nintendo 64 on my tech does not have the audiovisual problems or the audiovisual delay that it used to have. I told him we can run that version if you want. I do have the Nintendo 64 version or Nintendo 64 controller for that. If that's how he wants to go, it's his choice because he's the one playing it, so he gets final say on how the game is going to operate, what he's going to do, what he's going to show off. We'll come back to that game every month until he completes it, until he shows off everything he wants to show. And it'll be for the Nintendo 64 version specifically. We'll do DS at some point later down the road. I'll handle that, just show off the unique things of it, but I'm not going to do that right away. And the next time, DollyFinn, you're on the show, as I mentioned, is going to be on January 16th. That's a Friday program, just to indicate. That's going to be for Bust a Move 2. This is a viewer request of sorts from Electverse, who mentioned we played Title Legends 2 this year, saying, I get the sense people do not know Bust a Move as a franchise. Really, I'm surprised. They said, I would love people to get more of indications because I love this game. And I was like, I love this game too, DollyFinn. You like the game? We looked at it in our puzzle showcase a couple years ago. So I said, all right, let's play it. Let's take a look. And since 30 years next year, Bust a Move 2, we're going to take a look at that. I have the Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition plus... Okay, I'm trying to think of the name of this Switch collection. Puzzle Bobble 2X / Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition and Puzzle Bobble 3X / Bust a Move 3 S Tribute. We're going to be using that because it has Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition from Sega Saturn, ported very, very well in the collection, and also has Puzzle Bobble 2 and 2X from Arcade from Taito for all of these. As far as them. So we're going to have our full look of Bust a Move. So we're going to have our case of Bub and Bob from the Bubble Bobble games going on puzzle adventures, going through all the modes, all the variants of the game that are available within that release, which is a great release. And we're going to have attention brought to Bust a Move because it definitely deserves it. It's a game I came to admittedly late myself as far as any element of that franchise, but it's a lot of fun, and I can't wait to show it. And it's a puzzle game, so DollyFinn is our resident expert of puzzle games, so she said, I want to be in on this one. I said, you got it, no problem. And DollyFinn, also, if you have a case of what your next game you want to be involved in as far as a full play of Control before I mentioned, because I said, hey, we're doing Bust a Move 2, do you want in on this? I mentioned that to her. Anything of your choice. I know at some point we'll do Strange Antiquities, the sequel to Strange Horticulture. I don't know we'll do that. We'll figure that, because we want to get to that one, no question. But anything else you got, we'll figure that. But that's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday, January 16th. We got that. We're also having a Friday show that's going to be for Part 2 of Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island for Super Nintendo. I'm going to be completing the Super Nintendo version for that show, also 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a case where I have the second half of the game to go. It's not going to be easy. But I know what I'm doing. I practiced through on the Game Boy Advance version just to get the unlocks I needed for that, because we're then going to do the Game Boy Advance version the month after that for a finale, show off the unique extra levels that are exclusive to that version. But as I mentioned, first case is going to be finished in the Super Nintendo version on Friday, January 23rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then on December 31st, we have the first entry of our new initiative for 2026. That's going to be Super Old Game Saturday scoping sessions. We talked about long games on the show before. I've said there are games I want to get to and games the chat want to see, and I want to figure, what do we do? I know they're insanely long. Some are cases where we might not ever be able to really fully show them for the program, but I said I want to get these represented. So for the first one of these, we're going to take a one-show look at some of these games to get a sense of what they are, and also to get a sense of what should we do for playing them, and especially for some games I know was asked for, stuff like Persona 3 FES and Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories, and Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, and BlazBlue Calamity Trigger. I don't know what to do as far as this, so I know all of you in our best chat on Twitch will know. But there's also games on that list that I want to show myself I've been looking for a reason to do, but also cases where, quite frankly, I don't want to actually prep them to be ready for them for a full play yet, but I want to show them because I've mentioned them many times on the show. And first out of the gate, at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on January 31st is going to be Skies of Arcadia for the Dreamcast. I mentioned this game more times than I can count. I've wanted to show this game for so long. It is a great RPG from Sega and Overworks. It is deeply underrated, unfortunately still locked to the Dreamcast and the GameCube with no re-release in sight. Maybe Sega can get to that at some point, hopefully, but I want to bring this game to you. We are running it on the Dreamcast, where it looks amazing, it sounds amazing. It's going to be flashlight warnings aplenty when we get to every battle, just to indicate that. I'll mention that when we get there. But it's a wonderful game, and it's a game I want to show for so long, and deserves that attention. That's the idea. And then February, I don't know dates on some of these things as far as, actually I don't know dates on any of these yet, but as far as our February itinerary, we're going to finish Yoshi's Island, we're going to run the Game Boy Advance version for the finale. I'm going to take a look at the extra levels exclusive to that version. We'll show some greatest hits as far as it between the Super Nintendo to see how good of a port is it. Pretty good, generally speaking. Actually, really good, generally speaking. And also show some of the unique things it has, along with the extra levels. Also, Mario Brothers, the port in that. We have not looked at that for any of the Mario Advance games yet, of which we only looked at the fourth one. So technically we're going backwards when it comes to the Super Mario Advance games on the Game Boy Advance for that. But that's going to be February. Also, February is going to be the next part of Super Mario 64. The date of that will be announced when Gemini 96 is Part 1. We are going to then have, as our viewer request, I believe I'm going to pull out Sonic Labyrinth for the Game Gear. We've not looked at something on Game Gear in a while. It's one that Electrus mentioned. Hey, you know, questions of Sonic games that people don't like, but ones I kind of like. And I said, yeah, we should take a look at that one. Why not? I mean, I played it when I grew up. It's actually one of only 2 games I've ever owned in my life that I actually lost my copies of. I was kind of, I could not believe I actually lost my copy of that, and Metroid Zero Mission, which was horrible. But there's also one of those cases that with Metroid Zero Mission, I bought that on Wii U. When to download that, it's like, oh, it costs a lot of money now. I was like, oh, that was a hard one to lose. But Sonic Labyrinth, take a look at it. I think we're going to use the Sonic Origins Plus because the Sonic Mega Collection Plus on the Xbox, where I have it, is straight emulating the Game Gear version, but it's also something that has intense flashing light warnings when it comes to picking up invincibility that they did not tone down. The other one did. So in that case, I'll say, you know what, it's Wizard of War bad. And when it gets to Wizard of War bad, I have to give it an indication. I mean, or Skies of Arcadia battle. Skies of Arcadia, I get why it is, and it's not something where it's Skies of Arcadia is not as bad as Sonic Labyrinth on Game Gear as far as how that is, and I get why it was. I get why the port on Xbox is that way too, but I'm saying I got a choice of version, and it's perfectly ported either way, so we'll run it that way. As far as the Scopy session for February, I think we're going to do BlazBlue Calamity Trigger for the PlayStation 3. I've been looking for a reason to do this, or element to get a sense of how are we showing this, because there's so much on story on that game, as Leckrus mentioned. He said it's the kind of thing that almost makes Kingdom Hearts look like it makes sense. So I said, he'll know what we got to do as far as what to handle on that one. And then I'll look at PlayStation 3. We've not really looked at... Actually, we have not looked at anything native on the PlayStation 3 on this program yet. Everything else I ran was on 360. So you gotta get a sense of that, and at some point I also have to do Digimon All-Star Rumble. I gotta figure a scope on that one, but that'll come later. But also February, it's gonna be, that was it as far as February. March is a case where we got another licensed game coming up. We got Looney Tunes Speedball for Super Nintendo. I've wanted to show this one for a while, as well as I think a third part for Super Mario 64. We'll have Kingdom Hearts Rechanted Memories of our scoping sessions. It's been a while since we played Kingdom Hearts 1. We're going to go back and see what's going on. We're going in order this way, so we're going to get a sense of what's going on with Pluto, who had the letter from King Mickey. We're following him, like, what's off in the field as we're running after him. We're going to find out, starting, the answer what's that's looking like. And then our new Snowboard Kids for Nintendo 64, the first one. Just to give a sense of that, I've been looking forward to doing this, or I've wanted to do this for a while. I had to get a sense of, can I pull this one out in time as far as it? And I realized, yes, I can. It is the first one. We're not playing the second. Nocturne was going to do the second of that for us at a juncture, but it fell through on her failure to practice with it. I hate to say it, but in that case, I'm doing the first one. So, and I guess I don't always have to be canonical, but I think in this case, maybe it makes sense. So at some point when she wants to do the second one, to be actually ready for it, which I think she'll be able to do. Well, she'll have to be. We're not going to have a repeat of what happened again. Otherwise, she might not be on the show anymore. I hate to say it, but I'm going to be honest that way. But point is that we're going to do Snowboard Kids 1. She's still on the hook on Snowboard Kids 2 because she loves that game. But I said, let me do the first one. And then we'll take a look at the second. I promise more stuff on Nintendo 64, and I'm going to deliver that. And then April, we're going to have our April Fool's Day game that's going to be Digimon Racing for the Game Boy Advance. That's going to be our April Fool's Day game. I was like, I don't know if it's a bad game. What I've played so far, it seems like it's pretty good. But it's also a question of... We've talked about this on the show before. When people mentioned it, they kind of laughed. And I'm like, wait a sec, this can't be any good. But maybe it is. And maybe it's not. Maybe it is and isn't, depending on who you ask. I don't know. It depends on what that's going to look like. So we're going to put that to the test. And I think that's a short game from what I'm gathering. I think I'm also going to toss in previews of Mario Kart Super Circuit for Game Boy Advance and Konami Crazy Racers also on the Game Boy Advance as a little bit of a bonus, I think. And then for April, I also want to show off World Series Baseball for the Sega Genesis. Mentioned this one a couple times. Blue Sky Software is a baseball game. We haven't looked at a whole lot of stuff on sports games, and I want to give my due to a bunch of ones that definitely shaped me, and ones that are really, really good and really, really interesting as well. And World Series Baseball is definitely one of those. And I think we finished Super Mario 64 in April. I think that's the idea. And as far as the rest of the shows for that month, I'm not going to be there, I think, for one show. So I think we're going to have an off week. But for the other one, the scoping session, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk with Nocturne as far as how it is. As I said, going back to what I mentioned earlier, she's still in good standing. And unfortunately, I do have to put in these elements because of one aspect, or actually two aspects of people who've been on the show who have, it's not just about going against the Super Bowl game Saturday way, it's about being abusive as far as it both on and off screen, and I'm not going to have any aspect of it on this show, so I'm going to take the hard line to a certain degree, but everybody understands that, and it usually goes without saying, but as I said, that's the only reason I'm saying that, and I do not discriminate as far as anybody, even if I'm related to them, I would apply that same aspect. If it has to come to that, like, I don't want to come to that. I do not want to say in a case like, oh, I have to say something like this. I really want this to be as much of a positive case as I can get to, as far as, because, like, look, I do care about the idea of, like, what you want to get a sense of, but it's also a case that, look, if nothing else, I've been doing this a long time. I've mentioned in calls, like, hey, I gotta handle stuff like this for certain things. I've had to do that a lot in my life, not gonna lie, but I will do it if I have to. But point is that, yeah, she's still in a good case. She does understand. I think that's the idea. She gets some of the aspects as far as, and look, I've had my own failings on the show. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm perfect this way. I snapped on you, DollyFinn, when we did one of our listed shows, and I still feel awful about that. But I said, like, you know what, I'm not going to do that myself. Like, I'm not going to become what I said I had a problem with, for sure. But the point is, like, hey, we'll get that going, because she does have a scoping session up her sleeve. She mentioned a couple things. I don't know if it's going to be April we do this. I got to talk with her. She actually did send me something as it was today. Well, I have to talk to her as far as how that is. I will mention that to her as well when I do that. And then in May, mostly open, except for either Cinco de Mayo weekend or probably I'm going to put this on... I'm thinking that maybe, I mean, it depends on my schedule. If it's that or if it's a case where it'll be Memorial Day weekend. I'm leaning more towards Memorial Day weekend myself personally, but for that, we're going to talk about our next compilation show. We do a compilation show in May every year. It was starting to celebrate Memorial Day, but also sometimes it went to Cinco de Mayo. It's either way. But we'll get a classic game compilation. This year, we're going to be looking at Midway Treasures 3. We're playing it on the GameCube. We played the other ones on the other systems. I promise, going back years, saying for each of those Midway Treasures games, we'll take a look at it on every system. One version, there's 3 of them. Each system gets their look. So, Midway Treasures 1 we played on the PlayStation 2. Midway Treasures 2 we played it on the Xbox, not the PS2. And on Midway Treasures 3 we're playing it on the GameCube. That being said, Midway Treasures 3, despite it being from Digital Clips, who generally speaking does a pretty good job, a really good job, with their classic game compilations. They didn't do their best this time, I'm not gonna lie, with this one. And even though the GameCube version is the best one, which is also the reason we're running it on the GameCube, it also doesn't have a whole lot of games in it. So I said, oh, and it doesn't have many extras either. There's no developer interviews or anything, which the other 2 had, and not much in the way of artwork either. So I said, all right, I'm gonna pull out a bunch of Nintendo 64 arcade ports from Midway as a little bit of a bonus. So we're gonna have a little bit of a showcase mixed with a compilation. And I've got some big stuff. I know some stuff that everybody's wanted to see. I know Electrus wanted to see War Gods for Nintendo 64. I want to show off the Cruisin' Trilogy. Have all of them. We're going to take a look at those. Take a look at Mortal Kombat 4. I think I'll show Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey again. It's technically an arcade port as far as how it is. But other stuff as well. We've got some nice things going on as far as Midway games. for that. And then outside of that, the only other thing I know is Cool Spot we're doing on June 20th, and then I'll be off for too many games that week. I'll figure what I have as far as stuff for you whilst I'm out. And then Suikoden, Chasm 22 is going to be doing some point, tentatively July, don't know. And I have to do practice on Radiant Silvergun because I owe Duel 420 Blaze at that one. And going to Suikoden, we're going to run the Suikoden HD version for Suikoden 1 on PlayStation 5 probably. And then for Radiant Silvergun, on Duel 420 Blaze's request, I'm going to run the Xbox 360 version. That being said, I think I'm going to practice. I'm going to get the Switch version and practice that because that game is hard. It's from Treasure. It's a flight shooting game. Bit of a predecessor to Ikaruga, so I want to be set on that one. But we got a lot of stuff, and keep those viewer requests coming. Keep other cases of things you want to see. We get scoping sessions every month next year, and of course the viewer requests sometimes going to be bundled in. So like with Blaze Blue Calamity Trigger, that's going to be one like I'm counting as a viewer request. But there you go. That is what we're looking like as far as the show. Is that I'm also going to be open as far as everything with it. When it comes to it, sometimes when it's unpleasant, but it's also the case like, look, I do not put myself on the pedestal just to go that way. It's like I do not necessarily think I'm better than anybody as far as that. I really do want to try to be humble, and that's what I think I've learned over my life, but also over what I'm doing for the show. Because like, hey, you got to get a case of getting people in here. It's like, do you want to watch the show? How do I get people to watch the show? I want to really present myself as much as ready to be a case of what you see in here is what you get. And in the case that, look, I do appreciate everybody coming into the show, everybody giving their contributions, all of our guests. We have the best guests. We have the best channel on Twitch. That is the idea of what it is. I can't thank you all for such a wonderful year. And I cannot wait for 2026 to begin, but as that, it's not over yet, and I'm going to look forward to some stuff coming up on the YouTube site in the next week or so, or it'll be up there already when I edit this. Okay, so I think I went a long way on this, but I said, got it. This is the last live show of the year. But thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey this year. Thank you for all your support. It means the world to me. And so that's also why I say, you know what, I want to hold this show as far as it and make it so that people want to come here. They feel like, oh my, I feel like I'm in this great case of it. Look, it's a case where I'll say, hey, I'll get cases going on as far as people I might have to deal with when it comes to that. But look, I want to protect people too. I want to protect even those cases of that, saying like, hey, if someone's coming in and being treating them badly, I'm not going to sit there back and take that. Whoever it is, I'm gonna protect them. I'm gonna say, hey, you know what? We got a great show here. We have a case of it. Our love of game is going to go through. Yeah, we might be angry as far as the game in some cases, and for certain things. We won't necessarily shy away from that, but I said we're going to keep it going as far as it's going to be a constructive case. It is definitely a unique case as far as we go in the guts on this, and I love it. And I thank you so much for everybody out there, and DollyFinn to you as well, for Scooby-Doo Night of Wonder Frights, which of course the subject here has been the case. So I think with that, as you said, thank you for the show, and good night to you. Definitely thank you so much, DollyFinn. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you so much for watching the show. I'll never stop saying that. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. A Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a Happy New Year. Stay tuned to the YouTube site on December 27th and 31st for the Bestiary Extra Part for Shadow Hearts Covenant and Super Bowl Game Saturday Sings, respectively. When this uploads on the YouTube site next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on January 10th, or this week as it's going to be January 10th for Part 1 of Super Mario 64 with Gemini 96, and I will see you live, as far as I'm recording this, on January 3rd, 2026 at 12 p.m. noon Eastern Standard Time with Ed Wack and Nikki for Beethoven the Ultimate Canine Caper for the Super Nintendo. Till then, thank you so much for all of your support. Keep being awesome. I cannot say that enough. Can't say thank you enough. Take care of yourself. Have a wonderful year. Thank you for a great 2025. And I will see you in 2026.